Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another day here, Iesf, Asia and Oceania qualifiers. It's the road to the next stage here. It's me, Naisu, joined here with, of course, Gani. Gani, how we doing, man?
Hey,
It's day 3 here. I think we've had a couple different casters up to this point, and now it's us today.
yeah, thankfully so, right? Thank you, Naisu, for the nice welcome as well. Yeah, we saw a couple of great matches, a couple of days matches yesterday and also the day before. And now we are going in for a treat 4 matches today. So let's wait and see.
We have 4 best of 3s. We'll be showing you guys the schedule later on, but so far I think for our Asia and Oceania qualifiers, there's been, I don't know how many surprises we can say there's been, because I feel like people generally come in thinking that specific teams are going to be on the top. I had the chance to go ahead and do this last year for the Asia and Oceania qualifiers, and I feel like, some of the same teams obviously still performing really well. That's, of course, like Philippines, for example, Indonesia, which I'm sure you're happy to see too, because we got to see some of their games yesterday if you got a chance to watch. But there was just a whole bunch, I think, kind of in there, but also Iesf in general has actually had even some new regions from the other parts of the world join in here. So it's continuing to grow. That's one thing for Iesf. And now for Asia and Oceania, I think that's the thing, Gani. Like, this is always, when it comes to Mlbb, this is always like the most, I feel like, competitiveness that you'll see, in terms of the regions. And this is, I think you can also just go ahead and say that for a lot of people that have been watching Mlbb for a while, this is what usually the teams to beat are, and I don't know, we'll see if that's going to be the case this time moving forward for the 2025. And I know you're smiling here because Indonesia, of course, within Iesf for the men's and women's has had some good runs too. What do you think? Are you feeling pretty confident so far as we get a glimpse here at our groups for the Asia and Oceania qualifiers?
Gotta be honest with you here, Naisu. I am feeling confident, but I can't get too cocky, right? Especially we dropped a game yesterday. Hopefully the Indonesian team gets to reset and get prepared for other. But you can see here, right? Indo, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos, Guam in one group, and we got Philippines, Myanmar, Thailand, Brunei, and of course Timor-Leste in another.
Yeah, and we'll be covering some of the different, of course, groups for today to kick off. Again, we're not going to be just specifically in one group or the other. That's been the case if you've been watching the streams for the past couple of days. We've also got these 3 groups right here. We got Central Asia and East Asia and, of course, South Asia. And I know some people were wondering, like, why, and I'm sure our casters probably explained this when they did it on day 1. I believe that was Kimberly Moss and Realize. But East Asia only has those 2 teams, and that's why they played their match in that best of 5. So but that's our groups. So there's a whole lot, when you look at Asia, like the Asia and Oceania qualifiers, there's just a ton of teams that get to go ahead and battle it out. So this is our schedule for today. We're going to have, like we said, 4 best of 3s here, starting off, of course, with Philippines and Brunei. That's going to be a great one. Then we got Myanmar and Thailand. Then we have Kyrgyzstan versus Uzbekistan. And then later on, we have Iraq versus Kuwait for our last one, Yanni.
It's going to be definitely a treat for us. And yeah, I mean, for you, Naisu, Philippines has yet to drop a game as of yet. So how do you feel? Will they be able to continue on that run, or will Brunei still a game or perhaps surprise us?
I am from the Philippines, but I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna put my hope in the Philippines, just because, again, they're one of, I would say, when it comes to any competitive Mlbb esports, like, Philippines is always one of those teams that's just like, that's a team you can basically bank on at least getting to the final. I want to say that, like, at least they're going to get to the final, and for us over in the Philippines and everyone else, it's like, all right, this is another road to gold for them to get to that point. Again, when we think about, like, last year, for example, the people that got to tune in for Iesf's run last year, This was like it was a topic of discussion where the grand final, if I remember right, it was a best of three, I think it was, but it was like Malaysia versus
Yeah.
Philippines, and it was a sweep for Malaysia. But Malaysia not being a part of this time, I think it's going to make things interesting to see where things fall. Because I think you could say the same, Gani. Like if I remember right, Indonesia is on a roll right now too.
I mean, Indonesia is technically on a roll, but it's with a different roster as well. So let's see, right? I mean, we got a new jungler. As we all know, Indonesia is basically under management of Team Liquid ID. So yeah, we got a new couple of roster coming in. That's going to be interesting to see their progress. But yeah, in case you guys are wondering why Malaysia isn't here, it's because they do not have to qualify. They were the defending. They won last year, so they're already in the official Iesf later on. They're waiting.
They're waiting in the wings. Also, a part of that is like, again, this has been the case with all our internationals, Gani, across the board. Like, I know we talk about Philippines and Indonesia. No esports, like no Mlbb esports discussion it doesn't exclude them. Like those two teams or countries are always going to be involved in the discussion. But I will say that overall, we have seen a lot of improvements from just different parts of the world.
For sure.
I think we definitely saw this in our most recent big international tournament with NSC, and it was like you're seeing improvements across the board happen for a lot of these teams, a lot of these regions, and they're getting better. And then you have this platform for Iesf where again it allows that opportunity for these national teams to showcase what they have working, because I think every single time we do Iesf, man, it's always more so of, because we already know about like these big powerhouse teams and countries, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We already know about the information and the players there. So when I look at this as someone just like yourself who has done a lot of casting of these powerhouse regions and everything else, I love to look at some of these new and upcoming nations and players, even because that's where I feel like you have to remember, like some of these star players that you're used to seeing compete, they inspire these other players that are out there that might not be as noticeable, in parts of the world and everything. So, specifically, I remember even Team Glom before last year, and then the teams, of course, during the African qualifiers, like they all had these amazing stories leading up to their competitions for the different qualifiers here. So again, I that's what I'm looking forward to, Donnie. This is our matchup, the first one that we're going to be starting off with today, Philippines versus Brunei. And this is going to be a tough one for Brunei. I think any team that's going against the Philippines is going to have to deal with that. It's always this might be like one of those David and Goliath type things, but Brunei, mind you, is 1-for-1 in terms of the matches. They are sitting there. We're going to look at the team roster here, though, for the Philippines. First off, it's going to be very familiar names, of course. So we've got Angel, Saison, Unigo, Rakatiano, and Cannon. I say Cannon, but it's Canon.
Canon.
Canon. It's very, like, if you pronounce it as the Filipinos say it, but I put a little of the American twist on it, Gani. And I don't know. You've been watching these guys for a while. What do you think?
Hey, gotta be honest with you, right? Gotta address the elephant in the room. Sick names, man. Cool names you got here, right? What the heck? And yeah, I mean, the Philippines here, very familiar. On paper, Brunei is going to be the weaker team. But hey, you mentioned about other teams or other countries improving, so I expect perhaps we might see a glimpse of that in this match. And let's see here for Brunei. I'm sorry if I'm gonna butcher. I'm gonna butcher.
You got it, man.
Hey, Yeni, Midge, Kree, Sep Boy, Karown, and Sky. Thank God for the last two. But yeah, Brunei here. Hopefully they can bring something new. Like you said, other countries bring their own styles, twists, and somehow it's refreshing, right? Seeing the powerhouses going up against the, let's say, the unfamiliar countries, perhaps they can bring something new and give us an entertaining match.
That's what I always think, in terms of what we're so used to seeing in different kind of like strategies with specific regions and everything else is the main point. Like we know a lot of what made this lineup from Philippines eventually at one point champions, right? Champions, world champions here for Iesf. And even when you watch those guys play over in their professional leagues, like it hasn't changed too much, like their play style, right? Well, with Brunei, for example, who we've, maybe for a lot of the viewers out there and, you know, everybody watching, you might not be so familiar with them. And I think that's where you get to see what we often see is like they watch these powerhouse teams or like the teams that are used to competing, and then they adapt their own play style to it. So, you know, this time around, now that it is 2025 and all these nations, their national teams that have been competing and prepping for this, the Iesf run, that's kind of when we get to see what improvements they've made, what kind of strategies they're gonna employ. Because Donnie, I think it's a very different gameplay that we're seeing, a very different macro and meta that we're seeing now, honestly, even comparable to 2024's Iesf run. It's and that's been the case, I think, just in MLBB in general, and I personally think it's been really healthy. I don't know. What do you enjoy the current meta that we have right now?
I agree. I think it's more balanced in a sense, right? Where you can see a bit of, let's say, if we're talking about specific roles, jungler, you can get, or you can play the tank fighter role. Also, assassin is still very popular. Not so balanced if we're talking about last year or even a couple of years ago, but now it is very, there's just more variety in each role specifically, in which allows a lot of teams or a lot of countries, perhaps, they can explore other roles, bring something new in their strategy. And yeah, just like I said earlier, hopefully we get to see more of that right here today.
Donnie, I thought you were going to say there was more like team fighting, and that's what you're happy about, because you know, you're from
that too.
You're from
that too.
You're from the region that loves it, man.
I mean, that too. Hey, we all love that. I mean, it's a great match to cast. It's a entertaining match to watch. Hey, what can you not love about more team fighting in a match?
Action.
In a game?
Well, I already saw some of the clips being thrown around, at least over here on the Philippines groups being around here, that you know, some of the matches so far that we've seen for the Asian Oceania qualifiers, they've been pretty brawly, pretty team fighty, you know. And that's the thing. I feel like even for the teams, so to speak, like Philippines, for example, right now, as we're, you know, going to see them play against Brunei, like those players themselves in the Philippines, they were stuck in this one meta where it was very, well, everyone really was, but I feel like Philippines specifically really mastered the objective utility game that we were in for a while. They were, you know, the best at what we called the turtle dances or the lord dances before and everything else. That doesn't mean they can't, you know, fight it out and brawl it out if they have to, because now they have had to adapt to the current meta, which is more so team fight centric. I mean, how many times have we seen games where you have all the objectives? You have, I don't know, 6 to 10,000 gold lead, and you've seen like a team fight in the base turn that game around. You know what I mean? So it's just like there's a bunch of different situations now where it's like you can actually turn a game over with being better at team fights. And so what this does is it opens up the opportunity for these other teams here, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of outplay potential in a sense, right? In a 5v5 especially. And we might get to see that today. Hopefully, let's see what Brunei can do, especially in our first match. But yeah, I mean, more team fight. We saw, I believe it was yesterday, Naisu, that we get to see a 6-minute game. So
was it yesterday? It was a 6-minute game.
I heard it was Leo, so should be yesterday, right?
Yeah, if it was Leo, it would have been yesterday. I must have missed that one. There was a 6-minute game yesterday.
So yeah, imagine The
Oh,
draft,
6:57.
right?
It was
Okay,
6:57.
okay, technically 7, but the draft is technically longer than the game if you really think about it.
It was Indonesia. Yes, it was Indonesia versus Vietnam.
There you go.
6:57.
6:57.
I can't remember what the record is though, man. There's a record for Iesf.
From last year? Set from last year or?
It might have been last. I'm trying to think if it was last year. I think it was last year. But there was one game that was just like, and I remember even the battle spells. Like the battle spells were not something you would typically see, and if it could have been around the same time, like a 6-minute to 7-minute game. And it was like everything was ignored and they just rushed it down. And it's weird because like, even though, you know, there's been changes in the game and stuff where it's like the turrets are a little bit stronger. You get the, you know, you get the buff around the turrets and everything. There was one of those games that was just quick like that. So I missed this. I actually missed this. I missed this match yesterday, the 6:57. I might have to go back and watch that one.
I mean,
the first one was a 10-minute game.
Hey, relatively fast, right? 10 minutes already fast, but they doubled down. 6:57, a 1-lane push, I believe. So the other 2 base turrets
had to be,
the other base turrets are still standing, but yeah, it's again. Let's see. I am more curious on the longest game we had this year. I want to compare if there's a data.
Longest.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like so there's been a 20-minute game.
Okay.
There's been a 23-minute.
Okay.
So like I think that still stays with what we are seeing even in,
okay,
for example, like the professional leagues, you know, like there's some games that are like 20 plus, and then there's some games that are just like, you know, I don't know, 12, 13 minutes, something like that. So hey, but that being said, looks like we're going to be getting over to the draft.
Let's go.
And this is really where we can start to go ahead and like theorize about what Brunei is going to do. For the most part, I kind of like, at least for me, it's like I know what to kind of expect from the Philippines, and I think a lot of our viewers, like, they've watched so much Mlbb that they're probably able to go ahead and throw out some ideas for the Philippines anyway when it comes to draft. Yeah. They're going to be on that red side, so they'll get some of the advantage here in terms of picking. Although blue side, I think statistically right now is doing better. I don't know about you. I don't know about you guys over there in Indo, like after, you know, your week 1 of professional league, but like I think for us, blue side is doing really well. But one of the main things is, of course, like, how does the draft play out? How does that paint the picture of the game plan? Because you mentioned this earlier, Gani, like the meta is in a position where it's like you can also be pretty flexible on your approach to the game. You can play for the long game. You can play for a quick game. I don't know if 7 minutes is that quick game. You could even do that, you know. But the bans will tell us a lot here. So this is kind of typical, though, like a Fanny being banned out against Philippine teams, especially over here. That was banned out, I think, almost in every single game that was played against the Philippines. They'll take out Kalea. Yeah. Philippines will take out 1-1. Maybe they just take out another power pick, like a CC or something. Yeah. There's been a lot of Salinas.
Yeah, I think it depends on what their approach is going to be. But yeah, whether you're blue side, red side, if you're going up against, let's say, Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, Myanmar, perhaps, I think you got to ban the Fanny, right? Because unfortunately, in this meta, it can work. So yeah, that one must ban, quote unquote, is going to fall through. But yeah, good call. Nice. You mentioned the CC.
There it is.
This allows a lot of heroes for that EXP, right? You can go Phobius early, pick up Arla even. Let's see what Philippines are going to go with.
All right, next couple of bans here. I think even with this, like, the meta's so open, you know, the meta's so open for bans. It's funny because, like, even if you go and like ban out specific power picks, there's still so many open heroes that you can go for. So this last one for Brunei, they might want to go ahead and focus on a roam option, maybe mid. I almost would like to see them go ahead and another YSS. They'll take out another jungler. I think if a Selena is open too, that can still be picked up. Of course, Selena being a top mid-choice if they decide to go that. But yeah, so far, last ban for Philippines.
Ooh.
I wonder how much information they have on Brunei too. That's always something that I want to know. Like when it comes to the national teams, like you can do your studying and prep for, you know, teams you're familiar with or competing against, but it's like I wonder how much information they get on some of the teams like Brunei, for example. So we got a whole lot of jungle bans out here, Donnie.
A lot of it indeed. And Philippines, I don't think they want to take the risk, or perhaps they might have done their research and they respect the Lancelot potential from Brunei. And let's see here, a lot of prio still open technically, right? Got the Zushin, you mentioned the Selena, and again, if with CC banned out, I think EXP can be prioritized here in that first phase. So, ooh, okay, there you go, Arlit. Technically,
the question is EXP or is he Roan?
70-30. I think 70% it will fall to that EXP. Oh, great response.
And Moksha Jushin. Do you like this? Do you like that combination?
They want the early game, I feel like, right? With the Baksha, you can be mobile. You can have that pressure towards the jungler, towards the jungles. So yeah, Philippines, it seems like they are approaching to that early game centric idea.
The Baksha is good just for, being able to get around the map quickly. And it's funny because even right now, like that Baksha could technically be flexed, just like the Arlot can. That's what we're seeing a lot of, like nowadays, is that flexibility, that flexibility for the drafts here. These are very honest though. You got Granger going to the gold lane, you got the Farsa in the mid. This is probably a top, I think the top pick right now in the mid lane is Farsa. Some teams that choose to ban it, like they'll ban her, and some teams will just choose to take her right away in the first phase. So next up, gonna get the Lapu Lapu, man. This hero has been devastating, honestly, for just a lot of the teams that bring him up. It's weird, man. Lapu Lapu is in a weird position where it's like he can tank everything, but also do all the damage too.
Yeah, especially after you get the Queen's Wings later on. And if you have a Farsa in your team, this Lapu has a juicy target locked in, all right? So yeah, great response rather. And second phase seems like, okay, Philippines, they are trying to deny the tanks and also crowd control, which is currently perhaps from the side of Brunei, they want to add that department, crowd control.
I was actually impressed with even in Philippines match. I think this was day one, like their matches against Thailand. Like Thailand, they went with similar lineups from game 1 to game 2, and they had rather long games with the Philippines. Like I think the first one was nearly 20 minutes, and then the second one was about 23 minutes, and it's funny because they use the YSS, the Novaria, and things like that. So, interesting. Again, Thailand, another team that's really improved over the course of the years for Mlbb. Now, the draft, he'll maybe take out one more gold laner, maybe Harith. I don't know if they want to take out a Harith here or a Claude, for example. Again, a lot of options that can be picked up for Matuiana. And knowing that this is a Granger matchup, you want to kind of give yourself the advantage that you can, but I don't know, we could just end up seeing a Harith Granger matchup. That's something we've seen so often. But the main thing is, what do you put in the jungle here?
I mean, against Baksha, they sort of dealt with the quote-unquote counter, or it's neither. It's going to be the Bruno. So yeah, pick your poison, right? Philippines, which do you... it's neither as well. It's not the Harith or the Claw. It's going to be the Irithel. They want the mobility, right? Again, crowd control is technically lacking. So for now, Irithel can use a sprint, which can be deadly for the formation of Brunei.
Yeah, it's mostly like anytime you have that Irithel, it's a lot of mobility work that gives you that advantage to work with. So this lineup already from Philippines is very speedy. Yeah. You're able to go ahead and run around and from different angles too. That's one of the great things about Baksha is just you can kind of surprise people from an off angle because you can literally jump over things and jump over walls too. So let's see how Brunei rounds this out. What are we going to put in the jungle? Joy.
Wow.
And for the roam, they'll go the Minotaur. So yeah, we got the Islet going to XP. Oh, in the last pick. All right. It's going to be the Angela. This is a deadly, deadly combo, Donnie. Angela works so well with all the heroes here, by the way. Like,
yeah,
whoever is picked for the hard card, it works with everyone. I don't even know, like, if you would want to put it on the Lampu Lapu. You could.
Yeah.
And he would be even more tanky than he already is, like, by himself.
Like early game, Baksha towards Lapu, and then let's say mid game after Earthel gets the power spike, you can definitely use the hard card for Earthel. Yeah, it's going to be a support versus support technically with Minotaur and against going up against Angela. So let's see which support will win in our first game of our opening match.
Man, I don't know. And I'm not just saying this, but I think Philippines has a stronger draft. Yeah. You know, it's the Angela coming from the off. Like I didn't expect the Angela to be that last pick there, but hey, we'll see. We're gonna be jumping into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again. It's day 3 here for the Iesf Asian Oceania qualifiers, and we're off with the first match. First game in this best of 3. It's Philippines versus Brunei. We get a little glimpse here of the junglers starting up. A Baksha versus a Joy. I don't know, what do you think of this matchup here, Donnie, especially in the jungle?
Hey, I think now with the current formation that the Philippines has, they definitely can be invasive, right? This is what Saison is doing already in the jungles of Brunei, and I don't think a member of Brunei spots it. So it's a win.
All right. Taking a look at the emblems here, too. This is what I like to see, man. Angela running the focusing mark, gonna have that little bit of extra burst damage will help. You're gonna expect this, and we talk a lot about that mid lane trio setup, you know, that kind of rotation that works here. And this is a pretty deadly one. I mean, if you're trying to fight into a Baksha Angela Jushin, like, that's tough. You know, because not only do you have to worry about the lantern being constantly over there, but also just the sustainability and durability that comes with a Baksha and Angela. Mind you, the passive of Baksha, you know, is going to affect Yenny here on the Minotaur. So something we want to keep track of. Say so.
That's going to be the shield unity connecting, not level 4 yet. That's the aggressiveness of Baksha. Again, just small wins here for the side of Philippines. No real connection just yet, though.
Yeah, they'll be fine. So this is one of those lineups, though, that you're not going to see too much happen until probably that first objective, and that's where you see these, especially the level 4s come to play. Interesting, though. Requitiana has to go back to base, force back to base for the fight for the first turtle.
Oh, that's going to be the turtle taken by Crown. Oh, shield unity doesn't really land. Final slash, though, that will destroy the formation from Brunei himself. That's going to be Falcons as well. No, Philippines, rather, going for Forsaken. And Forsaken goes down. The turtle falls for Brunei. That's a solo. Sky finds a solo in the bottom side of the map.
Oh, Sky, you want to get out of that. Udio on the heart. Don't tell me.
Oh, Unigo.
Don't tell me Angela's going to kill the Ranger.
That's going to be Unigo avenging the death of his teammate. It's a 1-for-1, but what a solo there, bottom side.
Oh, man, I could see the smile on his face when he saw that. Like, again, low health on Sky. Sky, though, able to go 1v1 with Requitiano is impressive. I mean, he did that by himself. Going against down the gold lane and gets himself a kill, but did he go out top 2? Oh, okay, he's fine. But there's every single lane here, Gali. Every single lane.
Every single lane, indeed. In top lane now, it's Canon or Canon looking for Canon looking for
the Filipino Canon.
The Filipino Canon, indeed. I mean, it's a healthy lead for the Philippines.
At this point, it's not too bad for Brunei. You know, I know the first turtle fight that we saw, it went into their hands Crown should be able to get out of here. Even beats a whole lobby of Throne, though. He should be able to dash out. Oh,
that's the line of fire. That's going to be the final slash trying to cover, but Crown will fall regardless. Philippines looking for Trace on the bottom side. That's going to be Sky again. Finding a kill on towards Angela. It seems like the Philippines, they want to dive this one. Arlet Forsaken will not be able to escape another kill on the board for the Philippines.
Hey, Sky's still going 1v1.
Oh, that's a hard card though to outplay. Sky this time. It's not a fair fight. Respect the 1v1, Unigo.
Hey, so I know we missed it, but Sky got Unio, and Unio came back for that, so Turtle be secured.
Oh, that's going to be further airstrike though, landing on towards Cannon. Not enough to take him down just yet though. Oh, great final slash on towards Archangel. That's going to be Archangel taken down. That's a shutdown as well. Crown picking up that kill.
Okay, good response. At least Brunei able to go ahead and at least capitalize on something there. Again, that turtle went over the hands of the Philippines. They're fine there, but no, that's the thing. I think Philippines is just really playing more aggressive in this matchup, especially given the fact that they have a great ultimate to rely on. Anytime anybody's in trouble, they can just kind of call in Unigo on this Angela to come in with a heart guard. And you could see here from the items too, kind of falling in place. You got the first items already locked in. Early Sky Piercer, by the way, for Archangel. He's got that locked in. That's going to be great. There's Flask of Oasis now being picked up by Unigo as well. So you're in a good position to deal with a lot of the utility now that you have. Play that advantage. And this is the hard part for Brunei, is they need to get those items that's going to help them fight. I know they got a glowing wand early. Whoa, Amara, goes down.
Definitely, man, and it's nasty. For now, as expected, right earlier on, it's gonna be Angela, perhaps going bottom side. It's again just going. It's just personal at this point. Sky going up against Recuitiano, and yeah, I mean objectives. Philippines got it in the bag. Economy also. So Brunei, they gotta play it perhaps more patiently.
Johnny, I really appreciate you pronouncing the names the way you are.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
The tongue twisters for me too. It's always the fun part with Iesf because at some point, like, you're probably saying it wrong, but, especially from all the other different regions. But of course, again, this third turtle up. They're going to fight for it. Canon.
Oh, with Flicker. He invested that. That's going to be, Minion Roar will not be able to mount to anything. That's 2 members down. Forsaken flickering out. But that's going to be the hard guard as well. Looking for more bodies as Amara and Forsaken will be taken down. The Philippines collecting all the objectives available as of yet.
That's such a nasty combo, man. The hard guard, even with a Jushin there, I'm able to just kind of zone them out, even with a beacon. So tough to get past. I mean, Sky's probably the only one right now for Brunei that's really been able to do much. You can see he's number 2 on the damage dealt. He's done really well in his lane, but now he's gonna have to transition to be like, all right, I'm here, team. Let me help you out. But I think even though Sky had a relatively good laning phase and time to zone, he's got to deal with this.
Forsaken. No flicker. He will fall by Archangel. That's going to be, again, Saison looking for an opening. Shield Unity ran out, though. Feather Airstrike, interesting. That's going to be, again, the combination of the hard guard and Zushin. Amara will not be able to survive. He will fall. That's going to be No-Tail. Next, Airborne. Flickering out, though. Will it be enough? No. Archangel says no. That's going to be, again, Philippines just collecting more bodies.
Ballooning the lead up even further at this point, almost 6,000 ahead. The Holy Shield still going to be up here in the mid lane, but that will, they hold it. Okay, it does go. It does pop, so they get that. You can see the difference here in terms of the gold and the itemization with Philippines. And again, like I said, Brunei needs so much time to get to where they need. But with Philippines lineup, like, they're not going to get that chance, and you're seeing it here too. Even Saison able to rotate around the map the way that he wants to. as tanky as a Baksha is, they also he's able to just clear really quickly. So he'll take all the buffs that he wants. The Lord is up. There's going to be no contest for this. This is not the position for Brunei to really fight in. Some items are being picked up, though. Malefic Roll now for Sky, which could help a little bit. Flask of the Oasis will over to Yeti No-Tail. But all this to lead into a base defense. They're going to have to defend against this. Now, clear-wise, Donnie, the clear is pretty good. The defense to clear things out are pretty good with this lineup. I think the main thing is, again, if they expend too much too early, they're just going to get kind of out-healed and out-maneuvered and out-shielded and out-damaged, really, from Philippines right now. Whoa.
Oh, almost there. Almost an angle to take Requitiano down. Not enough. No talent out in the no man's land as Saison jumps in. That's going to be Minion Fury. Popped Force. He will fall. That's going to be Forsaken. Looking to provide damage. Archangel Angel will go down. That's going to be Kanon looking for a kill. Finds it, Lord. Relatively healthy in the mid lane. That's going to be a 2-4-2 for now.
Okay, as long as Sky is still up, there's a threat for Brunei. He's going to go further, forcing Kanon back. So they hold on to the base turrets. I want to say that is actually a pretty good defense from Brunei. You know, given the fact that they were down 6,000 gold earlier on, I mean, they still are, but they're still fighting them, and that's because of this lineup that they have. Its potential to do damage is good at the cost of, again, Jenny's got to be up at the front. You know, PRX Forsaken is most likely going to be in a position to just, his job is to, like, let me just final slash somebody if he can. But they're essentially the sandbags, him and Yenny, while Sky and Amara have to kind of be a little more finesse. You know, they kind of got to work with the space that they have here. So it's going to be tough work. It's impressive, though, because Sky is actually slightly... I was going to say he was slightly ahead. He's not ahead. He actually is ahead. No, he is ahead against Requitiano. So he's got about 1,000 gold more. And so Sky has been putting in the work. I think at one point, though, this Granger is already doing good damage, but like give him another item or two. And as long as Sky can work with the space that he gets, then if Philippines doesn't get Sky, there's going to be a problem here. So Sea Halberd is also the next item that he picks up. That's going to be great to deal with this Angela healing now.
Oh, no. Forsaken just caught there, overextending. Oh, Feather Airstrike, though, will deal a lot of damage to Kanon. That's going to be Hard Guard coming in clutch. Minion Fury now popped as well. Will be able to escape for now. Let's get to the base turret now. Targeted. Oh, the mobility is nasty from the side of the Philippines, and they will get that base turret top side.
Oh, they had to look for it, though, Gani. I mean, again, you're seeing this, like, you would think for Philippines, it's like, all right, we can easily get into this base, but they are needing to juggle around the ultimates that they have. A Feathered Airstrike going to be dropped down. I think they just want to get this mid turret, but they won't be able to. They still have to respect the fact that, again, they could get set into a non-favorable position with a R-Lot across the table from them. And that's the thing. Like, as long as Flicker is there for PRX Forsaken, he can go ahead and make a play. But again, you're just kind of waiting this out. You need to wait to see if you have that fighting capability. Yes, the damage is there for Brunei, but it's like they don't have the front line durability yet, because Yenny, I think Yenny's first item was the Flask of the Oasis. I'm not sure if Yenny was able to pick up one before that. But that's the main thing. And honestly, they're better off just defending in their base until they get to that point.
Yeah, the thing is the composition of Brunei. They have range, right? With Farsa, with Granger, but Philippines, a lot of gap closers, man, and overwhelming the composition, the formation of Brunei. That's the main key here for Philippines.
Okay. So at this point, they gotta wait for this Lord to come up. Lord's making his way top side. Philippines will look to get this mid turret down. It's only a couple hits away. Saison rolls up in the front, jumps on in.
That's gonna be Yenny. Targeted. Feather Airstrike popped early. Lord is still healthy. That's going to be Minunor Flicker popping 4, but not enough damage. That's going to be, oh my goodness, the Lapu doing work. Archangel as well. That's going to be Requitiano, though, finishing up the main base. Ladies and gentlemen, we got our first game.
All right, that's game number 1 in the hands of the Philippines there. Again, a strong showing. That was a quickish game, I would say. You know, a quick game for the Philippines to take game 1, but Connie, I think it was the Angelo, man. The Angelo was just too good of a pick to help this lineup.
I agree. It just supplements the composition very nice here. The only Crown here got the first hurdle, and then they lose out on the fight, which is just more beneficial for the side of the Philippines.
Yeah, and it started here. It started early on. You know, as you look at the highlights here from match 1, and that was the thing. Like, especially in this is where you see that combination of the Angela and even the Jushin like work so well together, and the zoning potential of that, and just how mobile this lineup was really hard to deal with. And I mentioned that in the draft. You know, I was like, the amount of mobility that is going to come through with these picks for Philippines is what is going to be difficult to deal with, especially again once you get into the base. It's like that's where it's maybe the easiest for Brunei to try to defend in, but it was just kind of like Philippines just had to force themselves in, you know, and eventually get the win here. But I do want to commend Sky. Sky did a really good job on the Granger here. I feel like it was just unfortunate that the rest of the team struggled, you know, in the other lanes. And, you know, even Amara did quite a bit of damage on this far, so it was a great pick, but I don't know, just the shielding from an Angela, the healing that comes with it too, was really tough to deal with until eventually it was too late, you know, to see Halbert even being picked up later on by Sky. So, yeah, it was a little bit too much sustainability to deal with.
Yeah, it's just so overwhelming, and the Philippines knew how to play this draft, right? Played it to perfection, and you know that after Granger, after Farsa picked up, Lapu-Lapu is such a value pick, and you could see even from the items here. Oh, Lapu-Lapu, okay. Or Axe Radiant, so not even Queen's Wings. He opted to more of a defensive sort of, you know what, let's just be direct. I want to go in, I want to cancel out the Feather Airstrike more often. And that's going to be the approach. And you can see quite typical itemization, I gotta say.
Yeah, I was wondering this about Yenny earlier on. You know, all that he was able to really get was the Flask of the Oasis. I know he had like Dreadnought armor, like we call this like kind of like chop suey at this point, you know, steel plates and everything else. But he just didn't. He like, again, the Flask of the Oasis is not going to be enough to kind of help deal with all of the pressure and like the damage that was also showing up from Philippines. And, you know, we see this in a lot of cases where, again, your utility or like your roam, if you're almost forced in a position where like you're just there to kind of like heal, set things up. Because again, Minoan Fury is great. Like the ultimate from the Minotaur is great. But even if you got the knockups, like, are you able to capitalize on that? They weren't in the earlier part of the game. Now, again, if this game extended for another, if they were able to defend maybe for another 5 minutes or get to the 20-minute mark, then I think it could have been a little bit of a different story where there was a potential to turn things around. Because again, you have to, it's very apparent. Like Sky was doing good in the lane. Sky had damage on the Granger. Amara, it's a Farsa by all means. Like her value is from start to finish. You know, like Farsa's always going to be like feathered airstrike damage is always going to be good, and even just the threat of the, you know, that radius of the feathered airstrike. So again, I want to say their lineup, I feel like, was just not, they didn't have the opportunity to come online quick enough. And that was probably also just the game plan of Philippines, where it's like, we'll just go for it. We'll play with the sustainability that we have. We'll put pressure with, once that level 4 came online, because that was the thing, Gani. Once that hard card was available, that's when all the you know, pieces started to fall in place for Philippines. And that's what you do with an Angela, right? You're not really going to do too much without her being level 4, you know? So once that was available, they really put pressure on the objectives. And so great game 1. We are going to be taking a short break before we go to game 2. Right now it's match point for the Philippines against Brunei. It's been nice, Gani. We'll be back after the break. And we are back. Welcome back after a little short break there. Again, a little breather for our players, of course, for us, and you guys watching at home. It's me, Naisu, and Donnie here for day number 3. Again, the Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers. We just got done with game 1, Donnie. What'd you think about it? On.
I think the early Granger and Farsa pickup responded very well from the side of the Philippines. They responded with just one hero lap when that is already more than enough to disrupt the formation. Add on to that, they got the Baxia, the Zushin, Irithel, and the Angela. So from the drafts, they executed perfectly, and of course, gameplay as well.
I think the big factor was the Angela. Like, I think that was such a clutch last pick, yeah. When we got to the draft there, because I mean the lineup was already good. We were talking about that in the draft, but like the Angela was kind of like the, what they say, like the cherry on top. You know, it was the cherry on top of that lineup, just because, again, the threat of having a heart guard when you needed it, and to force these like fights around the turtle early, or the lord later on, or even just in the lanes, really played its part. Now, that's Philippines, and like we were saying leading into this, like this is what what we just saw is very, I feel like, expected. And I say expected because like Philippines will take that lineup, especially if the Angela is open, with an Irithel and a Baxia, a lineup, mind you, that is meant to just run around, yeah, and like, you know, cause chaos because it's all from different angles. Now, the thing is, even if they didn't pick up the Angela, it still would have been a good draft. Now for Brunei, I think even then, it's like you look at what they did in the draft, you look at the game itself. There were moments where they had good moments. Most of that was Sky, though, I will say. You know, commendable to Sky there on the Granger. I think even if he gets a Granger again, or maybe he won't. I don't know. Like maybe we'll see Philippines like do that in the draft. Like they'll target Sky here, Donnie. I don't know. Like that might be one of the things. What is Brunei? What else do you think they can do better to have a better shot in game 2?
Okay, I think they need to not open all their cards earlier. I mean, for the first phase, right? I think
like it was too honest. Yeah,
it was too honest and direct, and also they are just showing their cards. Hey, we want to play with range, right? With the Farsa Granger early pickup, I think they need to mix and match more for game 2, and yeah, just hope for the best and hope for, let's say, Philippines, you know, make a mistake and then capitalize on it. And let's see. I mean, we saw how not a lot, but I think we saw that the Philippines, when they are ahead, when they are in the lead, they will extend or they will force a fight. And sometimes, you know, maybe, just maybe, if you can catch that, maybe that might be beneficial for Brunei. So keep an eye on to that. And yeah, I guess just play more reactively still. I don't think you can play proactive going up against Philippines. So I think play more reactive, you know, just funnel to your, let's say, gold, mid laner, and hope for the best.
I think that was the problem though, man. Like I feel like even if they chose in the first game to like, let's just say they played a little more reactive, like Philippines lineup allowed them to force them to react, or yeah, you know, to like, and that's why I was saying the power there was the Baxia, the Angela, the Irithel eventually. I mean, even the Jushin to an extent. Just because those heroes all allow you to fight under the turret. Like you can't even be safe under the turret. You know what I mean? With that kind of lineup. So I think in the sense, obviously I agree with you there with Brunei. I think if they're able to get a lineup that allows them to kind of step back a little bit and maybe play their game. Again, for a lot of us that might be the first time seeing Brunei, it's like, we got to see what their play style is. This might be one of those cases where it's like, they play for a specific player. You mentioned funneling. You mentioned, like even for us, we call it like the 4-and-1 lineup, where they're really playing for the gold laner. I think that's like the big thing here. We see this with a lot of teams, though. Like, it is a strategy that can work. But we're going to jump into the draft for game 2 here. We'll see if we're able to get through a game 3, if Brunei can make those adjustments that Gani and I have been talking about, or if Philippines gets the sweep here. And, I think a big part of this, again, is what we see them prioritize. I still think we see Kalea Fanny banned, CC 1-1. I don't think that's going to change too much. I don't know if Brunei wants to... Like, that's the thing now. After seeing game 1, it's like, some teams really don't go for the Angela ban or, something like that. I almost want to see Brunei, if it's open, take the Baksha for one.
Ooh.
Like, take the Baksha. I'm just not 100% if, like, how maybe, like, again, how Crown feels on that. Like, Crown didn't do too bad on the Joy. It was more so, again, like, with Joy, it's a little tough because you're much squishier, than in comparison to a Baksha. Yes, you have, like, you have mobilities to get out, but we saw Crown get chased down multiple times, even when he used the electrifying beats and was trying to get away, So we'll see if they use this last ban first phase for a Fanny, unless Crown is planning to play a Fanny, Mr. Gani.
Oh, that is cheeky. That is going to be cheeky. Or perhaps they might force the Philippines to ban that Fanny out, unless they want to take a risk and let that Fanny go. So yeah, in case you missed it, Brunei and Philippines, they do not switch sides from game 1, so it's still the same sides. And last time around, Brunei, they did not went for the Baksha.
It's open so far.
It's still open for now. So let's see the adjustments here. Will it change? Yeah, I mean, Fanny, they're asking the question towards the Philippines. Hey, are you going to ban the Fanny out, or are you going to leave it open?
I would like to see this, Gotti. I'm not going to lie. Okay, it's open. Take the Fanny, Brunei. Just maybe Crown has it in him. Maybe he's a Fanny specialist. Again, there isn't that much information that you can see online from Brunei's team, their players. And, it might be one of those things where it's like, hey, we're playing against a team like the Philippines, this powerhouse team. We might as well go comfort picks. Now, is Fanny on question? Because I think if it's not picked up here, granted, there's still a lot of good options, that you can pick up. Baksha, like I mentioned, the Fovius, for example. The Farsa, there's the Baksha. So I'll still say I like it. You get the Baksha. This is a good step in the right direction for game 2. Now, my question is, does Philippines take it now?
The Fanny.
That it's open,
Yeah. I mean, let's see. I don't think they will first pick it per se, especially when the Baksha is already shown. But hey, great adjustments, right? Technically, Brunei, they took out 2 heroes from game 1, Zushin being Zushin, a band, and they steal the Baksha away. So, okay, Philippines. I mean, Selena. You go, Selena. When in doubt, you go, Selena.
All right. These are 2 solid choices. Lapu Lapu still. Yeah. I almost want to say, like, Lapu Lapu is in a position, Gani, where he's, like, almost contender for maybe the best XP laner right now.
Oh.
I don't know if you agree with that. Like, how do you feel about that? I think Lapu Lapu is actually, like, after seeing especially opening weekend, professional league and everything else, like, I think Lapu Lapu might be the best XP laner. Like, yeah, I think I would say that right now. For me, this is a personal opinion, guys. Personal opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't personally agree 100%, but I do.
Who's your best? Who's your best? Oh, there's a Fanny, by the way.
Okay, after seeing the Novaria and the Granger, yeah, let's commit to a Fanny, right? Seems like Sky, by the way, will commit to another Granger. So it seems like.
Wait, Gani, who's your best XP?
Best EXP. Back to that topic, I think I'd have to argue. Man, there's a lot of options there because there's glue. If you're a power with glue, it's just so annoying. And But I think Lapu Lapu is definitely top 3. Definitely.
He's my top pick because now, off the top of my head, it's like Blue, CC, Fulvius. Yeah, they're all good. They're all great. But like Lapu Lapu, I feel like has the biggest like ceiling. Yeah, skill. I was like, skill ceiling.
Yeah.
But he's also got the most potential to make the most type of plays as an XP laner. I mean, think about how many times you see a flicker setup of the Bravest Fighter, or like the stun that he has, like, you know, or the fact that he can, he has such a flexible build path too. Not only that, but he's able to just tank up so much damage, and especially with the emblems that they roll with, he's able to heal back up a lot with the Festival of Blood, Brave Smite combo and everything else. But then he can also pump out a ton of damage. Like, that's why this guy, Lapu Lapu, is, for me personally, again, personal opinion, there's my little disclaimer out there, because there's probably going to be some people in the chat saying otherwise, who the XP laners is. Well, that's mine. Lapu Lapu is insane.
I think you might have convinced me a little, because if you really think about it, he is the most complete EXP laner. There's immunity, there's crowd control, you can tank, you can go damage. I mean, there's damage as well, and very strong early game, solid mid game, and overall a very complete EXP laner, I'd have to agree. It seems like Philippines, they agree with you, right? They pick up Lapu Lapu, technically first pick from Red. So yeah. Fans, though, the Cho is here. So the classic Cho, Selena, mid and roam.
Will Brunei take a Kufra? Because I just feel like Philippines took the Cho, of course, like, because they didn't want to get it, they didn't want to have it picked up to deal with the Fanny. Now, you know, there's very few specific heroes that can do well. Julian,
Ruby, or if they're more comfortable with the Ruby, perhaps Rome. Not too popular these days, but it's also
this
annoying.
is a
Julian.
Is this a Rome? Is he gonna go XP? I was thinking Rome Boxer, maybe Julian Jungle, but in Iesf.
All right, I think
Iesf could go XP, or she could roam. Like, this is interesting. But I'm assuming Julian Jungle, Boxer, Rome, Iesf XP. Last pick, a Recrutiano special. By the way, the Claude here. I will say this, Gami. I like Brunei's lineup better here for game 2.
Ooh, interesting. Interesting.
Wait, I'm saying I like it better than first game.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. There you go. There you have it. Right, Amara. It's gonna be Julian mid, sir. It is going to be Julian mid.
Julian mid.
Forsaken on that Edith will fill that EXP lane. So
roll Novaria. Okay. It's been a while since we've seen this, Gani. Like roll Novaria?
Yeah, really has. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So interesting. But yeah, mind you, all 5 heroes from the side of the Philippines can dive. So somehow similar from their drafts or composition from first game, but this time it's with the Claude that can be in BMI to the middle of the fight.
Well, okay. You guys watching along with us can let us know what you think has the better draft. Is it Brunei for game 2, or is it going to be Philippines this time around for game 2 to get the sweep? I know a lot of people are always excited to see a Fanny in play, regardless of who is playing it. Now, for Seisan, he loves this hero. We've seen it pop up already a couple times, of course, here in the region for the professional league. So here's one of the things, though. We see the Fanny struggle early flicker, though. So we get that out from Lamara, but you know, if you want to make a Fanny struggle, put pressure on the jungle. Oh
no, Forsaken, still able to get out. Arcangel, almost gets that first blood. But yeah, you were talking about the Fanny. I gotta agree that there is that window, right, where you need to just keep your purple buff safe, and once you lose control of that area, it's going to be tougher for that Fanny to have an impact, or perhaps give out the same impact with when you have that purple buff.
It's a whole lot of gold as well. Going over to Canon. Unigo?
I'm on. No flicker. That's going to be info. Oh, the outplay by Amara finds not just one, but finds the early double.
Not the wrinkles. Oh my goodness. Amara just styling after that. I mean, you sometimes, you forget that the Julian is, I don't want to say he's busted, but like, he somehow does a ton of damage that he has in his kit, even this early on. But for the turtle, though, they're going to fight for it.
Oh, it's going to be the retribution. No, neither for junglers. That's going to be Saison, though. Silent on the tables, 1 HP. Crown falling first. That's going to be Lapu taken down, but the way of Dragon will lock Forsaken down. Ooh,
good
downtown.
shot.
Yenny finds a double.
That is just projectile being thrown everywhere, Connie.
Yeah, it is crazy from the get-go. What, not even 3 minutes, we got already 7 kills in total.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. I was like, the current meta we have now is so brawly. I think a lot of people are just really happy to see that though too, and that's nice to have. You have these early fights breaking out, these early skirmishes breaking out, and it's nice to see. But man, Amara gets another.
That's a solo. Way of Dragon will lock him down. Great way to avenge your teammate now.
Flicker.
That's going to be Flicker spent by Yenny. And that will be all. Both mid laners all in.
I wouldn't mind seeing more Julian mid, it's not something that you see that often in the competitive scene. I know you see Julian pop up sometimes, of course, in your own ranked games, but yeah, for the most part, I've seen him just kind of parked in the jungle. You see he's topping the damage meters too, for now, quite a bit as well. Like, I mean, look how far ahead he is against even Saison. So that will continue to scale up here for Amara. Nail is going to land, but Angel isn't going to go into that. That's one of the advantages, though, too. I think if you look at this lineup for Brunei, it's like they can play around some of the, I want to call it like gimmickness that Julian has. Like, oh, he gets arrowed, though.
Oh, no, 4 members on the collapse. Saison jumps in as well, Forsaken. No chance. Oh, that's Yenny missing that projectile as well. But yeah, 2 members now deleted. So Philippines, they are quick to respond here. 4 minutes in. Let's see. Yeah, it seems like they will not have a problem collecting the objective. So for now, at least Naisu, it's Philippines slowly but surely getting back control. Saison, look under the turret. This might be a mistake. Too ambitious perhaps, but yeah, no real punishment there.
Meanwhile, XP laners just going out of here, but yeah, Saison will do that. Again, you tend to see this with Fanny players that are very confident in their ability to, get out of these tight positions if they have to, but he's going to grab his buffs. He's going to need those for this next fight, and now we have to see what Brunei wants to respond to. A lot of the times it's been in this mid lane, for the most part here, so we'll see where they rotate. One of the other things too is having a Navaria provides you that good amount of vision. Now the Selena almost does a very similar effect to that. You get quite a bit of information across the map with the traps, of course the arrows. The Novaria also late game scales up really, really well here. So I think I really want to see how Brunei plays with the macro. Like if they get enough pressure and information to actually capitalize off of it. This top turret looks to be the focus though. As turtle will be up in about 35 here. They're gonna make a play.
Oh no, Forsaken. Oh, look at the crowd control.
Wow.
That's a lot of chain CC indeed. Turret though will still stand for now, and yeah, I mean Brunei, one thing I don't mind the way they are playing right now, but they need to take care of the Claude, man. I mean the Claude is just farming up a storm. 4.4k gold already.
That's what Requitiana loves to do on the Claude. Yeah, like he's just gonna chill for the most part in his own lane, farm up I like to call it the gold lane experience. He's just going to do that, farm up, and then eventually, like when he gets his, once he gets his like 3 items, he's like, oh, I'm all good to go, you know. And I hope Blazing do it in 15, and then Saison can usually clean up with that and everything else. So yeah, you're right. Brunei needs to do something about Rekutiano, but I think they're just trying to answer all this pressure around the objectives because it's Philippines just going for it. So last turtle game, they're 3 for 3 for the turtles here for the Philippines. They'll lock that in. Keep an eye on Unigo. Where is he going to go, actually? He does have a flicker available alongside with a kick. He's been setting things up. And it might be up to Brunei to try to make a play in the mid lane here. They're all around together. That's the thing. They're just staying together as a team. And I'm not sure if that's really what you want to do at this point, because look what's happening to your map. You know, you're already losing the tier 1s on the top and the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it's what, 60-40 map-wise here. Oh, beautiful way of Dragon Flicker combination. Forsaken will not survive, even though he spent his Flicker. Wow, that's a great setup there, again, by the Philippines.
Man, Gani, I've been playing Mlbb for like 7 years, whenever it came out, and I'll never get tired of seeing the Cho combination, man.
Thanks,
like,
man.
that one is just, it's so clean with the kick and the ultimate. And you love to see it. I know Forsaken doesn't, because it's happened to him multiple times already, and it's such a clean layering of crowd control, like you mentioned. Kanon's gonna jump on in. I'm not sure if he's just trying to mess with them or they're gonna fight.
Oh no, Fanny's gone up, Saison! Find will not be able to survive this time around as Brunei finds the window to take him down. Not too much of a punishment though, because technically no shutdown points were collected, and yeah, Philippines finds another objective on the board. Oh, Unigo might be a little bit too deep here, stunned up. Cannon trying to recover. That's the Blazing Duet. Unigo still falls. That's gonna be the stun though, connecting to Amara. Canon trying to be the sandbag. Arrow connects onto Edith. Canon sidestepping. Arcangel finds the connection to take Forsaken down.
Do you see why I'm saying this lot for lot with my favorite XP later? Canon bought so much time. Again, just jumping on in, but also Inigo. Like, this is what I was saying. When he had that flicker and that kick available, he's going to try to make a play. Part of that idea was to just go ahead and zone them out because they were taking the purple buff over from Brunei. But then it was like, all right, well, the kick didn't go the angle that I wanted it to. So we're forced to fight, but then he knew that the rest of the Philippines was going to be there, and they showed up. And like I said, Rekutiano's just been farming up the whole game. He finally got to jump on in, you know, and mind you, he still only has DHS Corrosive Sight. So now he gets the Golden Staff. Now he's got the Trinity here for the Gold Laners for this Claude. I'm not sure if Bruno...
Wow, I mean, Philippines now with the Lord, they're taking it slow. They do not want to push things too much, and let's see.
Oof.
Land.
All right, let's see if they do go for it.
Okay, seems like the Lord is pretty much healthy top lane, and Arcangel looking for a connection from that arrow. Taking it slow here, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like Brunei will not. Oh, that's a great stun. That's gonna be Crown though in trouble. Unigo, calm, collected. Oh, that's a flicker. I don't think this is the right play though. Unigo very low. He's just surviving, sidestepping, and Saison finds an angle to find a kill. Edith goes down for 6th time.
Okay, now into the base they go here. The base turret's gonna go down. It was good initiation and everything else, but I don't know, Gami. This is looking similar, you know, similar of a situation where Brunei is just left to go ahead and try to defend in the base here.
Yeah, one base turret down as well. It's not looking too good for the side of Brunei here. As Philippines, okay, that's an arrow. Landed on Crown. Oh my goodness, Saison looking for a cheeky kill. Doesn't really find the connection there. Too tanky still. But the base turret in the mid lane. Oh, that's a connection. Unigo will buy enough time for the rest of the members to take the base turret down.
Okay, 2 turrets down. Philippines has, what is it? Quick maths. 8,000 gold lead at this point. No, almost a 10,000. And you can see the difference in terms of items falling into place too, especially, again, look at Saison. He's got that blade, the Malefic Roar, the War Axe. He's got a little bit of defense
Hmm.
to go ahead and help him out too. And notice, again, this is a very different build for Canon. He went Radiant Armor, he's got the Brute Force and then War Axe. Working on his next, he's tanky enough himself that he's able to just kind of jump into these fights because he knows he might be the guy to tank up some of the damage either from Sky or Amara if he has to. That's what that Radiant Armor helps him with. So even Repetiano picks up a winner crown. Then you got the Genius Wand in up here for Angel. So lures up. They're going to go ahead and start it up, but I think Brunei's in this position, Gani, where they kind of just have to wait. They're going to have to wait in the base and hope to be able to defend or possibly win the fight and turn things around here. But
It's
again,
similar.
it's a very similar situation.
Yeah, I was about to say it's similar situation for Brunei here. Some would argue worse in this game since
Yeah.
two base turrets already out. This might be the final push. This might be enough for Philippines to close out the series.
We'll see if they can do just that. Again, Lord making its way in the mid. They hold on to that one base turn to the bottom side, but Brunei is going to have to pull out a miracle to defend against this massive lead for the Philippines.
Take a look at Unigo, looking for an opening. He has the Flicker and the Way of Dragon. Oh, there you go. That's going to be Edith. Oh, Saison doesn't really find the right connection there. Crown, though. Puissance looking for the fight. That's the BMI winner crown by Requitiano. And that will be enough to take Forsaken down. That's going to be Crown, though. And the rest of the members, but Arcangel finds a window to take Yenny down. Another arrow. Oh, my goodness. Arcangel. Double kill. Finds it, and that's going to be Brunei just slowly but surely, desperately trying to defend this one. Requitiano is in the vicinity alongside Saison. Do they have the waves? Not yet. That's an arrow lands. Sky deleted. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be a clean series. 2-0. Congratulations, Philippines.
Oh my goodness. The ending there, it almost looked like Brunei was able to buy themselves some time to stay in the game, Donnie, but Arcangel with the Selena was just off on the corners, throwing out arrows, landing a couple, because Requitiano was so low after that Winner's Crown Blazing Duet combo that he had to go back, heal back up by getting some of the jungle, and then join the fight when they probably got the information, hey, they're actually pretty low, So
Yeah.
a great ending there that we got to see. Again, that was really styling for Amara. Unfortunately, that was going to be short-lived. This Julian works really well in the early game, has a ton of damage early on, but once the items come into place and once some of that magic defense is built up, it's not going to look as much. And then again, just when it came to the macro level, playing around the map, getting the objectives early on, that's where Brunei lacked. They lost those early tier 1 turrets, top and bottom, and it was tough to kind of get control back from that. Again, looks like we're going to have a successful defense. Requitiano winning crowns right there, gets low enough, has to go back. There's still 4 members alive. But look at the arrows from Arcangel. Goes in, it gets that kill from No-Tail. Will swing forward, and then gets Amara, and then fires off from here. And that's when they're like, hey, we can actually end this right now. So that was amazing. I mean, it was probably an instance where we could have seen the game extended a little bit longer, but Philippines knew to end it there. And hats off to Arcangel and the Selena. This is, great to see. But again, I think it was just a combination of so many heroes that worked really well for the Philippines. And like I said, I like Brunei's composition a little bit more here for game 2. It's just, again, the macro was the difference, I think, again, for game 2.
Yeah, I think the macro and towards the mid, I think the micro comes into play as well. And that last sequence, Naisu, I gotta be honest with you, that was all Arcangel. Just finding the right arrows, finding the right openings as well, and that opens up things for the rest of the remaining members of Philippines to just destroy the main base. And Brunei, yeah, that was almost a great defense and perhaps might delay the game, but unfortunately, once Sky was deleted, was out of the picture, it was just inevitable. Philippines will crack that base, and yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary from that itemization, I believe. But
Yep.
yeah, I mean, Philippines, 13 minutes this time round, so it's a little bit longer, no?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a longer game, but again, it was, like you mentioned, it's a combination of the macro decisions that Philippines made, and then
Yeah.
down to that team fighting, the micro plays there too. So, but again, that's something we expect from the Philippines. Like anytime it's the Philippines playing, like that's what you can expect. So it's always a challenge for the teams that are playing against teams like the Philippines, and playing like this, it looks like they want to go ahead and get the shot at another championship when we eventually get there. And it's just like, again, they're in the situation where Philippines, like the gameplay looks really clean, and you kind of have to wonder for the teams that are going to go against them, what's the game plan? How did they get to that point and everything else to potentially even take a game? Like we got to start there, like take a game off the Philippines because right now they are currently on a roll. And for Brunei, I think again they showed some good moments there. It's just, I guess it really just comes down to the decision making within the game itself. So it was great to see them, play, but unfortunate enough that they just couldn't get weren't really able to find like their stride in either game 1 or game 2. But I do like the draft better, for game 2. I'll stick by that. And I think even to see Sky and Amara, both of those players really stood out from game 1, game 2. And, this time around, it was kind of the same thing, man. It was like we didn't get to see Sky do similar things that we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I think it was just too much for the Bruneian side to hold off. But yeah, again, just well done. And I believe seeing just from that 2 drafts at least, right? It's the meta. I believe it's not really much of a difference from their region, right? You see some sort of heroes, at least no real surprises yet, or perhaps at least for this match. So yeah, well done. Hopefully we might see a different taste or different heroes later on. But I mean, Brunei, I really like your style, at least gameplay wise. The way you adjusted from the draft from game 1, game 2 is also commendable, right? You immediately banned out the Zushin, seeing it was a real problem in game 1, take out the Baksha. You really tried to adjust your game plan, playing the Novarias and whatnot. But unfortunately, the Philippine side on paper and also IRL is just too strong.
That it is. And that was our first match. Again, guys, we still have 3 matches for you guys today. We're going to be taking a break, though, before we get to our second match. So sit tight. It's me, Naisu, Gani. We'll be back after the break.
After a convincing series in our opening match of the day, the Philippines won 2-0. Very strong, very convincing, as expected. Welcome back, though, to Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers. It's not going to be me alone, it's going to be me and Naisu. What's up?
What's up? I looked at you. Perfect time, man. I looked at you right when you pointed at me. Quick first series, quick first match.
Yeah.
Like we mentioned earlier, Gani, we have 4 matches for you guys today. The Philippines ones was a quick one, but again, it was nice to see Brunei, I feel like, compete again. They had, little moments of what worked for them, and then, of course, again, you're up against a team like the Philippines. That's going to be really difficult in general for a lot of the teams out here, or even just in the professional league, So, yeah, hats off to Brunei for giving it their best, but Philippines moves on with a 2-0 sweep. Now we get to go ahead and focus on our next matchup here. And I think this one, Gani, is going to be exciting, honestly, because this is Myanmar versus Thailand. And as I mentioned earlier, if you remember, Gani, I was like, Thailand surprisingly went to 20-minute games with the Philippines. I think it was 20 minutes and 23 minutes. But they did get swept. But I think if you can go the distance like that, these longer games, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, especially from a country that is not really popular if you're talking about Mlbb. So yeah, hats off again, Thailand. You improved, but hey, let's talk about the roster from Myanmar. All right, we got King Flash, we got Jun, we got Nico, we got Kun, we got Boye as well. So Myanmar, another, I guess, region that I feel like is already very, very popular in the Mlbb scene. It is on paper going to have an advantage to their side, but hey, you can't get too comfortable because you mentioned Thailand. They went 20-minute game against Philippines, arguably the strongest in this tournament. So yeah, gotta prepare yourself, Myanmar.
Yeah, I think so. Again, you got to remember that these are familiar names for a lot of people that watch the international tournaments, and for a lot of people that would have been back when we saw them with for MSC for Mythic Seal. So let's see how this Myanmar team performs, because I know that they had a pretty good game earlier in the days here. Now up against them, of course, this is a team roster for Thailand. You have Frong, you have Yo, you have Note, you have Cha, and you have Sun. And even for Thailand, Thailand in general is a region that I feel like, for some people that have been watching out there, you don't get to see too many teams from Thailand kind of on these international stages and everything else, unless you're watching some of these, like Iesf, like I was saying, we get to see some of Thailand, but their rosters over the course of time have changed and everything else. But one thing I will say is that play style of Thailand, they like to go ahead and play a little scrappy, maybe even to, in a sense, sometimes it might be a little unorthodox. Now, the lineups that they brought against the Philippines, again, like I was saying when we were in that draft, was they went for the Novarias, they went for the YSS. They like to pick some of these standard picks, but then they have their own flavor on it. Because again, Novaria is not a hero that you see as often anymore as we used to, for example. But they also played the Grok twice. So I think when we get to the bans eventually, when we get to the draft, Gani, we are going to see some of those targeted bans, because they nearly went with the same back-to-back composition against the Philippines. I think the only difference they had was the XP lane. They swapped in Esmeralda and Uranus. So yeah, I don't know. I think you're going to see targeted bans, but hopefully we get to see them perform well against Myanmar,
which makes this upcoming match more interesting, right? You can see the Thai flavor already yesterday or a couple of days ago, and we might see it again with the mix of Myanmar. And well, let's not yap too long as we enter the draft here, ladies and gentlemen, as Thailand will have the blue side and Myanmar will have the red. It seems like so far the bans are quite conventional here. Not too often that we see a blue side panning out Zushin. So this shows that they're opening their cards, that they're not really comfortable playing around or approaching with that mid lane Zushin.
Yeah, I think this is I think it's one of those picks where like you won't see the Jushin banned out too many times. Now, she kind of, it was weird because like Jushin was so strong for a while, you know, and then she kind of fell off, and then she became more of like this niche pick for some teams in some regions that still like to utilize her. Now I know we just saw her in the last draft too, but she still takes some work to make it come together. Now, this could also mean that maybe Thailand is possibly looking to grab the Farsa. I would like to see them pick up something other than Novaria, like I mentioned, that they played before. But maybe they go for the Farsa first pick here on the blue side. They did take out the Kalea. Myanmar, on the other hand, a team that is known for their aggressiveness, that likes to play fast, will probably kind of go for, you know, some of those bigger picks. If one of these teams leave YSS open, though, it's probably going to be the main contention.
All right, it's going to be auto-picked, right? I think YSS is quite expensive for both, but another specific ban. I think this is just Myanmar doing their homework, doing their thing, and also signifies that perhaps they might want to play around the assassins, right? That's going to be a very specific here, Ruby ban. Let's see here, Thailand, what do they respond with? Again, a lot of pryos still on the board here. We saw how Baksha was just still a prio pick, even though not really, doesn't really come to fruition when we talk about Brunei. But yeah, Baksha is still on the board here. So let's see, Thailand, one last man's gonna be the Baksha. So again, just showing their cards here that they're not really comfortable with the conventional first picks. Are they going for like the Arlets, or like you mentioned, the Farsa?
That's a good, like, we have to see where Thailand's going with this. The fact that they ban out the Baksha, like, again, these are all like great hero picks that come out for a lot of the teams in the early phases and that first phase of the picks. This is, from Myanmar, is more so of like, these are targeted bans. That's what I was saying. Like, when they saw how Thailand played in their previous matches, the Ruby was picked up both times. The Wan again is a hero that's some teams just don't want to deal with. Like, it's that simple. And then the CC is a power pick in the XP lane. So this will tell us, like, if they're going to go with the Farsa, the YSS is open. So that, I think that might be the main contention here, because you could take the Farsa here, but then most likely Myanmar might take it up. Lancelot as well. Like, either of those heroes are going to work for either of these teams, honestly. So you kind of have to like decide for Thailand what is worth taking in that first pick, just because, again, that's why teams really like that red side, you know. So hey, you mentioned the Arlot, Gani. They go with the Arlot. Now, still flex. We don't 100% know if it's going to go Roam, if it's going to go XP. But right now, they leave that. That's the advantage that Thailand wants to play with on their first pick. Let's at least just pick up one of the heroes that we could still flex.
I mean, keep in mind, they did take their time to pick up that first pick, so it seems like they were discussing, right, what are we going to go for, because you mentioned YSS still on the board. Seems like they opted for that Arlot. It's more expensive to them to have the enabler. It's still a flex, but I still feel like it's 70% EXP. Just be that enabler jungler, enabler EXP laner. Wow, Myanmar, conventional pryos, right? Farsas, especially when the Jushin isn't around, Farsa is more likely to go surface. And with that, combine it with the Lancelot, it's arguably tough against an Arlot. But hey, if you are that confident, go with it.
Farsa is the quality, like I was always saying, like quality first pick for the mid lane. I'm not sure if there would be, like, currently that I would say is a better mid laner right now. Like, Farsa's probably at the top there, still #1 spot. So you can see this, the answer right now from Thailand. They'll go with the Gatakancha, and then they lock in their gold lane. They don't want to get narrowed down too much there. They pick up the Mozkov, and then the Uranus over here for Myanmar to have that kind of front line that they're going to need. It's weird, man, because Gani, like, I don't know about you, but at least for us here over in the Philippines too, Uranus has kind of fallen off. You know, pre-international MSC, like
Yeah.
everybody thought he was going to be this big, strong pick, and there was even talk like he would work multi-role, like he was even put in the jungle a couple times. But it's like, you know, is this mainly just to go ahead and have this like front line sandbag essentially, which is what Uranus is, you know, which will give enough space for the Farsa and the Lancelot to work and do their magic.
I think that is the case here for Myanmar, especially as of now. Most likely, he is going up against Arlet here. Can definitely play the cut lane style of play. But yeah, I get you. I don't really.
Yeah.
I'm not really a fan of the Uranus, especially now after the adjustment before MSC. So that's also one of the reasons why we have not been seeing Uranus being picked up left and right. But so far, see, for the side of Myanmar, hey, let's limit the junglers. YSS still open, so let's just ban it out alongside that with the Fanny. Makes sense. They are lacking in crowd control, so going up against an assassin is going to be a handful. Let's see though. Thailand, will they commit to another gold laner? Because they can mix and match here with another set upper, but no, they will opt for Herald. So yeah, it's straightforward. Hey, you have not picked the jungler, let's ban it out. You have not picked the gold laner, let's limit that too.
So I wonder what this will be, like gold lane option, because the Harith, the Granger are gone, the 1-1 as well. They could probably still go with like a Claude, a Bruno. Bruno was banned out earlier, and we see some teams pick it up. You could also go with a carry. We have seen carry work in some instances. Also helps with some of the shredding down of like these tankier heroes, and there's one of them that I mentioned. The Bruno will come through. Again, this is one of the gold laners that works out really well, especially when you're just kind of you're in this position where it's like you need, I don't know, for Bruno I would say like 2 items. You're in a good fighting position.
Yeah.
He might have a little bit of, I think the main thing with the Moskov Bruno matchup is like, how does that early game go? I almost expect, you know, some of the pressure from a Moskov to be there, but then that other decision is, are you able to join these objective fights? And I think that's always the thing for Bruno. Like, if you leave him in the lane, too, because most likely Moskov is going to be joining the fights with the Spear of Destruction, Bruno will either rotate, like, he has that choice. Like, do I rotate, or do I just knock down this turret? Usually that's what we see. So, here's one of the top picks, though. This is a top pick for Thailand. They love the Novaria, and, of course, they go with the Hayabusa. This is about... I would say as similar as you can go when the YSS was banned out, because that's what they played twice in their previous match, so they go with the Hayabusa. So overall, the game plan here for Thailand is very similar to what we saw previously. They changed a few things, but I think they like to really play around the vision that Novaria brings.
Yeah, it is going to be tough, and with the, I guess before the Badang pickup, the crowd control was very lacking from the side of Myanmar, so it just makes sense to add the Hayabusa. Plus, you have a legit target on that Farsa and Bruno. But with the Badang, it just begs the question, right? Is the crowd control enough during 5v5s, during 4v4s? Because a lot to play around with Thailand's composition, with the AOG, with Arlet final / SOD, surprise attack. So yeah, roster-wise, composition, I gotta lean more towards the Thailand side here, Thai side for game 1.
You're leaning for Thailand, right?
Yeah.
All right, you're gonna go Thailand for game 1. I will go with Myanmar. Now, the only reason why I say that is because I think the amount of damage that they can show in the early game, all the way to the late game. Like, early game, it's Farsa and Lancelot. Then eventually, if they survive, then the Bruno becomes like this big damage profile later on. That's kind of like point and click damage, you know? So, I don't know. Let's see how that plays out here in game 1.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, of course, welcome to the Land of Dawn. Game 1 for our second series. Who will take it? Will it be Myanmar or will it be Thailand? Let's witness and watch together.
Okay. So coming through, I think even in this matchup, man, it's like, for one, when you have two hyper assassins in the jungle, it's like, how do they rotate? You know, how is their rotational speed? You can already see though, that even this, like the early pressure, wow, from Myanmar. I mean,
Yeah.
Kun is there, man. He is cutting that lane and putting some pressure there. But this is what I was saying. You know, how do they play around these first few minutes of the game?
This is what I expected. We saw this from the draft, right? Uranus, you can definitely cut lanes, but wow, the Lancelot with the Badang, it seems like they're so invasive, and as of now, Thailand cannot really respond much. But then again, it seems like Nile will have level 4 first, so that is surely an advantage. But Uranus is just already in your jungle, so things are not looking too hot here for Thailand, and already in the mid lane as well. So aggressive rotation from Kun early on. Not really much of an impact though, like pressure wise, but it's enough. Nile hits level 4, so gotta be careful from side of Myanmar. That's a shadow kill in hand. Okay, no wings by wings for Nico. Seems like both teams are just juggling, not really committing on towards a real pick-off or fight.
They want to basically play into the first objective, which is going to be this turtle here. The level 4s are coming online though. King Flash also has he's kind of ready, so I expect him to go ahead and start this up. He's going to force Thailand to respond to this Nile. Just around the corner, like you said, but oh, quite low. Flickering on forward, fight, and the retreat. Going over to King Flash, Feathered Airstrike, dropping on down. It'll get the Revitalize out. But again, a defensive AOG. But look at the pressure. Look at the pressure still here going forward. So again, they'll have to go ahead and just deal with Kun. I think Kun's going to have to... I don't know if he's going to be able to escape this, actually. He does pull the Consecrate, little sidestep, and he should get out.
Wow, what a nuisance, man. Kun just knows how to the ins and outs of the Uranus, and yeah, no casualties from that turtle fight. Interesting, because technically a lot of ults, a lot of spells also triggered, but no real lethal casualty. You see here, Kun being such a nuisance already, and it's already hard for the Gatot to keep up. And 3 minutes in, again, still killless, deathless. Just the turtle between them as Myanmar collects it. And, oh, top lane. It seems like it's a 2v1.
Okay. So they'll work from their first blood, though, from Myanmar. That's going to be, you know, a nice little start. And that went to Kun. So, like, as the Uranus, you get a little bit of a head. It gives you this advantage in the lane to work from.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see here, this item's not really... Oh, has claws, though. Note that the Bruno does not opted for for shoes, any shoes, and just yet has clause first item just for sustainability. You know, that you mentioned it, we mentioned it on the draft as well, that yeah, Bruno will be the guarantee for that mid game, late game. It seems like they want to fight though.
Okay, another airstrike jumping on in the middle lane. Oh, Flash, another kill in the hands of Kun. Now sitting at 2-0. Look at him. He's just going to be a nuisance around the purple buff, too. Now, bottom side, a little pressure here. I don't know if the Moskov is going to be able to escape. Spear Destruction thrown out. But Juno picks up that one. A kill on Nice Try. Good pressure here in the gold lane.
An expensive kill there from Myanmar. Great build-up. And it seems like already that Thailand already lose out on control, a map objective, and after that, after the turtle, King Flash already in the jungles, and no real response here inside of Thai.
Okay, pressure again, orange buff the entire time. King Flash will go on in, and this is the hard part because if Nile, you know, is focused, like he's up there with Kun. I don't know if that's where you exactly want to be, because you're probably not going to be able to kill Kun at all as the Hayabusa.
Yeah, I mean, the Bruno is already taking the turret bottom side. Another objective cleared, and it seems like no response, no answers. They're lost again. I expected them to have more controls and fights, but Myanmar, they are doing a splendid job in controlling fights, picking their battles, not committing into everything, and Kun just opening vision, which allows the rotation from the side of Myanmar just very direct, very clean. They know where the whereabouts of the Thai roster, and yeah, bottom side it's a 1v1 though.
Oh, nice try. I don't think he's going to escape King Flash. King Flash picking up a kill. You're not going to be able to really get away from a Lancelot like that, so he's got to be careful. Or nice try as he's falling behind now in terms of gold and experiencing that gold lane.
What happened there? A slight miscalculation, perhaps the lack of information, and I feel like Kun's job is just so well done because not just he is providing vision, but he is also distracting the members of the Thailand side, and it's hard. You can see
Kun's
here
doing this.
exactly the damage is in there, and exactly Kun is just this is just Kun's playground at this point.
This is why the Uranus is so good, man. Like, you can just, especially if you get a lead, you're allowed to just do this.
No.
I mean, look at him. Yeah. He's basically got the Oracle. A buff's going to be taken. Turtle's going to be started up. That's going to be 3 for 3 in the Turtles. So Myanmar right now is just playing very fast, very aggressively, and they're just taking advantage of basically what this lineup allows them to do in that early kind of start that Kun had. Oh. Where is he going? There's no way. Okay, I was going to say, please don't do it, Flash.
No. And it seems like slowly but surely the turrets are falling left and right. Myanmar again just picking their battles very, very, just terrific. Kun with that Oracle, it just supplements his passive, supplements his strength. Oh, the mid lane!
Ooh, what a set! Using the conceal, falling on through. They won't be able to get the turret, but man, Nile trapped alongside. Nice tries in trouble too. I think he's getting chased down by King Flash. King Flash, the Thorn Rose will pick up another kill. And this is not looking good for Thailand.
Definitely not, man. 7,000 gold behind practically and 8 minutes of game time. Oh, Nico, overzealousness. Oh, the juke, man.
Oh, that was a juke. The wings by wings. Now Flash could be in trouble. Feathered Airstrike will pop the flicker. But Kun still putting the pressure under the tier 2 turret as they have to back off Kun enough to just go ahead and keep them at bay as they now work on this purple buff. Niles is going to be purple buff-less. Sitting at level 9 to King Flash's 13. That's just how difficult it is to even get any XP on the map here for Thailand.
This is brutal. This is brutal. And yeah, man, Thailand, what to do? I think all they can do is just turtle and just hope for the best. Because, oh, Kun, look at this guy, man.
Oh, that's what you can do on a Uranus, man. Even with the Shadow Kill, he might actually go down. They threw everything at him. Kun buying enough time. I think he was also just kind of limit testing himself. Like, can I actually go 1v5?
Yeah.
Well, he got his answer.
Yeah, and he is also wise enough to hold on to his flicker there. Nothing. He doesn't want to waste any resources. He's like, okay, you can just take me down. Lord is up. It's a 5v4, but no real pressure from the team with a quantity advantage earlier on. Top lane still pushed up. Seems like it's going to be a free Lord, and Myanmar playing it very, very carefully. It's a low kill count, boys. If you're from Indo, like if you're from the PH, maybe it's just a normal game.
Yeah, I think at this point, again, when you kind of look at this, it's like, well, what can you do? You know, if you're Thailand here, when you're this kind of like this far behind, you're 8,000 gold behind. This is not the kind of start you wanted on your hyper scaling jungler. You know, the Hayabusa here. Yeah. Your Moskov is getting targeted by King Flash alone, so you need so much time to be able to get back into like a fighting position here. So I almost expect them, even with this first Lord push, to potentially lose even base turrets. Now there is still the Holy Shields. I can still hope that that's enough, but the way that Myanmar has been playing, they might try to force this one in.
You have the equipment to do so. 10,000 gold ahead, and Lord is still healthy bottom side. And top lane though, gotta take a look at that conceal play.
Oh, Another airstrike to push him off the turret. There's a jump on in. Lord's going to go for the charge, but he's all left alone. I'm not sure if he's able to buy enough time. They will clear out the Lord. A couple shots left on the turret. King Flash working on the mid. This is what I was saying. Myanmar will go ahead and try to punch it in the base. Bottom turret already fallen. King Flash on the hunt. Nice try is gone again as they pick up another kill. But now Myanmar looking to close out the game potentially here with a numbers advantage. They go in with the wave pushing in. Nile cleared up the top though, so might still buy him enough time to stay in this. They go in, flicker forward. They're going to catch him out as Angelina is gone. And looking for more. Clean it up. King Flash jumping in and under the base. Into the fountain, but a shot from Juno will clean things out. Now they just wait for the last wave to push on in. There's only 2, make it 3 members left, but it's just way too much damage. Overloading Thailand. Another shot from Juno to clean it up. He goes in, pops the win chant, but he's going to be fine. They're going to lock on the base, and that's going to be Myanmar taking game 1.
Wow, what a convincing start. What a great way to execute that draft. And well-deserved win. Myanmar 1-0 in the series. A relatively fast game, 11 minutes. And it seems like Thai when facing Uranus, they overthink. They are hesitant to do anything. And that will definitely benefit the side with Uranus.
Again, there's a reason why I was saying, like, Uranus is still a pick to take, like, consider, but teams have figured out how to shut him down. Now, the biggest caveat to that is if Uranus gets this, like, early start, this early advantage, then he almost becomes unkillable for the majority of the game. And then you have to hope for, like, late game. Right? Like, we saw him do that with earlier on where you, like, went 1v5, but again, with Boye setting things up with the Badang and then just the amount of zoning that Kuhn was able to do allowed Juno and Nico to kind of just have free reign, you know?
Yeah.
Not only that, but I think King Flash was very impressive on the Lancelot here. That's why I was saying in the draft, I was like,
I mean,
Lancelot's open, either the YSS or the Lancelot.
That's the thing. It's tricky. And yeah, when you see a Uranus picks up Oracle first item, that's when you know that, yeah, this Uranus is owning the game. That's when you know that the opponent is struggling to finish off the Uranus. And you can see that game, you know, only taken down once after 1v5. And Myanmar, they take the steering wheel, game 1. Yeah, the opponent could not keep up, man. It's brutal. You know, I expected more brawliness with this composition, you know, with Gatot Kacha, with Arlet, with Hayabusa, but we didn't see that Naisu. And it's tough seeing the Moskov also getting ganked, taken down 4 times already. Yeah, it's hard to farm. It's hard to farm for Thailand. Myanmar, on the other hand, they got the space because of the Uranus, and it's GG. It's GG. Juno got the Malefic Gun. Berserker has falls first item, folks, and that's just more than enough to deal a lot of damage towards the Thai formation.
Yeah, it's one of those things, Yanni, where again, like this lineup, and like the lineup from Thailand, it's almost like you need too much to happen for it to work. What I mean by that is, for example, the Hayabusa. And this could be, whether this was the Hayabusa or whether this is the Lancelot, it would have been the same thing. The problem is if Hayabusa falls behind, then I feel like it's much more difficult for him to get in a position where he can bring it back together, you know? And
yeah,
that's mainly because, again, like your Moskov even needs a lot more time to get to a point where he's able to contest. Now, but Nice Try never got a chance to do that because Myanmar knew to put pressure there, you know, in the gold lane when they saw that the rest of the team was on other parts of the map. So Nice Try was almost like by himself in a lot of instances. And then once he got 2 deaths on him, Myanmar knew that, all right, that's enough to shut down the Moskov. We can go somewhere else now. And then they put pressure elsewhere. And that's why Kuhn did such a good job, because he was just like the walking vision information for Myanmar.
Yeah.
Because he got the early 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the map for Myanmar was just so bright from that game, and it's It's brutal. It's brutal, definitely. But hey, a nice try for Moscow. Perhaps the next game you can definitely adjust. But again, ladies and gentlemen, it's quite a fast game. 11:28. That's like what the first lord after that. Just the first lord, not even second. They were able to penetrate the main base, and all because of Uranus. Again, Kuhn, well played. He's my MVP, of course, I believe. And King Flash played a clean game as well on that Lancelot. Doesn't really miss a lot of punctures, keep in mind. But yeah, Farsa finally gets a dub. And that is going to be very, very interesting to see what is going to happen on the second game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see, though, what will happen, because it's 1-0 for Myanmar. Can the Thailand retaliate on game 2? Let's see if they can force a game 3. See you after the break. Naisu got the better of me for game one. He went for Myanmar, and it was a clean, convincing victory for their side. 11 minutes was the timer for that game. And welcome back to Iesf. Back with me, Gani, and with Naisu for game two.
Game one was, I feel like I did go with, I said I liked Myanmar's draft. I think it was much more than that too. It was just their execution. I think that's where Gani, they really showed how much experience this team has. Again, Myanmar is a region, is a team, and these are players that are well versed in Mlbb. We've seen them, and we've seen how competitive they are and how well they play just in general every time we get to see a team from Myanmar compete. And it's no different here. Like the way that they were able to move around the map, the way that they drafted, the way that they, played into the fact that they knew there was some weak sides of the map in terms of what Thailand's draft was. Just showcase how much experience that they have. And they know that they don't have to stay too long in one place. Like, I think I wouldn't even call it a mistake, is like where we saw Kun go 1v5. And that was mainly just, again, like he was a distraction.
Yeah.
And he was also just like, because think about the value that is. Like if you're an XP laner and you can get like 2 or 3 or maybe 4 ultimates casted on you to die.
Yeah.
Like that is immense value for the team in terms of like the next team fight, So definitely a really good game, I would say, for Myanmar, but also expected. Now they're at match point here going against Thailand, and very similar bans from what we saw previously. I think we see the same bans. Maybe they still ban out the Ruby here. Myanmar might still ban that out. Just because, again, that was a very crucial pick. And then I either the YSS gets through again in the first phase, or it gets banned out later. But I'd like to see what changes Thailand makes for this one.
That's the biggest, that's the main question, right? Because what I saw from game one, it was a lot of hesitation. I feel like they're not really comfortable using that drafts. I don't know why. It's just them drafting themselves a team fighting style, but then they do not want a team fight. It's like they're afraid of team fight. Sure, you got Uranus, but then you can just go, just neglect the Uranus, go elsewhere. But we did not see that, right? We just see Kun just providing a lot of information in that game, which allowed Myanmar to just reap the benefits. And let's see, Thailand still the first pick here. Let's get to the Bakshia, still the same. You're right. And last time around, Myanmar got the land slot on a red side. Will Thailand pick it up first this time around, denying it away from King Flash?
Yeah, depending on what this last ban is going to be, I'm trying to think for Thailand here so that they can have a better time. The CC is the last ban, so still the same thing. YSS comes through. Does Thailand take it? Or they take the Lancelot instead?
Yeah.
So do we see the trade now? Farsa, YSS maybe? I still see Farsa being picked up here.
Farsa Gatot maybe?
Or, yeah. That's one of the things, but I don't know. There's a lot of options for Myanmar. That's the main thing. The Lancelot going over to Thailand first, I think, is good. Hopefully they can supplement it, though, because, like I said, it didn't matter if it was a Hayabusa or a Lancelot in the last game. The same story would have happened just because they weren't able to contain even the Kun from the early portion. So there's a YSS. Is this going to be a Farsa?
Wow. So
We'll go Uranus.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm quite surprised they picked up the YSS, considering no threat on that YSS pick. But hey, I would expect them to pick it up at third pick. But hey, you do you, Myanmar. You got the first game. Thailand will pick up the. Well, at least they steal two heroes from game one out of Myanmar. And it seems like they will add the Lapu Lapu. Hey, strong picks from the side of Thailand.
I like this. Yeah. I think this is already a better draft for Thailand. First phase, they've got it locked in.
Yeah.
again, these are like power picks that we're used to seeing. Hopefully they can just execute it better than what we saw in the previous game. And I just want to say, because Kuhn got his Uranus, there's a good chance that they go for the same kind of like cut and pressure strat in the early game. And if it results into an early kill for Myanmar, then that might already be kind of like the thorn in the side of Thailand. You know, that's something they want to be able to maintain. So their next options will be important. Last pick for the first phase from Myanmar. Oh, Kimmy. Okay. Kimmy, I feel like still good in the mid lane. Still works well. Some teams have picked her up less than what we saw internationally recently, but still serves a purpose. And this might make it a little more difficult to get away because you have to deal with the traction pulse now. You have to deal with even the stun and then the vision that comes with having a YSS on your side for Myanmar. So Thailand will really have to think about what they want to ban out. I think like some of the priority might want to be roaming options. Some of the roaming options, of course, and they could also narrow down gold.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if they want to do gold lane bans here.
Let's see. We gotta wait and see. But I like the balance from the side of Myanmar, right? A great amount of physical damage and as well as magical damage already shown. And yeah, I mean, when you pick up the far side, a Gatot Kacha is always going to be a threat. Seems like Thailand are saying, hey, let's just play it safe. Gatot Kacha roam is definitely an option for the side of Myanmar. Let's just ban it out so that my Feather Airstrike can deal or can come across to the opposing side. And Myanmar, they might commit to another gold lane. Depends here. Okay, it's going to be the Granger, so they do not want to deal with the range, right? They already have the Farsa. Combine it with the Granger, it can be a nuisance, especially no crowd control, no sure lock crowd control from the side of Myanmar. So, yeah, Thailand here. My guess is they are going to ban another potential threat for that Farsa.
Yeah, what else do they want to
Cho,
take care
maybe?
of?
Wow.
Okay, well, that is
so
not what I was expecting, man.
Naughty that
I wonder
one.
wonder what the play was here. Like, why the sun?
This might be a reach, but we got a Sun game in our MPL. It was a gold laner, but it was going up against a Lapu Lapu gold lane as well. So, but yeah.
Oh, you guys also had a gold lane Lapu?
We had a gold lane Lapu, but the Sun showed first.
I was gonna say, I know fighter gold lanes, like they're
Yeah.
popping up, especially when you have like the YSS already.
And the
So
Kimmy.
that could have been it. And the Kimmy's there, so they could be going with a wow.
Wow.
Interesting. Chip. We have not seen Chip in a while, man.
Yeah, this is going to take some time to think here, especially if you're on Thailand side. Man, the gank potential, the vision. Game one, you had Uranus opening vision on your jungles. Now you have the Mountain Chakra, you have the chip as well. It's going to be tougher for Thailand, man.
This is a kind of a throwback, though. Like, I mean, like when you look at this lineup, Rock, Claude, Barca, Lancelot,
Yeah.
and then you have the Lapu Lapu. This is a very, like, almost a nostalgic lineup, honestly, from Thailand. Again, the Grok was a pick that they really enjoyed. They made it work a couple times. So maybe this is comfort. Again, this is potentially comfort for them, but also the damage profile that they bring to the table with the farce of the Claude late game. They get to the late game. Is great, but then you also have this like sandbag sponge with the Lapu Lapu, who can also do relatively good damage and crowd control. So this is a solid lineup for Thailand. This last pick,
Wow.
okay.
What?
Myanmar is doing something different. Like this is a different lineup. Gotti, I cannot say I go for Myanmar this time.
Hey, they were limit testing the Uranus game one. Are they limit testing The whole team, game 2. But again, hey, Thailand, you drafted yourself a team fight composition, right? A lot of AoEs in hand here. Area of effects on far sub, Claude, Lapu, Grok, use it, all right? Hopefully they are able to extract that composition. But let's see, Myanmar, unique drafts, but I like it, man. I like their confidence.
This is such an interesting draft, though. Like, even with the chip,
Yeah.
you know, because it's been a while since we've seen him. We know that he can still do some decent early game damage, help clear things out too. I'm assuming he's gonna have a blast. But then even from that, just the macro presence that Chip brings to the table, when you already have like a hero like YSS that provides some vision, but then you throw in a Mincetar into it. So like if you jump through that portal and then you're in a Mincetar,
GG.
that's actually gonna be pretty devastating, man. You know, with the King's Calling there.
You can't BMI out of that King's Calling. You can't puncture out of your... you can't escape with your puncture. And yeah, let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Land of Dawn for Game 2, potentially the last game of this series. Will King Flash and friends be able to close it out, though? Or perhaps we might see a different style from Thailand and force it to a Game 3.
Yeah, maybe we are able to get one, but I want to say for Thailand, I think one of the biggest things is, again, securing your early rotation down. Kun's up to the same thing, you know. So as long as they can secure Nile, because he fell behind quite early on in the previous one. So, and you can see, like, Myanmar is already going to be on this side of the jungle. You don't want to give an early kill to anyone from Myanmar for this. So, looks like they might go mid, though. Nile's making his way up. Oh,
Perfect
nice
timing.
flicker on out.
Definitely perfect timing.
Is Boya just trying to get the attention here? Whoa, King Flash! Oh, King Flash goes in, and now he's going to be able to go and fight Nile, but I think they're happy with that. I was really wondering, like, Boya decided to maybe play bait a little bit and just, like, wait there to take a couple shots to keep Thailand there.
Yeah, this is not looking... I mean... When you have a YSS already in your jungles from what, minute 2 earlier, or minute 1, it's not a good sign. King Flash is level 4.
Oh, does he want to be there? Nile gonna go in. He gets stuck. Oh, that's not the place you want to be. With the Mountain Shocker and everything else in one shot to clean it up. That's a double for King Flash, looking for a potential triple. We'll have to back off. Did get the flicker out though from Flash SR. So this is Gotti, this is what I was talking about. Myanmar's off to a early start already.
Yeah, and by mind you, this is again Mincetar gold lane going up against a Claude, so it is going to be very, very interesting to see that matchup. And yeah, this is again just practically the Myanmar side is just running it back from game 1, and Thailand, they're already falling behind. 2K gold lead, 2 minutes in. That's a mountain.
Starting to definitely be. Look at the damage already on Flash. Another airstrike coming down to drop down some fire. Oh yeah, look at it clean up a kill. Drops the portal. And now crashing on through. The Mincetar comes through. Juno will pick up a kill himself. Goes back to the gold lane after cleaning up. Great usage there of the shortcut from Boya.
The coordination, the communication, the execution is just so on point, Boya.
Oh, Boya will get there in time, but again, just going to poke some damage for nice try. And so you're finding yourself, Myanmar, building up, raising a mountain, like you mentioned, against Thailand right now. And it's, you know, this is what we expect. With that kind of lead, Kun will go ahead and put pressure on this side of the map into the jungle. I'm not sure. Well, he's not going to be able to escape this one. He does pop the Consecrate. Just be trying to buy enough time at this point. Just buying time for Kun. He finally goes down, but look at the play. The eyes are set up on Nice Try up top. They want to go for a trade, but they'll just put pressure. Maybe get some extra gold here. Good read, though, from Thailand to make sure that Nice Try doesn't go down this time.
They invested the wall charge bottom side, so that allows the... That's info for Myanmar. Like, hey, Grok, no ult, so... Oh, they want to fight.
Wow, oh! Nice try! Oh, he thought it was clear. Boye stayed in the bush and then drops down the shortcut. There was no hope for Nice Try.
0-0, and this is not looking good here for the Thai side. Early game, a disastrous one, and you can see all lanes, right? Jungle, gold lane, mid lane, they're all behind, and it's. I feel like it's worse than game one. Unfortunately, it's brutal to say, but that's a fact. Turtle Cam is up, and no chance that I don't think there's a chance because take a look at Kuhn, man.
Yeah.
Providing information, giving the whereabouts, and it's just going to be a free turtle for the side of Myanmar. It's just game one all over again.
Yeah, and Niall is having the same thing happen to him. He's falling behind. Traction Pulse is going to be able to pull him through. Oh. And Angelina is just gone in an instant, and now the next. That's supposed to be the tank. As Flash can't get away, and meanwhile, there's just two people down here from Thailand dealing with Kuhn. You're not going to kill Kuhn. Oh, shortcut. Dropping on through, looking for the spear. Jumping on in, though. Pop of the bravest fighter, able to fight with two. Does enough damage, but will get stunned and dropped in. Going for it. Niall on the hunt for a kill. He desperately wants one. A nice try goes in. Finally, he's able to find Boyet. One kill. But Niall goes down over to Nico. So it might be a little bit of a win, but they're going to deal with more. Nice try and trouble as Nico will clean it on up. And they do fight back, but still. Kuhn now holding them together. Wow. Just in time. King Flash with the Mountain Shocker. And the stun. Get himself a double kill. So just with a little bit of hope for Thailand, it's diminished just as quickly by Myanmar.
3-man stun with that Mountain Shocker was just the cherry on top. And Myanmar, this is their playground. They're making a statement that, hey, Kuhn is still, you need to respect Uranus's Kuhn. Kuhn's Uranus. You can just say it.
Oh, Niall, Niall, Niall! Oh, just caught in the King's culling. A spear right on Flash, but look at the damage already from Nico. That's not even a tank anymore.
Wow.
As Nico just melts down Flash SR. Meanwhile, shortcut up top.
This is not fair.
Just gone 33s.
Yeah, this is not fair. How? Just stop the bleeding, Myanmar. Wow, this is different, man. 16-2, 6 minutes in, almost a 10K gold lead, and we're not even minute 10. And yeah,
my God,
Kuhn is just, man. How can you stop Kuhn?
Kuhn might get stopped this time. Oh, okay. Gonna get stunned. I guess I answered your question. How do you stop Kuhn? You throw everything at Kuhn.
Oh my God. Finally 5v4, but then another objective to trade, right? The last turtle is up. Let's see here. It's just 90%. The map is red.
Yeah, right now, Myanmar's just trying to see if they can get some of these holy shields down even before they go and get the Lord. I mean, it's still a minute and a half away. They're 3 for 3 for the Turtles. King Flash. That Mountain Shocker once again. To just to put pressure enough to zone the Mountain. What? I thought it was just to zone out, not to get a kill too, but King Flash cleans it up. They're going to force a fight anyway under the turret. Nice try goes in with a Blazing Duet. They're just trying to hold on, but the Holy Shield, the mid lane, will finally be popped. Possibly the bottom two. All this before the Lord. That's how much of a lead Myanmar has right now.
Man, you gotta give respects towards the Myanmar side, man. They played this draft perfectly, and now they want the mid lane.
Well, they want the mid lane. They might want the game here. Juno getting the pull. Flash going to be in trouble. Just gone again in an instant. Nico 6-0-8. The Sky Piercer, I believe he has a Sky Piercer. He's got the stacks. Mid turret's already gone. They might just look to close out the game with one cannon minion. Going to be worked on. There's nowhere they're able to finish this. They do have a wave pushing on in, but they'll just stay in the base here. I mean, look at how much damage Myanmar is able to do, even with just one member, King Flash alone. Enough to put the pressure. Once again, they're going to stay. They know they have 30 seconds on the Lord. But it looks like Thailand might be able to just go ahead and keep them at bay for now, but they will have to face another bottom base turret going down. Again, pressure. Traction Pulse going to find Flash. They're going to jump in. Under it they go. It's everything thrown at. Nice try. Oh, good stun, though. Judo's going to be gone. Still, they clap back. 33 is gone. They engage with the wild charge. And now Niall looking to clean up, but he's just too squishy as he falls. That's 3 down for Thailand. Nico's unstoppable. He's ungodlike, and he's going to be looking for another on Flash. Flash just run away from the base, trying to buy time, but Myanmar will take one after another, and they go on in to clean up. All as a team, and nice try, but it's a triple for Nico, and it's a sweep for Myanmar.
2-0 for Myanmar. It seems like they were able to run it back. Congratulations. Nice try, or nice try. You mentioned it earlier, Naisu, but yeah, 2-0. Wow, I am still digesting not the game, but the drafts, Naisu. What a way to win convincingly with style as well, with the flavor of Myanmar. Man, this is why I love this. I love to cast these games, man. King Flash finally gets to show off his YSS skills, and wow, he is my MVP for this game. The timing, the mountain shockers, not just one. You see him multiple times that he caught 2 members, if not 3, to disrupt the formation of Thailand, and it's just GG. Nice try, got a kill here, but it's just towards a roamer, so nothing of significance. But it's just so brutal, man. It's just so brutal. The gold, this one was just so clean from King Flash. And yeah, again, King Flash and friends, they were able to just brute this one out, and got the main base.
This was such an interesting lineup too, you know, for Myanmar, and even the gold lane Mincetar, like it's interesting where the fighters come through to the gold lane now. When we see like how YSS can change that, you know, alone, especially when you have a Kimmy plus a YSS. So it's like you need to also, it works so well with the shortcut, man. Like how many times did we see that where like you have this Mincetar, then it comes through the shortcut, drops a King's Calling, and then you don't, like, how do you even escape that? But it was just a massive game. Look at Nico. Like I was saying, I wonder how many stacks Nico had. I'm not sure exactly when he picked up the Sky Piercer, but 9-0 and 10, King Flash 10-0 and 8. Like, you know, talk about just everybody had all the gold and money they needed because they started strong. And even so, still got to say the same thing, man. You don't want to give this Uranus to Kun.
No.
Look how much damage, you know, like he tanked up so much damage, he did so much self-healing himself. And look at his build. Like the guy had an Oracle and then a bunch of like tier 2 items. You know, and he was still able to do that. That's just how much of a you know, nuisance Uranus can be with a bit of a lead. And he's just like walking information. Just gives information to the team.
Yeah, and a lot of layers, definitely a complex draft from the side of Myanmar, which was executed to perfection in this game. 9 minutes and 30 seconds sooner than game 1. Naisu, we had 11 minute 30-ish for game 1. Now it's 9:30. So, wow, that's an upgrade. That's an improvement from the side of Myanmar. I can't say the same for Thailand though. They tried adjusting from the drafts, denying the land slot, taking away the Farsa. But again, they just got out macro, they got out skilled. Mostly this time because of still Kun. But I want to say that last pick Mincetar definitely threw them off guard. And Juno, you know, we mentioned in the draft as well that Kimmy, a YSSA, 2 marksmen is more than enough. We can go for a fighter, even though the fighter is building damage, but definitely can work. And yeah, Juno proved it. That Mincetar gold against a Claude is still a viable option.
I think we might see more of the, you know, at least if YSS is picked up, like, you'll see more of the fighters in the gold lanes. You know, we saw the Rubies, we've seen CC gold lane. You've mentioned Lapu gold lane, now Mincetar gold lane. So I like, again, this is what I like about our current meta, Johnny. It's like, it's very flexible.
So refreshing.
It is very refreshing because you get to bring some of these strategies to the table that maybe last year, for example, you wouldn't have been able to. And it was very well executed for Myanmar.
Very well executed, but that was series number 2. So series 1 2-0, series 2 2-0. We will wait and see to see series number 3. It's gonna be Kyrgyzstan taking on Uzbekistan. Who do you got? Stay tuned for match number 3.
And welcome back, everybody, after the longer break that we had here. Once again, you're joining me, Naisu, alongside my boy Gani here for the third match of today. We have a total of 4 matches. We've had sweeps for the first 2, and now we get to move on to our third match. Gani, how we feel, man?
I feel excited, man, still, right? It was a 2-0 for Philippines to another 2-0 for Myanmar. Now, will we get to see that same scoreline? It's going to be Kyrgyzstan taking on Uzbekistan, boys.
This is going to be... I think this one for me, man, is a little bit up in the air. I'm not really sure, Gani, because I feel like the last 2 I could have confidently said, like, I know who I thought was going to win.
Yeah.
This one's a little bit more difficult because Kyrgyzstan versus Uzbekistan is, again, 2 kind of teams that a lot of us don't get to see too much of.
Mm-hmm.
Part of that also is, like, I remember last year's qualifiers, like, we got to see some of them. I can't remember exactly if all their games, like, we got to see too many of their games streamed. I know we had probably a couple. So again, like, from my point of view, it's like looking in after seeing them last year and everything. It's always about how much have they improved. I think is the main thing here for both the teams, and so I think that's not only like the improvement, but also just like how do they like to play the current meta, because everybody's changing so far with the meta. Meta, of course, has developed quite a bit. We talked about it in the previous 2 matches, but I think that's the main thing is like how do they approach this, because they're probably way more familiar with each other as a team and as players than maybe what we have seen before. So I think that's the main thing. But here's the truth. Like, the truth is this is a very fight-centric, team fight, brawl-centric meta that we find ourselves in. And again, this will be showcased here with our match coming up. It's Kyrgyzstan versus Uzbekistan. And yeah, I don't know, Gani. I mean, like, we've seen some pretty good picks, some unique heroes come through.
Yeah.
You feeling like we're going to see the same thing from here, like from these 2?
I mean, hopefully so, right? We got to see Minsathar Gold Lane. We got to see,
yes, sir.
Like from the match previously. But hey, let's see what the boys from Kyrgyzstan will bring today. Nursky, the 33rd Sunday. Wow, what a name. Meraki, Flawless, and the Oldest Dream. Good luck to you guys.
Yep, good luck to them. I like that, the 33rd Sunday, But yeah, these are the boys for Kyrgyzstan that we're going to be seeing here. And again, this is a situation where it's like we kind of get to see these players maybe for the first time, showcase their skills here for Iesf in particular, because really when you go back, even you try to look at the team, of course, and how they perform. That's always the main thing, is how these players come together. I think even so, if you don't have too much information on a team, for example, like, you can still see how much familiarity like they have together as a team, and they can make that synergy can work really well for any team that's able to pull that off. Now here's the team roster for Uzbekistan. This is Koray. Is this this is one I'm not gonna I try my best, man. I think it's Gorbicki, maybe. And it looks like we got a YT Jahonvik or Jahonforik, Chunga Changa, and Wistik.
Yeah, these are the boys from
Chunga Changa.
Chunga Changa, indeed. Reppin Uzbekistan. Again, good luck to you guys to bring out the best. Man, I like their names, all right? Different. I like the Kyrgyzstan boys as names, but there's a twist to the names here as well. So yeah, again, good luck. May the best team win for Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan. But yeah, I'm on the same boat with you. I feel like they are both familiar with each other more than to us. But hey, let's see. And I do expect peculiar picks coming from either side. Hopefully so, right? I do expect them to bring out their own flavor, since just bring out your meta, just bring your own flavor to it. Best of 3, and may the best win again, of course. But let's see, because I do expect some of them some of the conventional picks will come through. I think they will copy a lot of the powerhouses, especially MSC was not too long ago. So they will definitely take that from there, and hopefully they have their own twists.
I think because I had to peek over here too because I wanted to go ahead and see if we could find again these teams are from Central Asia. If you guys are wondering, again, this is the Asia and Oceania qualifiers, so you have different teams from different parts of Asia. They are from Central Asia, but even when you go and try to look online, again, you don't have that much information, right? A lot of us, if we're not familiar with certain teams or players, sometimes you go to the tools online, to go ahead and look up some of the players. But unfortunately, we don't have that much here for them. So I think a lot of this again has to come down to really what we're able to see, from their gameplay, and then kind of go from there. And I think that's a big thing, though. Again, is really just seeing what they decide to do. Decide to do with the draft.
Yeah.
And really go from there. So it looks like we do need a little bit more time, I believe, for our players to go ahead and get ready, guys. So we are going to be taking a very short break. This should be about 5 minutes or so to let the players get ready, and then we'll be back after the short break. And we are back after the short break. Again, thank you guys for giving us a couple extra minutes to our players to go ahead and get ready here. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Gani, and we are waiting for the match to get started between Kyrgyzstan versus Uzbekistan. Like we mentioned, though, again, a lot of this is going to come down to basically how they draft. I think the main thing is how they draft. And then number two, of course, the execution in the game. We've seen some pretty quick games. I would say, honestly, I don't think Gani, we haven't had like a 20-minute game yet, have we?
No,
Today?
I think the longest we had today was 13, or maybe wait, do you have a 15-minute game? I don't think so, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that if my memory serves me right, it's just 13 minutes. That's the longest. 11. A lot of 11s, surely.
We had a 9-minute game.
We had a 9-minute game, yeah.
Pretty quick games, but nothing yet to beat the quickest so far, which was like that under 7-minute game.
Yeah, 6:57.
Yeah,
something. But yeah, I mean,
I think a part of that though is just I feel like a 7-minute game is a little far-fetched. Like that's probably not going to happen that often.
True.
But
True.
Games in general, would you say are much quicker now than what we're used to seeing? Like I know we've had some games go past that 15-minute mark, but maybe even what you guys have seen in Indonesia, like after your first week of professional season, like has it been relatively quick?
I'd say it's quick. I don't think it's quicker, but it's harder for, let's say, especially in ID. I'm sure it happens also in PH. Once a team with certain qualities gets a snowball, it's going to be really hard to flip the table or flip the script. And it does happen in ID where one team that has great qualities here and there gets a snowball, gets the second, third, or gets the third, and it's just them not blundering, not giving the opposing team any angles to, again, just flip the script. So technically some games are relatively quicker, which is weird because technically now the buff starts at 25.
Yeah.
I think longer games, but the pros are.
I don't think it's gonna happen, man.
Yeah.
Actually, no. Like for us anyway. I know over here in the Philippines, we've had some relatively quick games too, like that are under like 13-minute mark. I would say, but we've also had some games that go closer to the 20 minutes. And we also still have seen some games where it's like even with a lead of 5,000+ gold, that some like one single team fight can turn that around. Maybe not completely. Well, that's happened too. But
enough to
definitely
prolong.
There's enough like room now in the current meta where it's like even with an objective lead, even with a gold lead, there's still potential to turn games around, which I like, especially if you somehow can like buckle down and like extend the game. So sometimes we see some of these team compositions that really lean towards that, where it's like, okay, our game plan might just be to basically, if we can't control the early game, then let's play for the late game. And we see some teams start to do that. Again, I don't like to assume, but I want to go ahead and just say, like, I think for Central Asia specifically, these two teams we're waiting to see draft, they probably just like to play for that early game snowball. I think more teams, more often than not, want to go ahead and just get that snowball going, end the game quickly. Because we see this too with a lot of the jungle picks right now that are coming up. There's still the occasional utility jungler. Right now, that's probably who? Baksha, maybe, for the most part. I think it's Baksha. I don't know about you guys. Have you seen Fredrin much?
Not that much, not that popular. Same like you guys. I think Baksha is the hottest thing if we're talking about outside of the assassins. So yeah, I think Baksha is their main instrument, especially in the pros. If you want to, go hard early game, rotate fast, pressure, give instant pressure. I think Baksha is the way to go. But yeah, I see your point, man. I think Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, I think they will draft themselves early game oriented, which again, I feel like the thing is I like a balanced draft, right? I think I like where 3 heroes are okay level early game, or maybe even 4 if you want to go crazy, but 1 hero, and that is usually the marksman, right? Where usually
Yeah.
hit the mid game, late game power spike, where is just balance it out. So let's say that you have at
What's
least
your main, Gani?
chances.
What's
My
your main role? What's your main
I'm a
role?
roam, sir. What about you?
Oh, you're
I
a roam?
I know
You're a roam
you.
main?
We talked about it in Riyadh, sir. Yeah. We're both.
Are you
roam.
a roam main?
I am a roam main, sir.
Who's your top 3 roam?
Top 3 like hero wise. Kukufra.
Yeah.
Right now.
This is your personal
yeah.
Okay.
I have
Top 3 roam.
I got 3K matches on Kufra.
3K matches
3K,
on
yeah.
Kufra.
Atlas 1K and a Minotaur. I think Minotaur is for now, yeah. So yeah.
Dude, how many games have you played?
Need to double check, bro. Need to check my phone.
Wait, 3K on the Kufra, 3K on
No, 1K.
Atlas?
1K on Atlas.
1K on Atlas. Who's the other 3K?
No. Minotaur is in the hundreds.
Oh,
Low
okay.
hundreds. So
I
Minotaur.
thought you said you had
Oh.
two heroes at 3K.
No. 1K.
Okay.
Only 1K, 3K, and then I've been spamming Minotaur lately.
Okay.
What about
well,
you?
My top 3 roam. Like
Oh.
this is just my personal choice.
Go.
Not really like competitive meta stuff.
Right.
Would be Cho.
Ooh. Okay.
I'm a Cho roam main
Yeah.
and 74% win rate, by the way.
Oh, okay. 3K 60% Kufra, by the way. Okay.
Oh dang. Okay. Kufra's my second,
Okay.
and then I think it's gosh, I want to say it's like Brock or something.
Wait,
man. I don't know.
Wait. You had one hero, one signature hero.
Well, it was Gord. I was a mid.
Oh, okay.
No,
Gord.
I was a
yeah.
mid. Yeah. I was a
Gord.
mid main for the greater part of my career. You know. Like,
So you
but
switch
no,
roles, mid, and then Gord, and then Rome.
I only play roam because like like when I play with the casters, it's like they need a roam, so I played roam. But for the longest time, I played mid, and that's why I was happy to see Gord like pop up, in the recent international event for MSC. But like Gord's always a hope. He just doesn't fit too well in I feel like the meta ever. But that's also why I picked him. He's my only one with like 3,000 matches, man. Like,
Okay, there you go.
yeah, I think I have like 3,000, or no, like maybe
got your
combined
3K?
because I played on 2 accounts, so I think I had like a total of like 4,000 matches.
That's more than my
Something
Kufra.
like that.
That's more than my Kufra.
Did you ever get
4K.
global ranked?
Almost, but it's too tiring, man. The grind is. Yeah,
Hey, the
you
grind
got
is
you
the
got a
grind,
global
man.
you got a global rank before with the Gord, I believe. I'm assuming.
Yeah,
What?
I was number 1.
34? Wow. No, okay. No screenshot.
It's on my profile.
Oh, it's on
my
your profile.
profile,
Okay then.
Yeah, I'll never take
I
that
can't
picture
see-
off,
okay,
man.
Okay.
By the way, guys, we're just waiting for the players to be
Yeah.
finalized here, as me and Gani live our old days of the grind.
Yeah.
The grind, of course, but because again, like we have to wait to see what Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan show us in the draft.
Maybe Gord
so
will.
that's
maybe
why-
Gord will show up.
Hey, there's hope. There is hope. There's always hope. I would say though the mid lane like probably needs the most. I feel like the most like shake up because right now it's
In what
Farsa,
sense, though?
Jushin. It's like it's so narrow. Like right now it's I can literally say it on one hand. It's Farsa, Jushin, Selena. Who else? Eve randomly. And maybe Kimmy. Like Kimmy's kind of
Selena.
fallen off too.
You count
Yeah, I
that
mentioned
as
Selena.
a-
So that's
okay,
like
yeah.
that's like the 5.
Right.
Over here in the Philippines, Kagura has popped up to be
Oh,
a decent like pick right now, but it's still like it takes a certain
yeah.
it takes a certain amount of, I feel like, a certain player to make Kagura work.
You got to
because-
snowball with that hero, man. I don't think you can like
Yeah.
can be behind with
Yeah.
Kagura, which
Not
is
only
tricky.
snowball, but even in the draft, you have to have a complement to the Kagura. We've seen that with either the Joy or the Harith, I think, for the most part. Like, you
Right.
need another, like, magic-based damage dealer to work
What about
really well, I
Lunox?
feel like, with the Kagura.
What's going on with Lunox and your region? 0?
I don't think we've seen her yet. Yeah, like in week 1. Have you guys?
Okay, no, week 1, no. But last season, we saw a couple from a certain player, a specific player. Not doing too shabby as well, but like, yeah, I mean, she surfaces here and there. But okay, so you want more mages? Is that what you're saying? You want more?
Yeah.
Savior
I can have
is kind of
list
new, but
of
it's
V
not.
mages.
It's not meta, yeah. Savior. Oh, Jitian.
She kind of like fell off though, man.
Bro.
Like, you know, she was picked up in MSC like quite a
Yeah.
bit, but does that feel like fell off? I don't know. I just feel like maybe she just lacks some damage, you know.
The cooldown from the alt man is too
Yeah.
long.
Well, here we go.
Let's go.
Looks like the players are ready. I know some of you guys are probably like, "Come on, caster, start the game." Well, guys, thank you for being patient again. Our players are all again prepped and ready for the first match here. It's again, it's a best of 3 between Uzbekistan and we've got Kyrgyzstan over on the red side. So ban-wise, we have a little bit of variation so far. The Grok, the Baksha going out. We got the 1-1 still. I don't think we're going to see 1-1 played at all today. I just feel like that's going to be permabanned. Kimmy going out here too. And we'll see what the last ban is going to be here for both sides.
That's the first time Kimi, first phase banned from a team, from a country, right? So that's very specific. Perhaps they have done their research. I mean, Farsa is still open. Not well, CC. Do they want Phovius? Uzbekistan is definitely signifying that area with the CC ban. And let's see here. Last ban, Yisun is still on the board. Lancelot is still on the board.
Okay, Lancelot being open. Unless it's banned out here. YSS as well.
Yeah.
You could go either of those if you really wanted to. This is
What
kind of
do you
a
go for?
because if they don't ban out, like if they don't ban out the Lancelot or the YSS, we probably see that prioritized. Then the trade for Barca is going to happen here too.
Okay. Kyrgyzstan, moment of truth. Will be the Arlet.
Your team is picking.
So that's just.
This is where we get to see.
Yeah.
Is it Lancelot, YSS, YSS.
Okay.
Barca, CC? Oh no, CC's been out. Barca.
Gatot, no? Lancelot can be hold off till that third pick, so I don't mind picking up Gatot Kacha and a Farsa.
Either Farsa and like Farsa, Phovius.
Farsa Phovius is
One of those.
One of those.
Uranus. What about unless they want to
Oh.
take a page out of Kuhn's book? Last match, man. Just take the Uranus. It's open.
If their EXP is comfortable on that Uranus is.
You don't
Yeah.
even need to be comfortable for your Uranus, man. You just sit on the side of the map.
Okay.
You know, there it is. Hey, Farsa Phovius. We were right. We got it. But
PNP.
now the Uranus is open. Yep.
Uranus is still open.
So.
Lapu?
Ooh.
Lapu Gatot? Lu. Ooh.
That's what I'm saying. There's so many good choices right now in the current meta that it's more so of like, how do you want to complement what you have? Now, are we going to see Uzbekistan also take a fighter gold lane possibility because they have a YSS? Like, that's another thing. Oh,
They're being
whoa.
greedy. They are being greedy here, Naisu. Or is this part of the plan?
So is it a gold? It's a gold lane YSS?
Wow, I don't like this. I don't know. Not feeling too hot about this. I feel like they got a little bit.
No, Gani, I like this. It's
like
okay.
this? It's okay.
Let us see what
Okay.
you have, Uzbekistan.
Okay, let me switch. Yeah. Okay, mindset switch. Yeah, I like it.
Mindset
I like-
switch.
Okay, I like it. Yeah. Bring your own flavor, Uzbekistan.
Hey.
Come on. Hey.
Be a leader, Gani. Don't be a follower. Just be... No, I'm joking.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, go for it. Lancelot, YSS. Take them all.
Like I said, these are two teams that a lot of us, even the viewers out there, probably haven't seen too much of, unless, you know, they're very familiar with the local players, the local scene here. Now, one of the main things is, again, they have a different playstyle, a different drafting setup than maybe what we're used to. Now, the YSS Lancelot combination is not something you're going to see too often in other parts of the world, but maybe they make this work. They also have a Glue, which is a great power pick for the XP lane. Still very similar to what we've seen from Uranus, where he can actually just like 1v2, 3 some people, and it could work really well with the combination of having the YSS Mountain Shocker, but also the Lancelot's mobility. So part of that also is, how do you complement this even further, mid lane especially? I'm not sure if this last ban is going to be towards the mid lane from Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah,
Is, as I was going to say, there's still those good options left. But they do take out the Yushin, which I think is crucial, because that could have been probably one of the first picks or ideas for Uzbekistan's lineup here. So they do take care of that. I'm also wondering what they put in the roam, just because, again, with this, like roam option wise, like, you know, what would you take here? Like, I don't know if they're willing to play an Angela or a chip like we saw earlier, you know. So there's a lot left in the air here for Uzbekistan to finish this draft out.
Definitely, man. And a different style, different clash, different approach, rather, right? You got Ranger, Farsa, range, and you go up against Divey here with the Glue, YSS. We got the Lancelot, who wants to dive through composition, and seems like Kyrgyzstan will go with the Suyo pick, which is it's bold, right? It's really bold going up against a YSS, going up against a Glue, and you still go for Suyo, which again, I feel like it's just a power pick. Wow, again, Uzbekistan just banking all on Divey heroes.
Okay.
Lancelot, Jawhead, Kadita. Gotta be careful here. Farsa, are you gonna bring Purify or Flicker? Asking a big question.
Ooh, I like this, man. I like it even more for Uzbekistan, what they're bringing to the table here. Like the Jawhead, like it's a little wonky, you know, but it could work. It's a little bursty, but it could work, because that's what I was saying. I think these are two teams that really want to just get that snowball going early on. And this kind of lineup allows you to do that.
Yep.
If you can get early off pick-offs with the Jawhead or the Kadita, that'll just help the whole team snowball, you know? So this is going to be a big last pick here for Kyrgyzstan. What do they want to go? What is their roam going to be on this? They got a couple options.
Cho.
Hey, it's my Cho.
It's your Cho.
Man. It's the Cho. So this is great.
Yeah.
I think they can set things up with this. Like, if you look at this, Gani, Kyrgyzstan's like more well-rounded. It's not too crazy.
Yep. I agree.
Uzbekistan, it's a little crazy.
They just want,
it's a little like
dive, man. They just want to dive.
Yeah. Yeah. Which one are you leaning towards more?
Game one, you know, I'm sensing you like the chaos from Uzbekistan. So I'm playing devil's advocate, and also I'm a chill, laid-back guy. I like things balanced. I'm going for Kyrgyzstan, man.
You're going for Kyrgyzstan? I think, like, if I had to be the logical guy and say, like, yeah, like, logically, you know, like, put our thinking hats on, yeah, Kyrgyzstan's rating for the meta would be better, but I like the kind of, like, let's risk this Uzbekistan lineup for game one.
Definitely.
Because that's what this is. Now, what I don't know is if they don't get those pickoffs, if they don't get that start they're looking for, you know, with some of the early kills. Like, this is a team that should get first blood, by the way. If Uzbekistan doesn't get first blood, I'd be surprised. But if they don't get the pickoff potential that they're looking for, that early start that they're looking for, I feel like they will be in trouble. And maybe that's where they go ahead and try to rely on, like, the YSS or Lancelot pick working for them, you know?
Yeah.
because I think even in a sense, like, the glue might have a difficult time in terms of like the later on team fights and everything else. So
Interesting.
I'm liking it though. Like it is game one. You have a best of 3. If you're gonna do something, bring out something like this. You know what I mean?
Right. Just go in. Yeah, I gotta agree with you, man. I think it's a bold draft, right? It's so risky. The win cons, the winning conditions are quite complex. I'm seeing, yeah, you do want to pick off, but then you have a lot of crowd control, but only single lock targets, except the Kadita. How do you maneuver around through fights? Man, it's so complex. It's making my head hurt. But hey, that's why I'm the caster, man. I'm not the player. Let the players play. Kyrgyzstan, the way I see it, hey, simple win con, you know. Balance, they have crowd control, they have range. I like that, you know. Yeah, you're right. I think my logic hat is definitely on, so but let's see. Surprise me, Uzbekistan, hopefully. Let's see though. You expect first blood for Uzbekistan, makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're like,
You blunder, unless you overextend.
yeah, unless because like, let's be honest, man. Most of the first bloods that do happen, like, they happen on the either they're on that first rotation to the Lith Wander or like shortly after that, before the first turtle comes up. You know, now use Uzbekistan for them to make it, yeah. And like, so, by the way, we got word that there is a little pause going on here, so we should be jumping in shortly. It looks like we will be, but I think that's again too, like, because you have a Kadita, use the Petrified to get that first blood. If they can. So, looks like we're jumping in. I hope everything got situated the way it needed to be, and this is the best of 3 once again for Central Asia here for Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers. This is Kyrgyzstan versus Uzbekistan. Whoa! Chunga Changa.
Very low. Wow.
Man, that's a cho.
That's going to be the purple buff, though. Taken. Okay. Great punish and recovery there by Chunga Changa. Great calculation, though. Nursky doesn't really pull the flicker. That's... What? The orange buff was taken away, Naisu.
Oh. That's not going to feel good. Oh, you know what? We have seen this happen. I feel like a couple times with the Jawhead, man. I can think of one specific player that this has happened to as well. So, hey, he's gonna feel pretty good with this Jawhead. Oh, Meraki.
Oh no, Meraki will not be able to
definitely
escape from that one.
Yeah, he's fighting something else, fighting the game, man. At that point, so
yeah,
Meraki looks like, even his purple buff is still up. It looks like, again, I don't know. So they're just gonna go ahead. Changa is gonna go ahead and take the purple. Oh.
Gotta be careful here. Oh, that's going to be the purple buff taken away. Nursky very low, wasn't able to find the connection to take that kill, but Chunga Changa with the skills.
Oh,
great usage of the Phantom, the Thorn Rose, and got another kill.
Okay. Well, it looks like Kyrgyzstan's gonna have to deal with this for now. Turtle's up, and right now with Uzbekistan is gonna go ahead and just take what they want and basically go for this turtle too. So it's gonna be started up. Kyrgyzstan will have to just kind of wait, because you know, we can see Meraki, he's just chilling there.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be an easy objective. Changa will go ahead and secure that.
First turtle off the board, and I think it's going to be... Oh my goodness, that's a solo Karai with the calculations. Petrify was used as well. The combination was on point, and you're right, man. The chaos from Uzbekistan, Naisu. You can feel it. It's so evident.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Kyrgyzstan, especially since right now Meraki kind of stuck in the base there. So Uzbekistan will just go ahead and do what they want, while Kyrgyzstan tries to, you know, damage control, I would say, at this point. So they kind of have a free reign on this. There's a toss-up.
Yeah, that's going to be the unstoppable force used up. And still able to get out from that situation, Nursky. Great usage of the Jet Kundo. It seems like the mid turret falls here. Minute number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Nursky! Oh my goodness! Standing still won't do you no good. That's gonna be the Phobius working hard, grinding 1v4. Damage will definitely come through and deliver. That's gonna be the Yusun Shin taking that kill. And ladies and gentlemen, minute number 3. It's a 6-0 kill-wise for Uzbekistan.
We might be on the road to another quick game, yo! Getting really close. Maybe they're trying to break that record, man. You know, get to that under the 7-minute mark. I think Uzbekistan knows that they can go ahead and play with this advantage and press through, even with their crazy lineup. You know, makes it even that more devastating up to that point. But there it is. Okay, it looks like they're gonna. I guess they're gonna call that one.
Wow.
So Kyrgyzstan will go ahead and concede. So we'll wait to get word on this. Again, it was apparent, you know, that they weren't able to go ahead and find out. So I'm not sure 100% what we're gonna see, if there's gonna be maybe a remake or something for game 1, because yeah, they didn't really have a choice there, Gani.
No, not at all. It seems like from the get-go, Meraki was struggling, right? And it's brutal. It's sad, but it is what it is. Let's see. Well, let's get the update. As of now, though, it was Uzbekistan.
Man, they had such a good lineup.
Taking the,
you know,
which one? Both? I like both. What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean both, but
Okay.
like I mean for Kyrgyzstan, like they had such a good
Yeah.
lineup, but you know, again, we gotta wait for a word on that. But tough, because you know, that's the downside, is like if you get behind against the, like I was saying, the chaotic lineup of Uzbekistan, like it would almost be, I don't want to say impossible, but it would be very, very, very
Improbable?
very difficult, improbable to get yourself back into that game when they had so many options to just burst one single member down, you know.
Yeah.
I was liking the pressure, like from Nursky on the Cho. Like I was
Yeah.
liking the pressure, you know, the idea there that he was going with.
Yeah, it looked good for a minute, right? And but then, unfortunately for the side of Kyrgyzstan, they couldn't able to proceed that game. And it was a rather fast game. Let's see though. No updates whatsoever. So I'm assuming. I know you don't like to assume, Naisu, but I'm going to assume that we are going to game 2.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll let you guys know. Again, I know you guys keeping up with us here on this evening. We're waiting for the updates to see if that is going to be like an actual game win, or if, depending on what they'll do. Again, I feel like leading into this matchup, I think maybe one of the players was having a difficult time, because it even took us a little bit longer than the previous 2 matches to get everything situated and set up. So
yeah,
we'll let you guys know as soon as we hear word. Now me and Gani can continue talking about our favorite heroes. I'm joking.
Sure. I'm down. I am down.
I like the fact that, again, you had this like pickup centric lineup from Uzbekistan. I wanted to see like the full game with it. So even if it's, let's just say it's a remake, or whatever it might be, hopefully it's same picks, because I do want to see those drafts like come to actual fruition. Like we talked about them for a while, and you know, I'd like to see the actual like drafts come to play for that.
Yeah, I mean, let's wait and see for the announcement, right? But if we do get a remake, then it's the same heroes. You still expect Uzbekistan to take the dub in that game? You still?
I would still lean towards Uzbekistan. The reason why is just because, again, I think it's one of those lineups that, man, I don't want to call it like a cheese strat, man, but like it's one of those lineups that's a little gimmicky. Like,
right,
you're basically going to go for those pickoffs and make that happen. So just letting you guys know, we did get an update that is going to be a win for Uzbekistan. So we are going to be going to match 2.
Woo! Wow!
Again, we had to go ahead and wait for the officials for Iesf and everybody else to get a chance to talk to the players and everything like that. So we are getting word from them, and of course, everybody behind the scenes that yes, it's 1-0 for Uzbekistan. So it's going to be match point right now for Uzbekistan, and we'll be going to a match 2. So unfortunately, we won't get to see unless the drafts are going to be similar, you know. But that is a win for Uzbekistan. So hopefully for Kyrgyzstan, like they can alleviate whatever issues that they had in the previous game, because you know clearly they weren't able to go ahead and like fight it out for that one. So yeah, we have to wait and see what happens for draft game number 2. I don't know, Gani, like don't you think the same thing? Like that was a very, I don't know if you guys use that term, but like cheese strat, or like gimmicky strat.
Yeah, we do have a couple which came out week 1, right? Sun Gold Lane. That's
yeah. How did that work? Tell me about that Sun Gold Lane.
Here's the condition that why the Sun was a viable option. There was the jungler was Hayabusa. The opposing jungler was Hayabusa, and then the Lapu was a response. I forgot one more. I believe I forgot the other hero. We'll get back to that. But yeah, because the Hayabusa, right? And then Kenziski from Geek Fam, he spammed Sun Gold a lot. And that's why he's confident going up against a Hayabusa. I think this is the dub. And they paired it with the Helkurt roam. It's Beloy. You know him. You know Beloy with the Helkurt. That's why they made it work. It's just cheese over cheese, man. And we call it cheese because it worked. If it's not work, we call it gimmick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think like Sun's one of those heroes that I like want to see like back into the meta, man.
Wow. For real? Like day in, day out kind of deal.
Yeah. It was weird because like Sun was one of those heroes that I played like early on. Like early on, I can't remember if he was out when the game originally came out, like if he was part of the
OG gang. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think he was part of the OG gang, but when he did come out, I thought he was really cool because he had like the clones, right?
Yeah.
And so for me, I was like, I remember this is before I went down the Gord path.
Naturally.
Sun was actually, it was Sun and Zilong.
Ooh.
No. Dude, Zilong was my first.
Was it? Okay.
He was
called Zilong back then?
What was he called? What is he called?
Oh, so it's already Zilong for you.
No. He was called something else. I remember.
Yeah.
I forgot what he was called though. But yeah, so I'm calling him by his current name, sir.
Right.
But he was my very first skin that I bought in the game. I spent my
with your own penny,
hard-earned money, with my own money.
Oh.
The only skin I ever bought, dude. By the way, just throwing that out there. The only skin I ever bought with my own money was the epic. I think it was the very first epic skin ever in the game. I can't remember.
Wow. For Sun?
Yeah. No, for Zilong.
Zilong. Okay. For Zilong. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I know which skin.
Yeah. But okay, we got word. We are going to be taking a break, guys, so the players can go ahead and get things situated. So hopefully they have a better experience for Kyrgyzstan in game 2. Again, it's 1-0 right now for Uzbekistan. It's me, Naisu, Gani. We'll be back after.
See you.
And welcome back, everybody. After the short break, you're just joining us. My name is Naisu, and this is Gani, and we're here to bring you our third match of the day.
Yes,
and
sir.
it's Uzbekistan versus Kyrgyzstan. Man, the first game, let me tell you what, guys. You guys missed it. Unfortunately, it was a concede of defeat for Kyrgyzstan. They had really interesting and fun drafts. But, yeah, so right now it's currently 1-0 for Uzbekistan. So they're at match point. I believe we're still waiting for the players to go ahead and get situated and ready for their game 2 draft. But yeah, Gani, I mean, I want to say, like, I almost feel like if I was them, I would want like a similar draft, but like just get a chance to do it in game 2. I don't know. Do you agree?
Hey, why not?
Or do
Why
you go
not?
something completely different? What do you do, man?
For Uzbekistan's from Uzbekistan's perspective?
No, from Kyrgyzstan's.
From Kyrgyzstan's perspective.
Yeah.
From Kyrgyzstan perspective, I gotta say,
Like you like the draft, right? Like you like the balance of the draft.
yeah, I like
the Farsa.
I like their balance. Yeah, I do. I think all they need to do, game 2, just replicate the draft.
All they need to do is play the game.
just replicate the drafts, man. Not
Just play the game.
Not so much on the execution though. But let's see. Uzbekistan though, hey, you went for the Lancelot Yi Sun-jin. You got the point. Go for something crazier. Triple down.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's what I wanted to see. You know, I wanted to see like the YSS Gold Lane and the Lancelot,
Yeah.
the Jawhead Kadita combo. You know, I wanted to see that. So I don't know. If I was their coach, I'd say just run it back.
Just run it back.
Just run it back, boys. Just do the same bands. You know,
Same.
bring out the same picks. I don't know where that will necessarily place it for blue and red side either.
I think I don't think we have seen a match where it switched sides, at least for today, right?
Yeah.
It has
Well,
been,
that's
like,
also because,
consistent.
like, again, I'm not the best statistician, but I think a lot of teams do like being that blue side. And I guess it depends on the team.
True.
I take that back. I think it depends really on the team and what the strategy is, because there are a lot of teams that like that first pick on the blue side just because there's so many good priority picks right now. And there's a lot of good trading that goes on where it's like, even if you go through the bans and you think about it, there's so many good options for XP lane, for the jungle even.
Yeah.
You know, like I
agree.
said, mid is kind of narrowed down. Rome also has a good selection of heroes that you can bring to the table. So usually that first pick does kind of paint that picture, but then, you know, red side gets those two to respond. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what sides they end up on when we get to the draft.
Yeah, let's just hope for the best, especially for Kyrgyzstan, who dropped the game earlier on. But hey, let's go.
There it
Let's
is.
just jump into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. It's still Mr. Joseph Rezebek and Albert Serafin here. Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, round 2.
Okay, so it's still the same sides.
Same
I think it's still
bands.
going to be the same bands. Yeah. Unless Kyrgyzstan decides to throw like a wrench in this and like change it up a bit. But
Nope.
there's the Kimmy.
Yep.
They could just be running it back.
They could. So
Dude, here's the craziest story, Gani.
go.
After what happened in game 1,
Yeah.
essentially it was like a 4-minute victory because of the concede. Kyrgyzstan gets the same draft. They win this. They take it to a game 3. Then they win.
Then they
Reverse sweep.
win with the mentality, with the run it back mentality as well.
Yeah. I could see that happening.
Oh my god. Hey,
Uranus is banned out. I think we're going to the same thing, man.
yeah,
First,
nothing is impossible, right? So
nothing's impossible. Kyrgyzstan, what's the ban going to be here? Are you going to do the same thing?
yeah, I think so.
Oh, the curveball.
Okay.
Here's the curveball.
So
that's
Lancelot
fine.
first
Yeah, Lancelot first pick. You go for the trade here. You take the Farsa. Farsa Fovius. They did that last time. They can do it again. You go Farsa Fovius. That gives you 2 power picks or XP.
Farsa Arlet?
Arlot Farsa? Arlot Farsa, maybe? But then again, like, even their Lancelot, like, danced all over the Farsa. So maybe they're second guessing it. Like, do we really want to... But I would say that's just because of the start of that game 1. Okay. So they'll go Arlet Eve. This is like total objective control right now. Don't tell me they're the ones to get the Fovius Farsa.
I mean, it's why not, right? Farsa, it's a good matchup. You know, both AOEs. One is a little bit more burst as well, so I don't mind the Farsa here. But
this is why I like to have a beard.
Oh,
Do this, Scott.
so you can do the thinking beard.
Yeah, I learned this from my dear friend Wolf. Okay, Granger. They pick up the gold laner early on. That's fine.
Yeah.
Solid choice. And over on the flip side for Kyrgyzstan, do they want to go ahead and take in their jungler right now? Hayabusa? No. They go the gold lane as well. So that means Uzbekistan, if they want to, they can ban out some more of the jungling options. Which, even if you do it, the fact that they picked the Suyo earlier, who is not necessarily like meta, like Suyo's not meta. He fell off the meta. So there could be a situation where we see
Suyo
them
ban.
go for the Suyo. Maybe the Suyo ban, or they just ban maybe like the Hayabusa, for example, just because that's usually a matchup we see. Hayabusa and Lancelot. Unless there's some confidence here too from Kyrgyzstan where they pick a Joy, for example. So looks like they're gonna go ban the Gadakatra. How crazy would it be too if this Arlot is swerved into the Roam and is not going XP?
It's a possibility, right? I mean, it's still
Go
good.
ahead, ban.
Yeah, just Wow,
Hayabusa,
yeah,
there.
you called
expected
the
it.
Hayabusa.
I called it.
You called
Yes,
the
sir.
Hayabusa, which leaves Suyo. But they're
Is it
gonna
Cho?
go for the Cho first, right?
Good for Nursky.
Good for Nursky. Expect the early gank or the early pressure from Nursky towards.
Yeah, but we saw what happened last time.
Changa. True, but if he wasn't too careful last time, he would not survive. But let's
He
see.
can be more careful, is
He
what
can
you're
be more
saying.
careful. Yes. Yes.
I like that advice, Gani. You know what? Just be more careful.
Just be more careful. in life.
You're speaking like a true ro, man.
Oh
There's the
my God.
Farsa.
There is.
That's what I expected. It's your boy.
It's our boy.
No, it's your boy, and it's the Suyo. Okay.
I mean, your boy
we
is
called it.
Chol. Yeah.
Dude, you're the Kufra. You're the one with 3,000 games.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Now I gotta lean towards Uzbekistan here.
Are you
Like
leaning towards them just
Yeah.
simply because of the Kufra?
Solely, man. So it's more than enough for me.
Hey, that's okay, you know, because I'm the same exact way. If I see Gord pop up, I'm like, yeah, that team's winning. And then they better hope I'm not doing play-by-play, because I'm only going to play-by-play the Gord.
How do you
But-
play by play the gourd? Oh yeah. Okay. Just
Dude.
the ult.
There's a stun, there's a beam. There's a Mystic Gush, there's a Mystic Beam.
There's a
you know,
flicker as well.
Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, breaking it down, jokes aside here, I think the damage profile is a lot better from Uzbekistan. Again, they have great burst damage in early game with the Farsa, actually throughout the entirety of the game. It's also the classic matchup of Farsa and Eve, which we've seen so much before when Eve was introduced to the game.
Yep.
Which we like to call like Squid Game because it's a square versus a circle. They only miss a
Wow.
triangle. Never mind. It is Squid Game, dude. There is a Lancelot.
Lancelot.
He is the triangle. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
We're in the land of Dawn. It's the Squid Games.
It is complete.
Game number
man.
2.
It is complete. But let's see. Round 2, ladies and gentlemen, between Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. Will Uzbekistan take this game and call it a night for their side? Oh, Nursky? Or will Kyrgyzstan force this to a game 3?
Yeah, so he's there. Okay, so Chugachanga gets the buff. I do want to take note too. Meraki is playing mid. while the oldest dream is in the jungle. Whoa!
Ooh! Almost a solo.
Oh!
Tanking a turret shot there. The Granger survives, as well as Kiora, but at a disadvantage. Cho is coming. Nursky. Will he be able to close the gap? No, not this time.
Okay. We got to see how this is going to work out, because they did do a little bit of a lane swap. Oh, Meraki on the hunt?
Gotta be careful here. Flicker pops. That's gonna be the show with the Flicker finding first blood. Oldest Dream is also in the area. Not level 4 though. So not too threatening. But Meraki is still around while he is so low.
Wow, Meraki is super low. Also, this gold lane standoff. But the Flicker was burned earlier on by the Granger, so he's going to want to be careful in how he approaches that against Kiora. But hey, Kiora still got the Purify, so sure how you play this out. Oh, what a...
My goodness, Nursky! With the help of Nursky, it will not be enough to help the Moscow out. Both marksmen going down. That's gonna be, oh my goodness, Oldest Dream in the mid, near the river. Caught red-handed there, great gank. That's gonna be Nursky applying pressure. Turtle is up though. 3 members of Uzbekistan is on it. That's gonna be the feather airstrike popped. Not too sure. Meraki's very low. Charge not connected. Kufra charge not connected. That's gonna be excellent. Jumping in 1v4 with the real world revelation final slash. Enough to take Karai down with the help of real world revelation. Wistic will find a trade. It's a 1-for-1. Both mid laners out of the land of dawn.
Good little trades here. Uzbekistan will hold on to a little bit of a lead. They did get the turtle. They got the objective, but both teams just want to basically duke it out. Great response from both to kind of rotate to that mid lane to go ahead and fight it out. So we're back to this. Nursky doesn't have the level 4 just yet, but he's got 2 kills early on this Cho, so he's get to be pretty aggressive. So he's got the Way of the Dragon now. One of the things that I'm wondering too is what kind of build Nursky's going to go for here. We do see sometimes like Cho players go a little more aggressive. Sometimes they're purely defensive. Nursky is a very aggressive Cho. Like, that's what I like to see. He knows how to work with his space. He knows how to go ahead and put some presence here. Meraki's... Oh,
that's
nice.
Karai. Misses. Nursky stunned with the Flicker. Will not be able to find anything. Nursky goes down.
These flickers are being used left and right, man. Like, right. I understand what Nursky wanted to do there. He was trying to get into the angle to save Meraki and then kick UZB in here, but oh, Euro still should be okay. How's the Purify? I believe still. Might get pressured here. Meraki, though.
Oh, not too good. Opening things up in the bush there. He will be punished. 1v3. Arlet, excellent. Mualia looking to survive, looking to create something, but not enough. Add a kill on the board for the Granger.
Add a kill for him. Turtle's going to be up in a couple seconds. Good push from the Oldest Dream, though. Over on top, he's going to get a lot of that extra gold that he needed. And that's why right now, Kyrgyzstan, even though they're losing some of the bodies around the map, it's like they're finding ways to go ahead and get some gold, some experience. Spirit Destruction was thrown. He followed it through. Oh,
that's a 2-man stun. Technically, Kiora low. That's going to be Karai, though, in the mid. Very vulnerable. Oldest Dream doesn't land, but excellent. Will finish the job. That's going to be Chunga finding the trade. 1-for-1. It's a mid laners going down. Oldest Dream. Oh, my goodness. The puncture connects. That's a great display of mechanics, Chunga. We have your respect.
Oh, Chunga. He's got the buff from the turtle. I'm not sure if he's going to try to take the orange, but Nursky's on the hunt.
To find an opening. Great juke there. Sidestep by Chunga. And now it's all reset, right? 8 kills and 6. Total 14 here. 5 minutes of game time.
Okay, buffs are still up, so Chunga is going to go get his and probably rotate over to... I don't know if he's going to try to take the orange. It looks like he's going to make his way there to maybe fight the Oldest Dream or just get the Lith Wander. He is kind of low.
Oh my goodness, Meraki taking a lot of heat there. Flicker's out of danger, but that's going to be a Chunga though, looking for an opening perhaps towards Meraki. Arlet doesn't follow through. Top lane is still pushed by Suyo, and yeah, it's another reset.
This is like everybody is everywhere.
Everybody is doing something.
Everybody is doing something. There's a good push up top. It was good that Kyrgyzstan got that tier 1, but it's going to be a trade here now. Excellent.
That's going to be excellent. Caught off. Oh, still survives.
Oh.
Barely. Let's give you Nursky though. Canceling the feather airstrike. Wave of Dragon connects. No real damage for Karai, but the stream will not survive. It's going to be a 2-for-1 favoring Uzbekistan. Great catch by Uzbe N1. That's going to be Meraki going down to the hands of Kufra.
Oh, and they're going to get more. They're going to get the purple buff. They're going to get the mid tier 1. It was a good push by Kiora. Kiora didn't really have much of a choice but just to push that tier 2 turret. This is the position that we see a lot of Moscow's get into, where it's like they know the team is struggling across the map, so they're like, all right, let me just go get a turret or put some pressure on the off lane. And that's exactly what Kiora does. So that might be some of the saving grace later on for this game. But right now, that's going to be 3 for 3 in the Turtles over here for Chunga Changa. So that's locked in. Look at the placement, though. They're up on this top side of the map now. We're seeing Kiora back alongside the oldest stream. So now the play for Uzbekistan is to take these turrets, take the space across the map to work with, and maybe choke out a little more of the jungle here now.
Let's see. The windows are closing for the side of Kyrgyzstan here. That's a charge. Doesn't land. Great sidestep there by Excellent. Golden Staff retrieved, but will it be enough for Kiora to change things, turn things around? That's going to be the final slash connecting on towards the Granger, but no follow-up damage. Now Suyo looking for an angle. Will not commit to it. That's going to be risky. Oh my goodness, the catch by Uzbe N1. Followed up by Karai. The damage will be enough to take the Arlet down. Ladies and gentlemen, slowly but surely, Uzbekistan are taking more space.
Oh, yeah. Tier 2 now falling. So Uzbekistan noticed what Kiora was doing earlier on, and they're like, hey, we can do that too. They might even get another tier 2 up here on the top side, but Nursky's in this side of the jungle. Not sure what he's going to be able to accomplish. He does hold on to the Way of the Dragon, though, so he's not going to expend it, but the charge up, UZB, and one just waiting patiently in that side of the bush. They're playing a little risky here, though, Gani. Again, they don't have to pull the trigger on anything. They got Lord coming up in 30. Looking at the items, Kiora's doing work. You know, he's got 2. Still working on that golden staff if he can get there. So for Kiora, the best thing is to, again, stay on this side of the map, opposite of everybody else. Join the fight if he can with the Spear Destruction. Unfortunately, the Spear Destructions haven't landed the way he wants to, but Chunga Chunga.
Be careful, it's a 1v1 now, 2v1, Chunga Chunga.
Ooh!
Final slash connects, and that will be the end for Chunga Chunga. Shut down. Oh my goodness! The Ranger finds a solo in the bottom side of the map.
I was just going to say, that was really bad that Chunga Chunga went down right before the Lord comes up, and now that Kyrgyzstan doesn't have a gold laner, they're not going to be confident enough to take it, because Uzbekistan can just stop them from this. So even though they're centered around here, they can't really commit to the Lord. So this might have just bought them a little bit of time, I'd say, for Kyrgyzstan to go ahead and get the buffs that they need, kind of reset from here, get a little extra gold, and maybe contest the Lord. They're not too far behind. I mean, you know, 3,000-4,000 gold isn't that bad. They do still have fighting presence, but right now, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they actually want to go for a contest here. Uzbekistan starts up the Lord. It's already at half health. You can see they're making a way down bottom, though. So they just make the play to decide to let the Lord go over to Uzbekistan and see if they can defend against the push coming in.
Let's see. Seems like Uzbekistan are toning things down, waiting for the Lord to march as well, and they are ahead in economy as well. Not by far, though. I expected more. I thought it would be at 10k, but it's at 5k, so reasonable. One fight actually can neutralize the lead, economy-wise at least. Let's see. Endless battle in hand. That's true damage right there. Feather airstrike popped. Real world revelation. Oh, in the middle of the pack. Not good. That's a great catch by the Kufra. Oldest Dream, though, will have tools to escape. That's a shutdown from the Suyo. What a connection there. With stick pickers out. That's going to be the Suyo now being the main target. Trying to find that kill. Lord charges top lane as well. It's going to be N1 very low. Oldest Dream will be able to take him down. SOD doesn't land, but Chunga Chunga shuts Suyo down. That's going to be another kill on the board for Uzbekistan.
Oh, that was a great fight, though, from Kyrgyzstan,
Yeah.
given the situation and, you know, the fact that they had to play against the Lord push. That was a great time. Here's Conceal, though.
Careful, that's a stun by Kiora. Damage is definitely there. Oh, an overextension by Wistik. We haven't seen that too much from the side of Uzbekistan.
Yeah, they're playing a little reckless, I would say. Now, again, they did have a really good lead, and they got the objective the way they wanted to, but, you know, ultimately no base turrets going down. They did get some of the Holy Shields, though, so that mid lane Holy Shield's still there. But this is actually a really good position for Kyrgyzstan, like, turning this game around. They're actually in a good position to potentially take the Lord. There's a kick.
Oh no, Karai in a bad position and punished. That's gonna be oh my goodness, the Ranger jumped on Kiora and Oldest Stream is there to find the kill and one goes down.
Oh.
One by one. Uzbekistan members falling and that's a triple for Kiora.
Oh my goodness, and they're going to go ahead and march down the mid. They can't end the game off of this as there's still going to be a Holy Shield, but this is a huge swing in favor of Kyrgyzstan after a decisive fight.
Oh no.
Ah, are they actually going to try to end it?
Let's see, Farsa up and through too. Kick is there, Wistik goes down, Feather Airstrike just to clear. Members of Kyrgyzstan needs to play this scenario perfectly. Ranger up, Kufra up, and seems like that will be enough for them to pull back. And now the Lord is up.
Oh, man. As I was saying before that fight broke out, that they were in a good position to turn the tables in their favor, and they've done just that, Gani. I mean,
Yeah.
Lord is up. They're in position. It's crazy how it happened, too, because it was just a sequence of maybe 2 or 3 mistakes that Uzbekistan decided to make. And now this might be in a tough situation, actually, for them to contest the Lord, especially with the Moskov across. You could see that Wistik is trying to go deal with Kiora.
Uh-oh.
As they wait, Meraki?
Questionable positioning, Meraki. That's just a free kill. 5v4 now, the Lord. Will they commit to this? Moskov, not 100% HP. Oh my
no.
goodness, it's just
Both mid laners.
The positioning
Both
is
mid
not
laners.
optimal. And now it's a 4v4. They're going it raw. They're doing it raw. SOD lands. Excellent. Will not find an opening. And it seems like it's still a 4v4.
Still a 4v4, and Lord is up. I think they still want to fight for this. But they got that wave pushing up top. Kiora sees this, and they're going to have to go answer. They're going to turn on the run.
Uh-oh.
They
Moskov.
can't let Kiora just push this.
Jungle very low. Oh my goodness. Thorn Rose. That's the Ranger doing work as well. Oh, Wind of
my
Nature.
goodness.
Kiora pops the Wind of Nature as well.
Oh.
Harai finds the mark to shut Kiora's down. That's going to be the Suyo, though, focusing on the Lord. That's a free Lord. Oh my goodness, Uzbekistan. Will they commit to another fight? Nursky, not optimal positioning there to recall. And yeah, Lord is up.
Wow. Uzbekistan is just, again, like, throwing themselves forward. They got to deal with this Lord. But they know without Kiora, they should be able to fight this. Oh my god!
No Iesf, though.
Rocky.
5v3 now, technically. Lord is in the mid lane. Ladies and gentlemen, Uzbekistan, they're defending by doing offense.
Okay, they got to deal with the waves, though. Excellent. Might catch Karai. Okay, Karai's going to wings by wings out. They got to clear the waves, but ultimately they dealt with the Lord. And we got, for us, at least tonight, man, this is the closest game we've had so far in game 2 of this one.
Yeah, for real. It's crazy. It's crazy. Mind you, the base turrets from the side of Uzbekistan, 2 of them already down. So from earlier, yeah, you're right. There's just far lane pressure. 120 seconds more or less for that next Lord objective, and both teams now just playing it slow, waiting for their spell cooldowns to activate.
Okay, so from this point, they're able to just kind of go ahead and wait for the next Lord. I mean, if they decide to do that, but the way that both roamers have been playing, I don't know if they're going to wait for that, man. I think they're just going to actually try to set things up. Now, for both mid laners, they've got to be very careful on where they're positioning themselves. Meraki, multiple times, has been caught out of position. And, I mean, you know, his KDA tells the story. Here's a conceal though. Wistik's going to go ahead and stop them with the Dark Wave, but should be able to buy time.
Yeah, there you go. The Feather Airstrike popped. That's going to be cool. Oh my goodness, the catch and the stun! Finding 2 members of Meraki, and the oldest dream will not be able to survive. What a jump.
I know you're excited to see that, Donnie. As a coup from main yourself, what a play. We got a replay of that.
Ooh,
again,
bang.
Great setup.
Yeah.
My goodness. The amount of ground he covered even without using flicker is insane, dude.
Precision is just amazing, and doesn't really translate to a lot of objectives, even though only 3 members remains from the side of Kyrgyzstan. It seems like they will cover more ground.
Again, you have to respect what a Mozgov late game can do. And Kiora has even the defensive item to go ahead and help him through this, so you can't really put yourself in an out of position because Kyrgyzstan has a ton of options to displace Uzbekistan's players, whether that's a final slash, whether that's the kick from Nursky. And then even so, it is, you have to throw a lot at Kiora to catch him, especially that he's got to purify. So they got to choose their fights really wisely here. The Lord is up. It's going to be the standoff that we're expecting. Whoa, they jump in on the backside though, but the Granger, they got to take care of the Granger too.
No clear follow-up there on Meraki. Final slash from Excellent. We'll find to his death. That's going to be the win of nature, though, trying to survive the Granger. That's a flicker by Meraki. Will shut the Granger down. Nursky, oh my goodness, a lot of things are going on as Kiora will be taken down. That's a 3-4-2 in favor of Kyrgyzstan. Wistik from Chunga. And they stay alive. Chunga looking for an opening. Meraki.
He's going to go for Meraki.
Yeah. The mid lane,
but
though.
The base. They got to go protect the base.
Great juke. Yeah, now it's a reset. It's a reset.
Oh, they're still hunting Wistik. Oh!
No immortality. Chunga wants Meraki. Looking for the target. No, my goodness, no skills left. This is not good here. Chunga now isolated, but he finds a kill. On towards Meraki, just in time. Great jump. Wave Dragon under the turret. Is this a wise move? Chunga has the forward roll. Oh my goodness! Shut down. Goodbye time, Lancelot. Can you please have my number?
Chunga. Oh my god.
That is crazy.
I am so surprised. What a play from Chunga. I mean, the fact that he was able to do that by enough time, yeah, Wistik went down, but now, can they capitalize off that? As cool as it was, you have to go for the Lord now. The oldest dream is down for a little bit longer, but I think Kyrgyzstan's going to go ahead and try to either put pressure on the bottom lane and just end it. They have to do this so quickly and get back to base.
5v4 in favor of Uzbekistan, but bottom side is favorable for the side of Kyrgyzstan there. Oh, they're making gamble. Dora looking for the base, doesn't really find the turret, doesn't really find the structure. Oh, final slash, immortality play, excellent though, will fall surely. That's gonna be collecting the kill. That's gonna be Uzbe looking to find the marksman. Purify, that's the win of nature triggered as well. That's gonna be the Kyrgyzstan though. Running for the hills, the burst damage will be enough as Granger will seal the deal. Kiora goes down for 45.
Oh, the oldest dream is still there, but they got this evolved, enhanced Lord. And now they can go ahead and push with these powered waves in too. Uzbekistan put in the work to get this game back in their control. And finally, for the first time today, we're going to have a 20-plus minute game. This has been one hell of a game too. Kyrgyzstan has laid it down on the line after what they had in game 1 in the concede. Now, can they hold it together? Can they still go for maybe a cheeky play here as the oldest dream making his way down bot while the rest of Uzbekistan is focused on this mid lane push? Kyrgyzstan will try to defend. They're going to send one back, though. It's going to be a 1v1 with the junglers here in the base, but they're going to clear out the cannon minion. And so far, so good for Kyrgyzstan. They'll actually keep Uzbekistan from just pushing on in.
Yeah, I mean, Kyrgyzstan, very good awareness, right? They know that Uzbekistan might get tunnel vision on the mid and top. So great read there by the older stream, clearing out bot lane, taking the turret down, and the Lord is still up though in favor of Uzbekistan. Let's say, oh, it's not even.
Jungle.
That's going to be the kick there by Nursky. Immortality will be popped. Feather airstrike just to provide cover. Oh, this dream a little too ambitious, but that's the win of nature from the Granger. Will not save him though. Kiora very low, taken down by Chunga. Chunga, you are the man. Meraki now very low, isolated. That's a double. Will he get the triple? As the immortality from Nursky was popped. That's going to be the base turret top lane. Should fall. Feather airstrike. Where's the stun? That's the flicker. Chunga is here to win. That's going to be Nursky now. Looking to clear. Is it enough to Cho? Trying desperately to find the clear. Ladies and gentlemen, we might see a 2-0 no waves. That's going to be the clear. It's a wipeout.
It's a wipeout. They got that 1 minion. Little bit of finesse here to end things out. Uzbekistan almost lost this game too, but they'll get it together to get a sweep against Kyrgyzstan.
Boys, it was a long one. But my, oh my. Neo, Mayo. Wow, wow, we wow. Uzbekistan got the 2-0.
Oh, man. Hey, I gotta say, that was our best game today.
Hey.
So far. That was our best game today.
I couldn't agree with you more.
We're going to take a look at the highlights here. It started off chaotic as hell, and it stayed that way for the entirety of the game.
Yeah,
these are two teams that just, these two teams just wanted to juke out, battle it out, you know? And as Ghani so poetically said, do it like this raw. They made it happen,
no setup,
dude.
Bro.
I mean,
they don't, there's no setup. They just like it raw, man.
Yeah, dude. I mean, they made it happen. I think, like, either way, you look at this, you're seeing the highlights here. Kyrgyzstan could have gotten a position where, like, they were going to a game 3. And Kiora was a big part of that. Nursky, like I mentioned from game 1, he was confident on the Cho. It's just like, again, this almost came down to just Chunga playing out of his mind, by the way.
Bro.
Like,
for real.
the Lancelot from Chunga was crazy. The Kufra here was so impressive with the precision and the setups. And even Karai, like Karai was able to go ahead and capitalize on some of those kills, because when that wind chant was popped, Karai was able to get, you know, the target acquisition to take down the right targets, especially Kiora. So, but I think definitely the MVP here, if I had to say, was Chunga. Like,
yeah,
this Lancelot did so much here.
Especially in this fight here, finding the connection. I gotta say though, positioning both Karai and Meraki, yeah, can be improved.
Yeah,
definitely, right? Too easy to catch, and a lot of opportunities was created because of the mid laners falling. So again, nice try, Kyrgyzstan, but Uzbekistan got the dub here. 22 minutes. Would have put it Wedikwe to end the game. 22 minutes.
Longest,
longest we had today.
2-2, Ho-2. Yeah, longest one we've had so far. Again, phenomenal game here. Just in general, definitely could have been a game 3. I feel like in this case, and it's, you know, it's unfortunate that Kyrgyzstan had to concede that first game, but they definitely laid it on the line here. I think, you know, you already pointed it out. One of the biggest things that they could have adjusted is maybe some of the decision making or the position making as a team as a whole. But ultimately, like, they gave us a really good game. Uzbekistan able to go ahead and pull through, though. I think, again, this is one of those cases where both had really good team compositions and really good lineups. It just, as we saw in the highlights, it came down to really that execution factor for both the teams. And even when you have comps like this, like, you can see, you know, just how like, if you have the better execution at the time, you're able to go ahead and make it happen. I mean, you can see here too, Chunga getting the some of the highlights here for how much damage he's been able to do on the Lancelot is why they went and prioritized it for the first pick. So just a really good game, really good match here for Uzbekistan. And I hope we get to see some more of their games over on stream in the coming days, because this was something I wanted to look forward to. After seeing this, Gani, I still got to stick with what I said earlier. Like, I really wanted to see the execution on that first draft.
The Kadira Jawhead composition, right? Yeah. I mean, we got best of both worlds, right? We got a 4-minute game and we got a 22-minute game. And
so if you divided those,
26,
those would be like
13.
Yeah, those would be like the average game times. So technically, it all works out.
If you
it all works out.
It all works out,
Yeah.
man. A nice try, man, Kyrgyzstan. Just unfortunate for that first game. Not a lot of opportunities to play the game.
Yeah, unfortunately for them. Again, if you guys wanted to keep track of all the results and everything else, you guys can head over to iesf.gg.
Yes, sir.
That is where the quickest updates to everything going on here, of course, is happening. Gani, you're about to be done for the night. Anything you want to say, or maybe your favorite match?
I enjoy and will be seeing you. I'll be seeing you guys later on. So, no real goodbye, but I enjoy. I'm glad to have this opportunity to cast with Nice, man.
All right, man. Yeah, we will be seeing Gani in a couple of days. After him, we're going to be joined here for the last match with Kimberly
Good
Moss.
luck, Kimberly.
We're going to be taking about a 30-minute break, I believe it is, before we head to our final match for the day. So sit tight. We'll be back after the break.
See you.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here for the Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers. It's still me, it's Naisu, and it's also Kim joining me this time. It's not Ghani. Kim, how you doing? We're on our last match, our last best of 3 today.
Yeah, he's gone. Me.
God, he's gone.
Sorry, I just had to
gone.
say that.
I got
it. Yeah, it's Kim here for our last match. Yeah, I was here the other day, Sunday.
You had a long day.
Super long day. It was an entire day from 4 p.m. our time here in the Philippines up until 12 midnight. So 8 hours, just like a 9 to 5. So for this matchup, it's Iraq versus Kuwait. So again, like what I told Realize, my co-caster that time, there's not much info. So it always excites me because these are growing regions of Mlbb. So you'll never know. I mean, we saw Mia, we saw Valir, we saw all these like uncontemporary picks. So let's see.
That's exactly what I told Ghani, Kim, because I was like, earlier on, this was back in our first match of the day. Like, it was Philippines versus Brunei. Brunei was like, we've seen a little bit of them last year in ISF run, but the main thing was just, again, when you have these teams, even for Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, previous matchup, that's kind of the same thing. It's like, you don't even have like an online tool to like look these players up or their playstyle. Again, I'm sure some of the local viewers out there for these specific teams were probably more familiar with them. But the way that I look at it is it's always like, okay, what is their playstyle? And before we even get to see their playstyle, it's always like, how do they draft? Because we're so used to seeing specific drafts that is usually a telling sign of if they're going to play a little more meta or if they're going to play a little more unorthodox. So again, guys, this is our last match for the day. It's a best of 3. It's going to be between Iraq and Kuwait. And so again, I think we can expect like the same thing, whereas a sense of these teams like to just brawl it out. We've seen, I think Ghani and I were in the same agreement here, Kim, that the last match we had was like the best so far that we've seen. It was such a action-packed match. But speaking of, here's the team roster for Iraq. This is going to be Villain, Hixie, Laverio, Doman Kyle, and Drave Hagor.
Ooh, Doman Kyle. I was thinking, is this like a Domen Kite? So
Domen
similar.
Kite,
I feel like, a lot of these growing regions, I call them growing regions of MLBB. They like either getting inspired by IGNs from powerhouses in MLBB like Philippines or Indonesia. So it's just so nice to see that the influence is there, right? Apart from the meta. So I don't know. Again, we don't really have that much information about them. For me, it always excites me. That's why I like to cast grassroots. I like to cast qualifiers because I get to see what it's like. And since this is, am I right? Is it like more or less like MENA region, right? MENA region. So I feel like the meta should almost be the same, or there's a specific meta per region. But speaking of per region, this is Kuwait, by the way. You got Aaron, Kuro, Alali, Akashi, and is that a?
I think that's a 9.
Nayadmon?
Yeah.
Nayadmon. Let me just call him.
Nayadmon. Yeah. Close enough.
Nayadmon.
Yeah, and again, it's I was gonna say familiar names, like if you're up to date with some of the things here, of course. But yeah, like Kuwait and Iraq, I guess they're grouped up in what, like, at least for what we see over here, it's like because there's different parts of Asia that we're covering. Of course, we had Southeast Asia. We had Central Asia, that was Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan. Iraq and Kuwait are in the pool from West Asia, I think it is. So that that's Iraq, Iran, Jordan, Oman, Syria, and Kuwait. So again, we're excited to go ahead and see what their playstyle is going to be, how they are. But I think, essentially it, like, from what I have heard from some of my friends that are from these parts of the world who are also fellow casters, they it's interesting because even when they play like their ranked games or on their server, you've got a really good mix of like players from these different parts of that side of the world. And so the play style is quite different. I mean, even when we get to travel, I feel like that's always something is something that's like, okay, I'm going to jump into a ranked game. I wonder what it's going to be like, you know? And, you know, specifically, we got to experience that almost for like a month over in Riyadh, for example.
Yeah.
And I know ISF last year was in Riyadh. So that was another thing where some of the players that competed in ISF 2024 for the WEC last year, they were saying that too. You know, they got a chance to go ahead and play on the ranked servers last year and experience that. How was it? It was okay. It was different. I'll say that much.
Okay. Yeah.
That's coming from, again, like Philippines ranked server. I feel like for some people would feel very, very difficult, you know? But if you're used to playing on the Philippine ranked server and then you go somewhere else, even when, like, for example, when I go visit the US, for example, it's very different.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting because I also got the chance to travel. Well, not for work, but just travel in general last year. And I would always switch my location, and I would try ranked games in like certain countries. I'm just curious. I was like, what's it like playing here? So either you get paired with really good people and they just have like different metas. Sometimes you go with double marksman and it works in the server. And if there's like one or two players that can carry, then it's totally fine. There's also really bad games also. So it's just really a mix of different things all together. And it's just really interesting to see, oh, okay. So it's a bit more chill in certain areas of the world that they're more, it's off meta. It doesn't matter. Like we could just play whatever we want. So yeah, I think it's the same case for these two teams here today. Again, I've casted the games also of Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, like for the first day, and some of them actually do like off meta picks. Sometimes
what was the most like
off meta pick?
What was the most off meta pick that you saw on day
there's
one?
A lot. Actually, I was surprised. I was watching was it Uzbekistan that you casted before this match?
Just before this match, yeah.
Yeah, just before this match. So I casted their game. If I'm not mistaken, they were the ones who also picked up a Mia and a Hanabi. A Prio Mia, a Prio Hanabi, and a Prio Tigreal. So yeah, maybe they just changed because when I saw them earlier, I was like, oh wow, that's super meta because I see Lancelot, I see Zushin, I see all these like meta heroes. So I was like, okay, maybe they changed up the draft, or maybe they were trying to hide their strat in the first day. So I don't know. It's
the craziest draft that they brought was actually where game one was like a concede defeat for Kyrgyzstan. So I was saying they had a very interesting draft because they even had the Kadita, the Jawhead. They had like pick off centric lineup. They had a Lancelot and a YSS gold. I think it was a YSS gold lane. So I think their gold laner just likes to go ahead and you know, test the meta, which I'm all for. I told Gani that too. I was like, hey, you know, if any of these teams want to go ahead and bring something to the table that's a little bit different, or, you know, go ahead and test the meta a little bit more, I'm fine with it.
Shin was it was all over like the first day. That's all I remember. The Yisun Shin, the Gatot Gacha, those were the highlights for the day, and the Lancelot, just those three heroes. But almost every time the YSS is either picked or banned, prioed even. Realize was telling me, yeah, maybe we'll see like a gold lane YSS, but we never did. Like the first day
we
didn't
today.
See. Like, it was just for today.
But for 4 minutes.
Today's like day. Was it like day number? Is it day 3 today?
It's day 3 today.
3.
Yeah,
day 3. Day 3. Yeah. As the
We
time progresses, you'll
I was
see.
gonna say we might see it again, but as I was telling Gani, really the only time, like usually you don't see gold lane YSS. Usually you see YSS picked up, put in the jungle, and then you see a fighter gold. Because earlier we had another wonky team composition come through. There was a Minsatard gold paired with like a chip, and it actually worked really well against the team. So
yes,
I don't know.
Gank potential is huge.
That's why I like the meta now.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's probably not the first one because I've seen the first day Lapu Lapu Gold, Ruby Gold.
Ruby Gold.
Yeah, that was probably the most off meta gold lane that you see. But we've seen it before. I think it was in MPL Philippines, it was TNC. Yeah, I think it was TNC that did that, like sustain sides, like double fighters on the sides to sustain the
Yeah.
lane, and then they get some high damage mage in the mid lane. So there are things like that to consider. But I wasn't expecting to see it here though. I was like, okay, wow. I was thinking everybody was gonna go for, marksman, the usual marksman gold, and then you see other people shake it up, and it actually works.
This is why I like ISF, because from the time when we started casting this, I think I first started casting ISF in 2023.
Yeah.
And then I know last year as well, there was just a lot of like unique heroes and strategies.
I think we have to compile them.
Yeah,
We have
might
to compile those unique heroes. Yeah, I feel like I should check the stats after this. Oh, by the way, I think for everybody who's also asking, like I see this on live stream, like on YT, FB, wherever you're watching this from, you guys are looking for other results. You guys can actually check all the results on iesf.gg for more updates. That's every day. So if you missed out on the match, go ahead and check out the website. All the information you need is there.
Yep, definitely. You guys can go ahead and keep up to date on the website. We did get word. We're waiting for just one of the players to go ahead and get situated here. So then we should be heading to the draft shortly. And again, we're kind of just up in the air with what we can expect from these two teams, like meta-wise. And so that's why Gani and I as well, we just talked about, because
Meta.
we didn't also, it wasn't just meta. I asked him what his favorite heroes were, or his favorite role, what his role main was. I feel like I know yours after seeing your recent post.
Yeah.
Are you a mid main?
Yeah. No, actually, I used to be a mid main, and then I became. Yeah, now it's like hard roam, like just.
Well,
roam.
you're a roam as well. You can't
Yeah.
Gani was a roam. I'm a roam.
Yeah.
What is with mid players turning into roams?
Yeah, I feel like it's because you know the lane so well. Like you've been staying on that lane. Like just change it up a bit. Yeah, maybe put it at the roam.
No,
But
it's
you know what?
the reality is no one picks roam, so we just end up picking
Yeah.
roam.
Yeah, so if you guys need somebody to queue with, you can just call me or Naisu. We can do like roam anytime because like if you queue on solo, there's you can actually pick the roam and get extra gold or extra protection if ever.
The protection
because nobody
points.
Wants to, nobody wants to do roam, but I don't know why. I mean, it's a very interesting role. You get to go all lanes.
Wait, then
You
who's
get
your
to
main
check
roams?
everybody.
Because I
My
asked,
main role
I
is-
asked Gani his top three:
What was his answer?
Kufra,
Kufra. Okay.
Atlas, and then
Atlas.
who's his third? Kufra, Atlas, something. He has like 3,000 games on Atlas. Or no, sorry,
my
Kufra.
God.
He has 3,000 games on Kufra.
Okay, yeah, that's a statement itself. 3,000 games. My main roam is Carmilla. Like I know, like I always class
Carmilla.
her every. Yeah, I love her. I love everything about her. Her look, her backstory, her
Yeah.
playstyle. It just fits. But yeah, you know what? Less about the roam. You can see what us after IESF. This is the last match after all, so it's Kuwait versus.
Are they gonna ban?
Iraq.
Okay.
Yeah, they
I was
are gonna
wondering.
ban. It was actually super quick bans on the first day. Like teams already banned out like 3 heroes at the same time when one drafting up. So now it's pretty nice and slow. Very meta bans. 1-1. I see this often banned out in ranked games.
I wonder if Kuwait just missed a ban then. It looks
Oh, is it like? Oh, maybe they
I
did.
thought
yeah.
I thought I heard the ban locked in, but yeah, they might have missed a ban. We'll see if they just end up. Hopefully, they get some bans through here. But yeah, the 1-1's gonna be banned out at least for Iraq. If this for some reason ends up being banless on their side, I think they will have to just play it through. But we'll wait to see on that because it looks like it might be another case of them not being able to get the bans through. Oh, they got it.
Does
Okay.
happen. Okay,
Yeah, the
very meta
Baksha.
ban. Yeah, I was gonna say like if ever they do miss out on all of the bans, you know what me and my friends would say? They're just confident. They're that confident that they don't want to ban anything. Nothing scares them. So that's also a
it's-
possibility. But
It's funny because like right now, I was telling this to Gani too. I was like, we're in this position where the meta is so versatile right now that even if you like technically you go through the bans, there's always going to be good, solid hero choices for all the lanes. Because you can only ban so many heroes. So like this, the Fanny's going to be taken out. I think depending on what these last two bans are for the first phase, you're still going to see up for grabs. The Lancelot, the YSS,
yeah.
the Farsa even for the mid lane. She's like the top picked hero right now, burst wise. So this will be interesting to see what they decide to ban out for these next two, at least to get to that first phase of the draft.
I wonder why it's not a Zetian. Like, I think me and Realize have kind of dived into this. Like, why isn't Zetian being picked up? Like, I think we've
She
only seen
fell
her,
off, yeah.
yeah, once or twice. Like, even though like Vision is there with her ultimate, the burst is just not the same as like, you know, Farsa or maybe even Kadira in the mid lane. I think this, okay, prio picks right now. It seems to be Yi Sun Shin, Kalea, Lancelot. These are the things that Iraq has to consider, knowing that Kuwait has the first pick here. Not unless, you know, they just wanna just ban maybe, I don't know. At this point, there's just so many things open, right? And
They might ban
considering-
YSS.
yeah, it's
Unless they
almost
want
all
it.
the time picked up in the first phase, or if ever you have the prior pick, you'll pick up the YSS. So I don't know if that's the same case because other teams have gone for Zushin first pick, Kalea,
Yeah,
so
that's so open.
or Arlott. Yeah, that's also
is-
another thing.
Oh, there's a
No,
Jushin mid.
Jushin.
It is weird that Zotian kind of like fell off, especially like she just had a very brief window where she was picked up and like prioritized, especially back in MSC where she was just like she picked up in the early on and then like teams didn't find success with
Yeah.
her and so she's just kind of fallen off the meta. I think the biggest thing is like her damage is just lacking in the
Yes.
sense that she doesn't have enough damage. She's got decent range, and you know the Fury of the Phoenix
Utility
is all
is good
but-
though.
Yeah, the utility is good. It's just like right now, it's not. I feel like what you want in the mid lane for the current meta. And that's why the Farce is so popular, for example. And the best control is still Jushin, and that's why she's banned out. So Lancelot's going to be the first pick right now for Kuwait. Now Iraq, I would assume they get the Farsa. They go CC. CC another top XP lane.
Yeah.
So they let the Farsa go through. They'll take Gatakacha and the CC. So we're gonna have that roam Gatakacha and then XP CC.
Yeah, Setter, someone to zone out. Like this is pretty solid first two picks from Iraq. Also very flexible, if you ask me. Yeah, very flexible two picks. Either or can. Although I wouldn't put the CC in Rome though. Like this is kind of telling already what they want for the Gatotkacha. Kuwait though, Arlott is still up. They can take the Farsa also, which is highly contested here. Good range. Not unless they want to go for a different mid lane, which the only different mid lane I've seen, is that. I was about to say Kadita pops up. Wow, super deadly combo though if they get this right. Like so much good layering of skills. Plus you have a Lancelot to do the cleanup work. So I like this. Looking at the way they draft, it's pretty meta. Pretty meta. Nothing out of the ordinary yet.
Yeah, I'm wondering, are we gonna see Iraq pick up their jungler? Maybe Hayabusa. No, YSS is
Oh.
open. So they go
So
for the
late
YSS.
into the phase.
Yeah. Well, again, they could have they held on to it anyway, knowing that the Lancelot was the first pick. So they'll grab that before it got banned out. Now, maybe if Kuwait had gotten that first ban out, maybe they would have banned the YSS.
Oh yeah.
But they did miss that one, so that's just showing again confidence level. Now for Iraq, they're gonna probably focus in on some of the gold lane options. I mean, they need a gold lane too, unless for some reason this YSS is going in the gold lane. Again, we saw this earlier. Earlier today, I don't think that's where it's going. We're just gonna assume it's going in the jungle. So both teams still need that gold lane. But that's the thing too. Iraq, if they really wanted to stick with meta, if they put YSS in the jungle, they could go fighter in the gold lane. And that's the funny thing is, like you were saying, the flexibility here. Technically, CC could go into the gold lane now that they have the YSS. This has happened before where we had a gold lane CC because you have the YSS in the jungle. So there is some of that flexibility that they can play around with. It's still a risk in itself, but I'm not sure what Iraq wants to do yet until we see those last two picks. But they will take out the Arlott, so they take that out. We'll see if any focus goes on the gold lane for the bans.
Yeah. I think for Kuwait, it should be like mid laner gold, since they already have a mid laner. So maybe they can try to ban out some mid laners that they don't want to go up against. Farsa maybe, very good range. Granger, yeah, one of the contested gold laners. So they're still expecting that this YSS is really gonna go to the jungle. Um, Nathan?
Oh,
No,
Nathan.
this is a very it's a targeted ban, I would say. Like maybe Iraq has some information on the players here of Kuwait. Me and Realize actually checked some of the players IGN. Some of them actually stream, so you can get some information there if there's not a lot of tournaments within the region, within the country. So yeah, maybe that's it. Nathan, not you wouldn't usually see that. Great for poking. I think there was a time Nathan was highly contested in the gold lane, but now it's mostly like yeah, Granger, Harriet, Beatrix, yeah, mostly those in the gold lane. So now I'm thinking, what will Iraq put up since Kuwait hasn't shown their cards yet? No gold laner just yet, so they can pretty much pick up whatever they want.
This is where we find out. I think this pick right here will be the telling sign where the YSS or the CC are going. We're just gonna assume CC XP YSS jungle. So if that's the case, they could pick up their mid here. Barca was banned, so maybe they go. I don't know. Eve is still a choice. Seen some teams do Valentina. Valentina could work. Again, they got to deal with a Kadita here, so you want something that is gonna have too hard of a time dealing with Kadita. Valentina. Okay,
oh, there's the Valentina.
I mentioned the
So
Valentina
many good
because again, you can
elements.
take the rough waves if you wanted to.
Mhm. Yeah, it's still, I mean, come on, when was this girl released? She was released back in 2021 and up
Yeah.
until this day. She still pops up in the meta from time to time. It's because her utility is so good. Pretty much she can take any ultimates. If there's so many good ultimates on the other side, pick up a Valentina, still works, has decent damage, not as much as what she had before, but I would say still pretty good. They still haven't revealed their gold lane just yet, so I feel like they want to force Kuwait, like, yeah, show your cards first, then we'll pick our gold laner, which I think is a pretty smart move. They've gotten the Valentina, so I think it's all set. It's just a matter of what Kuwait wants to pick up since the Granger's out. Will they go for more magic damage, Harriet? Leia? Oh,
Moskov.
Moskov.
Okay. The Yuzhong is not something that you see too much anymore either, but it could work well against the CC if that's where the XP is going. So this is where we find out if they left, if Iraq was leaving us in suspense or not. This could be the swerve, or they just pick up a goal laner like a Claude or a Bruno.
Yeah.
Ruby.
Oh, Ruby Gold. Okay.
So it's Ruby Gold. That's what I was
Okay,
saying.
Fighter.
It could have been the CC
You
or
were
it could have
hyping
been
it.
Fighter. Yeah, there it is.
You were hyping it, and it's worth the hype. It did actually happen.
That's what I was saying. I knew it was gonna probably
Yeah.
be one of them.
Yeah.
The CC would have been the bigger swerve, but yeah, Ruby comes through. So
Yeah, that's the biggest plot twist if ever it was the CC.
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah, Ruby can definitely go head to head with the Moskov in the early game. Late game, I'm not so sure. It's more about, I feel like for Iraq, it's really about using your ultimates well. Like you got a Valentina, then you got the Agatha Kacha and a Ruby for the setup. So it's just a matter of layering those skills well. And if you're able to do that, I feel like team fights, they can win it. But for Kuwait, I'm actually thinking that this is such a huge potential for backdoor plays, macro plays even, because you got a Moskov, you also got a Lancelot. If ever you're kind of behind. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1. This is another best out of 3 between Kuwait and Iraq.
Kuwait and Iraq. I think with this too, it's just going to be like the main thing I would say for Iraq, because they went with a fighter gold. What we typically see for teams when they do this is they struggle to end the games. And I say that when, you know, they should be like marching into the base and everything else, but that lack of range, like instead of a traditional marksman, is sometimes what is a detriment to them ending the game. Now, obviously that depends highly on who they're up against, but Ruby can still be a playmaker with the Flicker I'm Offended combination, so that's one of the main things here, I think, for Iraq to make work. If they can also end the game earlier, that's obviously better, because just like we saw for the last match, if Akashi gets online on this Moskov, it's going to be pretty difficult, to deal with. But I still think Iraq, they cover their bases really well, especially having a Valentina to help them out.
Yeah, there's also a lot of pressure on Mauger with the wow! I was not expecting that. First blood goes to Kuwait. Super fast reaction there by the Lancelot of Soloverse, quickly moving into the gold lane and getting that kill. So great start for Iraq. Next one should be the oh man, that's a lot of damage coming out from the Lancelot. They won't go for more. Ultimate has been committed here by Mauger, and the turtle will be up in just a few seconds.
Wow. I like this Yuzhong's name, by the way. It's like, be careful, but not.
Yeah. I feel like it's such a... When I see this IGN, it feels like it's such a Filipino thing. You know how...
Be careful.
Yeah. No. Not just that. Okay, I wasn't even thinking of that. I was thinking like how we like switching up the vowels and the letters. But here's the turtle. 1/4 HP. Here comes the Black Dragon form as well. Onto
be careful!
Yo, super. A lot of damage coming out from the passive of the YSS. I was gonna say Yisun Shin. Vengeance has been popped here by Demigod. Soloverse is also running down real low, but he's able to secure the first turtle of the game. And nice zoning, by the way, by Be Careful.
Yeah, that was a really good team fight, just in general from Kuwait. Able to go ahead and control it, and again, it's not that often you see the Yuzhong anymore, but you still see the power of having the Black Dragon form. Its zoning potential, especially with the Purify, or the Petrify. So, really good use of that. Really good fighting potential that they have, and I think Iraq doesn't really have much of a choice but to respect that damage.
Yeah, the passive is just way too much here to take in. The Sha Essence onto Pixie. He's forced to back away. He does have the Revitalize though, but yep, that's a Yuzhong for you. He down bot also Villain. Oh my gosh, under their own turret.
Ooh.
Not safe, 1 HP. Kuro tanking up the damage, and that should be Kuwait. Wow. Picking up 2 kills just like that without any answers at all from Iraq.
That's really tough for Villain because, again, you pick this fighter gold lane to go ahead and supplement the game plan that you have a YSS, but he gets ganked under the turret, and there's only so much you can do. Now, if he had items, then sure, we've seen Ruby stay 1v3 multiple times. Oh,
be careful. Indeed, be careful. But he does have the Black Dragon form. Is able to sustain. Wow, might actually outplay Mauger. There's the Vengeance as well, finally taking down Be Careful. And now you got the ultimate as well from the Valentina. Pixie running down real low. Soloverse to the rescue. Curtain Call coming right in, but Soloverse unable to move and just backs away from that.
Wow. Such a good response from Iraq, and now they're going to put pressure up on the top side, but I'm actually surprised, Kuwait, it looked like they were going to be fine for that. I mean, even for the Yuzhong, Be Careful was fine, but then they followed on through, and Laveria also taking that rough waves earlier on was great. Oh, mid.
Oh, nice setup there by Ali. Pixie forced to use the Revitalize right before the turtle. Mauger already there. Starting it up for the side of Iraq. They do need this so bad right now. Setups, ultimates have been used, but I feel like at this point, like they should be able to take this if they're able to zone them out properly. And there you go. The second turtle of the game goes to Iraq. Soloverse as well. Oh, Aoching, but Soloverse able to back away from that with just a slither of health. Taking a look at the gold earned, it's wow, Akashi. I wouldn't be surprised at this state with how much pickoffs he's had up against Villain. Even now, it's just like, what? How many items does he have? Like 2? And he's already able to get this much gold.
Yeah, he's almost on his second, so he's got the Corrosive Scythe right now. That's a problem, though. If they don't deal with Akashi, he's just kind of freely pushing in that lane. Be Careful should be able to get out of here.
Yeah, he still has the Black Dragon form. Oh, man. Kuro, though. On mid. They're trying to retaliate. Be Careful as well up top. Okay, you're kind of starting to see the power spikes here of Iraq once they have the items. Ali unable to get the combo right there as a Villain as well, forced to tank up the damage here for the side of Iraq. I do like this though. They're trying to get the turrets, get the macro gaming into play, and it seems like Kuwait now is struggling to find an opening as Al Ali taken down there by the members here of Iraq. They got the turret up top as well, so I think this is good for Iraq, keeping up with the tempo here of Kuwait.
Yeah, they had to. I mean, I'm surprised Soloverse survived all that. He did the work. He even had to use the Retribution to clear out the lane, but ultimately they hold on to the tier 1 turret. That's good for them. Now Iraq, they'll go ahead and turn their focus here to the bottom side, because now it's been like they have the power spike going in their favor. Laverio himself has been using the rough waves like we expected. So they want to play for this.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh!
He didn't even use the rough waves, and now down ball. Oh, wow!
Oh.
Onto 2 with Soloverse, and now Demigod forced to back away from that one. Black Dragon form on
the vengeance.
side as Laverio forced to use that rough waves just to escape the members here of Kuwait. Final turtle is up for the taking here for both sides. As you can see, the gold is not that far for both sides. I mean, there's even the kills are the same. It's like 7-7. So I think it's just a pendulum at this point. Like it doesn't matter right now. Like anybody can take the game. I think it's if you're talking about turret takes, it's also the same. So at this
That's what
point,
I'm saying.
we're just gonna have
I think
to
this
see.
is going to be a 3-game series, Kim.
Let's see. I mean, usually when I sit here, it's always like clean sweeps. But let's see. This might just be the first one. Soloverse
Rough
going
wave.
in for the combo there. Okay, rough waves. Revitalize has been used as well as the ultimate here from Mogger. 38 AOG, but misses. But look at the combo coming in from Ali. Akashi as well with the Spear of Destruction, but it's not gonna hit as the turtle will actually go to Kuwait after all of that.
Oh, all Ali with the setup. The fist crack, fist break combo right on the targets too. A great setup again. So Kuwait with a little bit of a power spike in their favor too. And again, this is kind of a, like you mentioned, it's a pendulum swinging back and forth. Iraq, able to go ahead and fight themselves, but they got to be weary about this now, because Ali is just where he needs to be, setting things up whether he has a flicker or not. But still, they have to kind of be calculated on the approach, calculated on the team fight. Just because, Iraq, their fighting power is still going to be good. They're durable enough too. Laverio, if he does get the rough waves, they're going to fight again.
Oh, yep, Pixie there, unable to pop in that AOG. Ultimate in from Mogger. Super nice positioning as Soloverse getting zoned out there by Demigod, but he's dishing out a lot of damage as well. Mogger getting in that killing spree. Soloverse as well, but the shutdown by Be Careful. Demigod as well. Both XP laners just doing the job as Be Careful. Forced to pair with sustain for just a little bit with the passive. 4 members down, 4 for the price of 3. This is Iraq, definitely. I don't know. I can't even tell at this point because the gold is just, it's almost all the same. It's just a matter of, I don't know at this point. Like, it just depends on who sets up first. It's either Ali or the AOG coming out from the Garot Gacha, or even the rough waves here from Laverio.
Yeah, just throw the gold out of the window. At this point, it's really just, both teams fighting it out. Like, they just want to fight. Even this right now. Mid lane seems to be the focus. We're just going to go for the fight here, too. It's one of those games where you're just going to go for those team fights after team fights and make it work. It's, again, it's a very interesting thing because even the itemization-wise, you're trying to keep things in tow here, but that's the thing. You got the Trinity now over for Akashi. So as long as Akashi can work with the space, but you can see the pressure here from Villain. Oh, mid lane.
Yeah, Pixie forced to use her Revitalizer. Bleed. Set up again for Bali. It's bursted down there by Demigod. They're down real low here for Iraq. Be Careful. Gets the Petrify onto Villain. AOG misses there for Pixie. Be Careful. Still able to sustain. Goes for the Petrify. Demigod just taking down the backlines there. 3 members left here for Iraq. And 3 members down for Kuwait. I still can't tell who won that team fight, but I would have to say that definitely goes to Iraq. Their jungler was down. Now they can go straight for the Lord here.
Yeah, they're going to start this up. Akashi doesn't have the Spear of Destruction. I'm not sure if they're going to really try to delay this, but Mogger pretty low. He's going to go ahead and have to secure this, so it does look like they'll grab themselves a Lord off of that fight. Just unfortunate that Soloverse was the one to go down, and, Mogger was still alive. So this gives Iraq the move to work with this Lord, go ahead and push towards the base, but still, the story is still the same. They haven't been able to catch Akashi. And if Iraq can't catch Akashi, like in these later fights, it doesn't matter if they're able to get the objectives. They got to be able to take him down. Solarverse?
Demigod, just doing demigod things. He's been such a menace here to Solarverse.
Oh.
Oh my goodness, the ultimate has been popped. Almost there. Almost is never enough though, says Ariana
no.
Grande. But here's the setup again. Mauger though, finally taken down there by Be Careful. But here comes the retaliation from Iraq. They are forced to they're forced to back away now. They still have the Lord here for Iraq, so this should be able to take down at least like the second tier turrets here for the side of Kuwait. So again, we're gonna have to wait for the setup here from mostly Al Ali or Be Careful with the Yuzong's Petrify. But for now, they gotta defend up against this Lord. And all the tier 2 turrets, they're almost down. Almost there.
They almost got that last one, but again, it was a little. Oh, hold on. Oh.
Yep. Rough waves. Pixie's able to sustain. He got the revitalize and running away from all of that. The villain though takes down Kuro. Akashi taking down Relo, has a little bit of the life steal as forced to use the Black Dragon form here for.
Don't tell me.
He's trying to get Laverio. There's the Spear of Destruction as well. He's not going to go in as Demigod's still unstoppable at this point. I mean, we got to talk about this guy. He's been taking down the backlines here of Kuwait, doing a very good job at zoning, and sometimes you can't even see him on cam, and he's still working off cam. And even Akashi here, he does not have the Revitalize though. Yep, he's taking a lot of the damage from the Moskov. So again, teeter-totter between these two teams. Gold is not that far, just a 2k lead here from Iraq.
That's what I'm saying. I think, the story of this game, maybe the story of the whole series is going to be who cares about the gold lead? Just let them fight, and...
Yeah, it's like an all-out brawl at this point.
Yeah, and looking at this, you could see Akashi is really... He's got everything you need. He even picked the Malefic gun recently, so he's got more of that range, and that's what I'm seeing here, is that struggle to catch Akashi. And now that he has a little extra range with that Malefic gun, it gets even more difficult. So Villain almost has to kind of just choose how he's going to use that flicker. Is it going to be more on the defensive or offensive side? Or even for Pixie, if Pixie can land the jump, and then that's where you said, Demigod has to kind of play the part.
I think at this point, it's what you were saying earlier, Naisu, that it's kind of hard to,
find the
as
moment
long as the game goes. Yeah. I think this is what you were pointing out earlier also. When you're working with a fighter gold lane, it's going to be hard to end the game. And I think for Iraq, they know that very well. It's a lot of pressure, though. They do have a marksman. They do have Mauger here. So the damage is going to solely rely on them. And if they go, oh no!
Hey, that's how you do it.
Yep. Caught all alone down bot, but for Kuwait, they do have other plans, though. They're going to start up this Lord, but I don't think that's wise right now, knowing the numbers advantage are going to be towards the side of Iraq. Mauger, be careful, though. Try to get something out of this. He does have the Petrify right now, but I feel like for Iraq, they just want to go for those team fights right now, knowing they have the numbers advantage. Demigod with the curtain call, still able to sustain, while Mauger just goes in and just takes the Lord. A free Lord here for Kuwait. Man, be careful. Petrify by Kuro, but he's not able to get anyone. I am offended to seal the deal here for the side of Iraq as Mauger, without any contest at all from the side of Kuwait, able to take in the second Lord of the game.
My goodness, off of the play of getting Akashi in the bottom side, they just get a whole lot plus the Lord, but now there's no flicker for Villain, so they're going to have to push this in themselves and brute force their way, with Akashi still firing off the back.
Yep. He has the damage. They know that very well. They have the Lord as well on their side, so for Iraq, they just got to calm down. Calm down, wait for that Lord. They have the middle inhibitor is already down for the side of Kuwait, so they can use this momentum to kind of push or maybe make a play here. They do have a lot of setters on their side. Numbers advantage are on their side. Gold also. I mean, I don't even want to count that right now with the amount of brawls that we're having here and there. Oh man, this feels like I'm watching, I don't want to spoil anything, but I feel like I'm watching the Infinity Castle right now, because there's just, it's like a lot of highs and lows, and it feels exactly right that half HP already for the Lord. They're knocking in the base here of Kuwait. Oh my gosh, Mauger with a 1v1. Takes him down just like that with the ultimate. Revitalize has been popped. AOG onto the backside, trying to catch Sakashi, but it's set up there onto the back. He does have the immortality, buys him some time. as Akashi finally takes him down. They successfully defend the base here. 21 kills for Iraq, but 2 inhibitors down for their side. So there's still some super minions coming in onto the base, but
Are they gonna
I
force a
feel
fight
like
here?
they will. There's the I'm offended. The flicker hasn't been used just yet. Al Ali taking a lot of the damage.
Oh!
Look at the ultimate coming out from
Akashi!
Walker. It's just too much though, but Akashi here trying to make some plays. Villain able to sustain, but I am offended. Able to buy him some
Villain!
time. Look, life steal coming out from the Ruby. Kuro also forced to back away from that one. The Lancelot Soloverse trying to do a 1v1 here up against Villain. He has the ultimate, has the Winter Crown there to buy him some time, and now he goes in for the full offense as Al Ali unable to take the damage here of Mogger. It's now 2 left to defend. They got a minion. I think this should be it. This should be it. They're locking in the base. Iraq will take the first game of this best out of 3 series.
Wow. I mean, Iraq was that was such a good there was such good choreography to that final fight, because I was really wondering, like, would they be able to catch Akashi? You saw in that brief moment Akashi was able to like pop off in the end, and then Villain was able to catch him. He had to disengage a little bit, had Mogger with him, then caught Akashi, and then even that, like, bought the Winter Crown at the right moment to just buy a little more time so he could go ahead and sustain back up. So Villain was he was on point. He dealt with so much pressure in the early game. You see him, he's 0-2 at this point, but he was so crucial in making this win work for Iraq. Again, this was a super high kill game. It was just like team fight after team fight after team fight, which is great to see, because again, that's our current meta right now. Like, that's where we are in the current meta. You know, Cam, I'm sure you had to go ahead and catch a breath a couple times here, but yeah, ultimately it was just a whole-on fight, and honestly, I would say it could have gone either way here, just on how things were playing out.
Yeah, I feel like most of the time all of the all-out brawls happen on the mid lane. So this is something we rarely see, and I think I talked to Realize about this. I was like, you know, in MPL Philippines, it's more about the, you know, macro play objectives. That's what we like to do. And then Realize was like, oh yeah, in MPL ID, it's like sometimes it's just like all-out brawls. I've seen this also in MPL MY. So I feel like this is a very nice touch for Kuwait and Iraq, seeing this high number of kills in the first game. So I honestly wasn't expecting this, right? It's really a back and forth duel between these two teams, and I really wasn't expecting this. Sometimes I was expecting like it's either gonna be one-sided or the other team's gonna totally dominate, but this was like a very even out match, and it was just a matter of who can macro, who can micro these players. But I think what really sealed the deal is, you know, apart from Villain, they really relied on Mogger here for the damage. And Villain, so many times, he's outplayed or out-microed some of these players coming out from Kuwait, even though they had more damage.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That last sequence there, Villain really playing the part, because Akashi saw it as well. He's like, look at all this damage I have, and chased down Villain, but, you know, unfortunately got taken out. And again, that Winter Crown play that he was able to go ahead and use was great as well. So hats off to Villain. He would be my personal MVP for this one. The team, though, as a whole worked really well. Demigod, you can see, though, too, on the CC. This is why the CC is usually, like, banned out quite a bit. He was enough to go ahead and pump out pressure through his own damage, but also just jumping into the right members at the right time. Even the Vengeance, like, really helping Demigod out here. So there was just really good, I would say, synergy between what we saw from Iraq, but this is, again, one of those games where I honestly feel like could have gone either way. Kuwait was really fighting well too. Al Ali set things up so well on this Badang. Akashi was almost there, and then even for Be Careful, like we mentioned, he was part of the big reason why Kuwait stayed in that early game, because of that combination with the Yuzhong, that fighting power with the Yuzhong. Like, having a Yuzhong and a Kadita on the same composition is pretty difficult to withstand, you know, for Iraq. So I think they both really played their compositions to like the best that they could have. But for this one, Iraq pulls through at almost 17 minutes in this best of 3. So just a really good game for game 1.
Yeah, I mean, 17 minutes. This is the usual standard time that we'd see. You've seen really short games. Also, I've seen short games with Realize on the first day. I think it was like 8 minutes. We've seen a 9 minute game also. So this is a pretty standard game. And like what I said, this entire match number one is like just a back and forth between the two teams. And honestly, right now, I can't even say if it's gonna end up like a clean sweep. I feel like we might actually see a game number three. I don't know.
That's what I was saying. Kim, I was saying, you know, I think this one is going to be a 3-game series because both drafts were really good. The execution for both teams was really good as well. It was just, it came down to maybe that last team fight or maybe a couple team fights leading into that. So I almost expect very similar case. You know, I almost wonder too if we really wanted to like pick the details. It's like, what would have that ban? What would have that ban been from Kuwait?
Oh,
You know, like
yeah.
what
That's a
would
good
that
question.
have changed the would that have changed the game plan of what we saw here from Iraq? Would they have actually decided to take out the YSS or something? So I don't know. Maybe
I was
when we get
thinking
to that
something
next
along
draft.
the lines of the CC, right? But yeah, you
Yeah.
know what? We're gonna have to find that out later on, Naisu, because for now we're gonna take a quick break first. But don't you guys go away. We're gonna be back with more action here, MLBB action on IESF Asia and Oceanic qualifiers. Don't you guys go away.
And welcome back after the very short break here. Once again, it's me, Naisu, joined here with Kim, and we are in the middle of the final match of today. It's Iraq and Kuwait. Right now, Iraq has 1 point over Kuwait. Very close game. Game one we had almost 17 minutes, and honestly, at that point, I really was like, anybody's going to win this game. But nonetheless, very good game one for the series. Kim, I really think we're in store for 3 games here, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a game number 3 since I came here to Iesf, so it's all clean sweeps. But for this last game for today, who knows? Who knows? After seeing that first game, I feel like that's a huge possibility because I don't know. I feel like the skills, the understanding of the heroes, just the overall gameplay. I feel like these two teams have a good understanding. Like, I mean, you can see if, let's say, the other team is like a newer team, they don't have that much experience yet, so it can kind of show. But I think for this match, it's very even out, like skills wise and everything else.
Yeah. Do you see what I meant though? Like, I'm sure you started to see what I meant about the fighter gold lane, or like in that specific sense, like villain in the gold lane. Even though I feel like villain was a big part towards the end of why they won it, but you could see where like the struggle to get into the base, for example, or to get to Akashi on the Moskov, it was starting to be more apparent. And like that is always, I feel like, the risk of picking that fighter gold when you have the YSS in the jungle. And you could see that in a lot of the interactions between the team fights and everything else. So but like I said, it was really well played by Villain. Props to him to go ahead and make that work, because there were some moments there where I was like, oh no, Akashi, he's about to go ham. And even when he got the Malefic gun and he got that little bit of extra range, he was really able to maneuver around the fights well. And you know, so maybe his positioning could have been a little bit better towards the end, but nonetheless, I think both teams really, again, executed their lineups really well. But it usually, when that's the case, it always just comes down to who executed it better. So I don't know, what do you think could change here in terms of like, what does it come down to? Maybe just one of those crucial bans? Because I even brought this up to Ghani earlier. I was like, Ghani, you know, I feel like we're in this place where it's like there's only so many heroes you can ban, and there's so many good quality picks right now. So I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
It's like, you know, I always talk to my friends about this because, shout out to all my friends who I've been playing with.
Shout out to friends, on all.
Yeah, at friends, at followers, over on the Blue app. But we always say, you know, pick your poison, because there was a time that there were specific heroes that are just ban worthy, and now it's just like you don't even know what to ban. Like everything's just so good. Like, let's say fighter. You have at least like 4 or 5 that are S tier, and then the rest are still in the A tier. So it's pretty much like, pick your poison. What do you don't want to go up against, or what do you absolutely hate? And I mean, for me, I have a standard set of bans. I'm pretty sure you have that in your ranked games. Like, there's a set of heroes that you absolutely don't want out. Like for me, it's, since I'm a mid main before, and then now I'm a roamer, I usually don't like assassins, since my roamers are usually like supports, so I don't have anything to hold the assassins. Let's say I go up against a Fanny and I use like a Diggy, like there's nothing much I can do with that, right? So I feel like at this point, like, the team should just ban heroes that they're not comfortable with. Like, it's not even a matter of meta anymore, just ban what you don't like.
I am a proponent of that, you know, as a mid main, I don't want to say a retired mid main, like I still try to play mid when I can, but I always hated going against like the Lancelots or the Lings or Hayabusas, right? Because they put so much pressure. And again, this is why like top pick right now for mid is literally like Farsa. At least she can like wings by wings out, or at least like, you know, have a little more of the, like have more of the mobility, where a lot of the other mid options are kind of, you know, stuck to themselves, or like they have to rely on the roamers to really kind of peel for them or what have you. And that's just, I guess that's just where it is currently. I think part of this too is, like you mentioned, like even with the XP lane, I told Ghani, I was like, man, my favorite XP laner right now, or at like who I would put at the top of my list right now, would be the Lapu Lapu. I think Lapu Lapu is just like, he does so much good like maybe a little bit, maybe he's like a little bit too good, because he can tank up a ton of damage, he can do a lot of damage, and then he can be like all over the map. Like, it's kind of weird that this XP laner could be so like, I was gonna say, he's just so proactive. He's just so athletic. Like, the guy can literally start fights himself, which XP laners usually do. But then he can also do a ton of damage while taking a ton of damage. And then he has a very flexible like build path that a lot can take too. So, who's your top XP laner right now? Who do you?
I feel like I might be biased because sometimes I do play the XP lane now. I mean, in case we need to fill in that XP lane. I think Phoveus, but I think it's situational since like Phoveus is good when there's team fights, right? Zoning wise, I feel like it's the CC. So my top three are Arlott, CC.
CC.
I wouldn't put the Phoveus. Like, I would say Phoveus is good, but not on top. I would agree with the Lapu Lapu though. It's always almost all the time like picked up. Great setter, and like what you said, like hybrid build. Like, we haven't seen it today though. It was open for the taking, and I feel like the teams are just maybe comfortable with other XP lanes. Like, they have their own...
we haven't seen him in this match. We've seen him today.
Yeah, this match.
We haven't seen him in this match. Yeah, we've seen him today. He's popped up. So we're gonna be jumping into the draft here for game 2. So we have a swapping of sides. So Iraq is gonna be on the blue, Kuwait's this time on the red. So this is where we see, like, this is definitely going to be the full bans. I feel like people are just tired of dealing with Lancelot. Like, I was rather impressed with the Lancelot play that we saw in our previous match from Chunga Chunga. But I think most teams are just
Chunga.
Just get rid of the Lancelot. You solve a lot of the problems with it. But I think this could still leave open the YSS if it's up for the taking.
Yeah, if Kuwait wants to... Okay, so it's still the same bans here for Kuwait, with the exception of, finally respecting the CC of Demigod. It was really difficult to deal with that. Like, you get the curtain call, you can't move at all, you get zoned out during team fights and even objective takes. So I think this is a good ban. I was thinking they might actually pick it up, but since Iraq is on the blue side or first pick, it'll just ban it away. I wouldn't be surprised if it's another assassin ban, or I think last time it was a Phoveus ban here for Iraq. Will they go that route? They can pretty much ban whatever since they're the first pick, and force Kuwait to ban out more of the meta picks here.
In that case, we'll see if they still ban out the... Oh, they'll take out they take out the YSS. So interesting that Iraq is just like, let's just take out all the junglers. We've seen most of the teams play today.
I'm not surprised though. I've seen this in the first day. Yeah.
It's okay, but so then this leaves open. Even the Baksha is actually taken out. So
many.
What's the play here, Iraq?
Baksha's super flexy though. They can start out with the Zushin is open here for the taking.
Zushin,
Zushin, some teams start with that, some teams start with Kalea, but I think in the current meta, Kalea can be countered out with like Purifies, Diggies, but I feel like Zushin is a more staple mid lane, very flexible as well, tanky, depends on how you build her. What else is open here right now? Or not unless they want to start with an XP lane. It seems like that's the meta right now. I was talking to Realize about this day number 1. We were saying, the prio is mostly the jungle or the XP, but now it's jungle. But they're gonna steal away actually the Moskov this time. This is very obvious. This is going to the gold lane, not unless I don't know. I haven't seen a Moskov jungle. That's like ages ago. Ages ago when you used to funnel everything to the marksmans, right? Like we seen Claude jungle, Moskov jungle. That was a thing before, but
I think they wanted to take this simply because they don't want to deal with giving it to Akashi. Akashi, like I said, Akashi was having a great game on the Moskov. Honestly, you don't see teams do this too often right now, though. To take that priority gold lane pick. Because it's very honest and straightforward, and then you see what happens here. Kuwait takes 2 very power picks themselves, the Jushin and then the Gatakacha. So if you're Iraq, maybe you want to just go ahead and get the Farsa here. Probably just do that for the matchup. And then you could also, we might be in a position where, oh, Fredrin, I
Oh
was going to
wow.
say, you might be in a position where it's like, what are we picking for the jungle, especially with all these bans being focused on the jungle. So they go Fredrin. I was wondering if we were going to see a Fredrin today, or like utility in
Yeah.
general. And so based off those, assassin bans, they pull out the Fredrin. So, and since
They want to get
Kuwait,
utility.
since Kuwait banned out the Baksha, it's like, what are they going to play into the Fredrin? Oh,
Oh my
Sicilian.
gosh. My
It's your
absolute
hero.
favorite. It's my favorite. It's my main. It's that's it. All the ladies just love Sicilian. Like I've casted
all the ladies love
love
Sicilian.
Sicilian. Yeah, we have this oh man.
Is it because
We
he's
have this,
a
like, yeah, I think it's because he's really, I don't know, or maybe it's because I main Carmilla. It's a
is
thing.
he a vampire elf or what is he? Is that why all the
Yeah, he's
ladies love him or
Yeah, he sings too, so it's like all of the qualities
uh
you would like. But kidding aside, I was actually expecting Iraq to pick up like maybe a roamer, like a roamer. I'm wondering why it's usually like the Fredrin is usually paired up with a setter tank instead of a support, because I feel like the supports, like let's say Rafaela or Florine would work
yeah.
well, right? Like if you want to go for full sustain, and since there's no assassin, I feel like you're not gonna really have a hard time when you pull that off instead of like setter tanks. I feel like it might work, but I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if it was shown in day number 2, but I haven't seen any supports paired up with the Fredrin just yet.
I'm wondering if we're gonna actually see the combo here where they pick up the Carmilla too for Iraq. Like if it's not like, I don't know if that's too out of the whims of a possibility because they could, especially with the Sicilian here, but Kuwait has something else in mind. They did take out the Uranus. That's going to be taken out. The XP lane option, like glue is still there. I was going to throw
Lapu
out
Lapu.
Arlot. Yeah, Lapu
Yeah.
Lapu's still open, so
Arlot's been banned away here by Iraq though. So okay. I
yeah.
was talking about the supports, and they did take out the Matilda. It's actually really good for escaping team fights, especially there's the AOG, there's the ultimate coming out from the Zushin. So there's so many things that you can be protected from. Wow, Iraq with all of the Okay, it kind of makes sense why they took out all of the assassins. They kind of have a squishy lineup, especially with their main damage
Ooh.
dealers. So there's the Lapu Lapu. You've been hyping it up, and there it goes. Foreshadowing so many things today, Naisu. And I'm
Yeah.
wondering if the Carmilla might actually be real here, but I feel like it's, I don't know, there when it comes to teams, like they would prefer, let's say, Kufras, Atlas, or Gatotkacha. Well, in the current meta, I don't know if we'll see something different, and I'm not sure if Iraq will pull that off. Especially, they're already on a match point right now. Maybe they want a game 3. I don't know.
This is tough because it's like, I'm
Yeah.
trying to think Rome-wise what they want to take now. If they did just happen to take the Carmilla, that'd be for it, but it's going to be Yuzhong for the XP lane. I was wondering if it'd be that or the glue. And the Estes.
Yeah. Oh man,
Another elf.
The Carmilla is so good right now up against this Estes.
Yeah.
I was telling everyone, don't ban out the Estes because I got my Carmilla. I can counter that out. I feel like they should need. Right now, they do have the Gatotkacha and the Lapu Lapu, so they already have their roamer. They just need the jungler. Are they gonna go for utility versus utility since like majority of the assassins are out? Not unless you want to go
Maybe-
for. Okay, we've seen a Nolan, we've seen a Joy in the previous days, but I don't think you want to pick up a Joy at this point because there's a Fredrin. There you go. The Hellcurt. Have we seen this? No.
No.
That's the old Hellcurt, by the way, the old portrait. But yeah, that's
Yeah. This is okay. Wow, I did not expect to see a Hellcurt.
I was expecting like a Nolan or maybe like some other assassin, but the Hellcurt though. It's been buffed. It's been buffed in the recent patches. I just don't know how it fares in professional play, but it's good though to go up against like the Moskov, the Sicilian, and the Estes.
Yeah, because you don't actually see the like Hellcurt. It can be devastating in obviously like your rank games and everything else. It's different in this environment, but also this is really good. I like what Kuwait has. I think the fact that they grabbed the Lapu Lapu, they actually have the Granger too for later on. I think this is really good. And then if the Hellcurt's able to go ahead and get a good start and like put enough chaos in the beginning of the game, it might be enough to set back what we see here from Iraq. So I don't know. Let's find out if it's going to work or not. We know we were impressed with Soloverse on the previous game on the Lancelot. Now we get to see the Hellcurt in his hands. Will it be the game 3 of our last series of the day? We're going to find out if it's going to be Iraq or Kuwait in game 2.
Yeah, that's such a good way though to kind of take the objectives with the Hellcurt. Just go with the Dark Knight Falls. It's so much more easier to take in those objectives. Looking at this, like Fredrin versus the Hellcurt, I think this has a much better chance than the other assassins that we currently have that's not banned away. And looking at how things are going to pan out, Kuwait, okay, they want to force out a game number 3. They have to win this matchup first. But Iraq, this is this is possibly their last match for the day. Looking at their emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary though. Demigod, taking a lot of the damage there from, of course, from the Hellcurt as well as the Lapu Lapu.
He's still there though. He's gonna die.
Yeah. Yep. I'm not so sure why he didn't back away from that one. I feel like he was relying on the passive. Like he's like, oh yeah, probably I have a bit more passive there. But I mean, the burst from the Hellcurt is a bit too much right now. I know they buffed up the stats on that one.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I saw that he was low, and he knew that Soloverse was still around, but really interesting that he decided to stay. Anyway, first blood, though, in the hands of Soloverse is going to be great for Kuwait, because it gives him a little bit of that power spike to work with if he can build up on it, especially now that he has the level 4. So he used the Retribution, it looked like, to secure himself the little extra XP up there. He's going to have it back up at 20 seconds. So I'm not sure if that information was passed down to Iraq, and they might just go ahead and start this up. It looks like they're going to do that, but they got to deal with this. Whoa, for early flicker.
Yeah, early flicker from Be Careful. And Pixie, isolated from the rest of the team, as well as Laverio. They're down real low. And the Dark Knight falls. Pixie's going to fall. Next is Laverio, and that's what we're talking about. If you just isolate the Estes, it's going to be so much more easier to do these team fights. And Kuwait knows that their early game potential is just so good. Like, if you think about it, this is the reason why they're trying to kind of choke Demigod on his lane, right? That's Petrify. I'm not so sure if that's going to be enough, though. Oh, Kuro takes in a bit of the damage. Pixie, what? Second skill blessing the Moon God is able to take it, the turtle for Iraq, just like that. Wow.
That is so unfortunate that happens, because I mean, even the play from Demigod, props to Demigod to make that happen, and then he used the Petrify. And that's the thing you always kind of forget, because you don't see Yuzong that often, is like how much damage he's able to do, plus the passive. So good play from Demigod and the team.
Double Petrify from Demigod, by the way. AOG, thicker, committed there by Villain. And the lanterns from Kuro, but they're not going to be able to take anyone down just yet. And I feel like this is probably the reason why they're trying to choke up the XP lane, since the gold and the mid lane is scaling. So they know for a fact that's going to take some time. So if they kind of choke out Demigod here, make him have a hard time up against Be Careful, then I feel like they can control the tempo in the early game. But it seems like Iraq also knows how to dance with the tempo that they have. But oh no. The Sicilian Laverio is going to take a lot of the damage. That's going to be a killing spree for Soloverse. And now the Lapu Lapu as well. Be careful. Going to go all the way in. There's the taunts. Pixie going to take in the damage as well from Soloverse. And now Mogger is going to be the next one on the chopping board. That's a triple kill for Soloverse. 5-0 for the jungler of Kuwait.
I don't know what happened to Iraq there, but they were just like completely caught off guard with Soloverse. And that's exactly what a Hellcurt's going to do. And he drops that Dark Knight Falls, sitting at 5-0 already this early on is not good for Iraq. It doesn't matter really what else they get from here. It's just they got to have an answer to deal with Soloverse. And he knows how to play this, because just like I said, he played the Lancelot in the previous game really, really well. So he's playing the Hellcurt just as good. The Turtle's up. They know that they have this advantage in terms of the damage too. So I don't know. Iraq's going to make their way. We still have a Villain up top, though. He should be able to join the fight here.
Oh, man. Be careful with the setup. But there is the Blessing of the Moon Goddess and the zoning from the Yuzong of Demigod. And there goes Be Careful, still surviving all of that. There's a setup from Al Ali, but So much ultimates expended there. Just
Oh.
okay, the retribution has been used
The
there by
retri.
Mogger. Yep, but I don't know what's the idea there, but Villain is also pushing there up top. The turtle is still up for the taking, and without the retribution, that's gonna go to the side of the Kuwait. They're just gonna bank in on the damage that they have with the Sicilian.
Well,
And I
Soloverse.
think at this point, be careful. He's just doing his job there, just setting up place after place here for Kuwait, and he's still alive with Soloverse taking down the back lines. Akashi might be next though. Oh, rather Villain.
Oh, Villain.
He's gonna get terrified there.
Oh!
Able to dash away, and Soloverse a little bit too overconfident there. The turret's down, but for the price of Soloverse finally taken down, that's gonna be the shutdown gold going to the side of Iraq.
Oh, that's good shutdown gold too. But again, Soloverse doing a really good job at locking down Laverio, and that's kind of what he has to do. Laverio, as we know with the Sicilian, is trying to get those stacks, trying to get to that point where, you know, those bad impacts really hurt. But the fact that he's had a difficult time at just trying to get the stacks because he's always worried, like, oh man, where's Soloverse? You know, it is going to delay him a little bit, but also, again, Demigod doing work on this Yu Zhang to make things. Also, some key items were picked up. Oh, mid lane.
Yep, be careful
Oh.
with the setup point. No, Pixie, there's nowhere else to go. The flicker wasn't available just
Ooh.
yet. But the Petrify from Demigod onto 2 members, and there's a retaliation. Akashi able to free hit everyone as well as Laverio, but the Soloverse is nowhere to be found. He just comes right in with the Dark Knight Falls, and I think without Pixie, it's gonna be hard to engage in these team fights as they disengage. 8 kills for the side of Kuwait and 5 for the side of Iraq. They're also able to push this turret up top.
Soloverse pushing like crazy too. You can see he's got that levels advantage against Mogger. But that's what I was saying. You know, before that fight broke out, Pixie picked up I think the last time he got was a Flask of the Oasis. He's able to do quite a bit of heals, but, you know, if you get crowd control a little bit too much, you get overloaded with the damage being thrown at you from Kuwait, even that isn't going to be good enough. So, Pixie's going to need some more itemization here. Dark Knight falls up top, though.
Whoa, Villain though. Solo
Oof.
1v1. Oh man, yeah. So that's why he's called Soloverse.
Soloverse. I'll
Soloing-
take you to the
yeah.
Soloverse.
Yep. Just a 1v1. Be careful as well. Trying to engage. Trying to set up the place here. The last turtle is up for the taking, but I feel like at this point they have to answer out
Oh,
to
Demigod.
there's a shutdown. Okay, I think he was trying
Yeah.
to clear out the lanes. They have to answer out to Soloverse here though. What's he doing? Oh no.
He got
He's gonna try to go to
trapped.
base. That's the wrong
Oh.
base, and that's gonna be Pixie picking up the kill right before the Lord is up though. I feel like he was trying
Yeah.
to cut the waves, and then when the members of Iraq came in, he's like, "Yeah, let's not give them the kill. Go inside the base." But it's just, I think for now this is a small W for the side of Iraq. They can just
Yeah,
go
it's a
straight
lowercase
for the
W.
Lord. Yeah, yeah.
Lowercase W, because you
Not at all
can't
caps.
start the
Yeah.
you can't start the
Yeah.
Lord even with Soloverse gone. So he's just gonna be back up as he comes up now. So they're back to square one. You can see from the items too. A lot of the first items are locked in. Second item is being built up. Even for Villain, Villain's got what, 2? Still working on that Trinity, the DHS here, and he's definitely gonna need the Wind of Nature later on because Soloverse has been right on top of him. For Akashi, he's got a Sky Piercer, Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar. He's locked and loaded, ready to go. There's a DHS for Soloverse now too. So this, oh, you can see him up here for Villain.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay,
Oh.
so that was the plan. Soloverse
Oh.
and all the patches. So that was the plan all along by Villain. I was like, is he gonna try to do this exact same thing? Spear of Destruction has been committed. Not gonna commit just yet. Oh my gosh. Nothing beats a Mlbb holiday. Oh my god, there's so many things going on. There's so many things going on. And the Appraiser's Rat. Akashi gets taken down. That's gonna be 3 members now for the side of Kuwait. And now be careful. Definitely be careful at that. He still survives, but I think for the rest of the members here of Iraq, they're gonna try to take him down. It's not gonna be easy though.
Lapu Lapu!
That's a Lapu Lapu. He has to revitalize as well. So wait, what's happening to the Lord? Oh my gosh, they're all so low. It's at 1/4 HP, and Soloverse is back.
Oh my goodness, they delayed it enough, and Soloverse is just around the corner.
Yep. I'm not sure if they noticed.
Oh!
Oh man, I can totally feel. I feel you, Laverio. I feel you. I've gone up against Hellcrits like this, and it's really difficult. The Lord's still up, by the way. So
Oh, he got him.
gets solo there by Villain. The retaliation coming in from the side of Iraq, and they're gonna take this first Lord of the game.
Do they still want to fight? Okay, they're going to back off here.
Yeah.
That was such a long interaction from the pre-fight to the fight to the after-fight. What did you say? Nothing beats a what holiday?
Nothing beats an Mlbb holiday, but yeah, I couldn't think of the next line yet. It pops up
Save-
on the feed every. Yeah,
Save
safe.
5
Yeah,
stacks on a...
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's what happens, right? When chaos.
Oh, villain,
ensues.
villain, villain!
Yep. He still has the sustain. He has Pixie, so he's still okay. He's still a-okay. There's still the Lord, by the way, up top. So yeah, I think that's very fitting for this match, right? Nothing beats an Mlbb holiday.
Yeah,
There's just so
this
much
is...
going, especially with these two teams. I see something going on in the mid though. Yep, that's
There it
where the
is.
Dark Knight falls. Yep, they're gonna be able to sustain this. Appraiser's Rat, AOG onto
Oh, no.
Demigod. He's able to take it
Villain!
in. The Villain! And with Pixie, yes,
Oh.
there's nothing to fear at all. The healing right now is just coming right through. They can dive in the turrets right now all they want. And Ali, the only one left to defend here. He's gonna be able to sustain, but
Oh, no.
damage is gonna be there. There's still the turret. Oh man, the dance under the turret, and that's gonna be Iraq. A wipe out. I feel like they could end this one down bot. No. Be careful, it's gonna be up. So I feel like they should at least be able to
Wait, they
take
might
down the
end
enemy.
it.
Wait, they can. Though they have the damage. They do have Pixie as well. They have the sustain, but here
Oh.
comes Solo Verse as well. Will it be enough? They're gonna lock in the base.
minion.
There's no minions just yet. They're gonna try to back away for now, respecting the damage coming out from
Oh,
Kuwait. But Soloverse finally claps back with the Dark Knight Falls and able to stop the rampage for now. 18-13, successfully defending the base. I mean, that was just the first Lord.
Villain wanted to end the game. He's like, I'm going for it. Throws the Spear Destruction. Does get the kill, but, unfortunately it doesn't end the game there. So, and I want to say, given how everything has fallen to place, Kuwait's not drastically behind or anything, and they're still a big threat when it comes to the team fight. It's just Iraq chose a lot of the better initiations in the previous 2-3 minutes up to that point. So if Kuwait kind of settles in and kind of recalibrates their entries and their windows, it could still go in their favor. The hard part though is getting to that point, because you can see even where Soloverse, he was such a threat in that early to mid game on this Hellcrit, it's kind of fallen off a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's just because, again, the itemization right now for Iraq is favoring them. They're trying to get something out of this. So Retribution was used. Lord's coming up now, though. They might be looking to make a play again up here on the top. They were able to get the Holy Shields down, though, previously. So you can see the setup here around Soloverse. So as long as he doesn't get caught, because that's what we've seen so far in a couple times now, where Soloverse gets caught. Somehow is he... Oh, he goes in? Oh, that's huge.
One hit delete. Okay, one hit delete onto the Estes. Yeah, I was gonna point out that's their main problem right now for Kuwait. They have for Iraq, they have all of this sustained, but they're gonna waste no time. It does not matter if Pixie is not here. It's gonna be the Retribution going to the side of Iraq. Maga are gonna be able to take that in. They're gonna force the team fight here. Demigod gonna be bleeding from Akashi. Soloverse onto the backside. Laverio flickers.
Oh, Villain dies.
And Maga able to sustain all of that. Villain's down. They still do have Laverio. I think this is what's good about this kind of composition. It's scaling. So if Villain is not there, there's Laverio to deal out the damage. And I think by 14 minutes, this should be more than 100 stacks on the Sicilian. They got the Lord as well, but I feel like without Villain, well, he does have the Spear of Destruction, though, so he can go in any time. The global presence is there.
Yeah.
They can't end it without Villain. It's going to be real hard.
Yeah, by the time this Lord makes its way to the base, it'll probably be cleared out, but they can at least get the base turrets, because Villain can just join this once that Spear Destruction is up, as it is now. So they'll pressure this turret. Oh, never mind, it's not going to land.
Yep, I feel like for now they've successfully defended that lane. Be careful. Okay, the damage is still not there just yet, but you can kind of see it scaling here for Laverio. I haven't seen the Sicilian for a while. There's several nerfs on the
Oh.
Bash, but as you can see, one Bat's impact can be able to take down Soloverse. And now with the Estes, with
Oh, no.
Pixie in the lineup, they can definitely dive. Demigod engages here right now. Al Ali trying to make the plays here. Onto the Gatot Kacha, but the damage is just too much here for the
Villain.
side of Iraq. Be careful. They're trying to set up the plays, but with the sustain here, with the sustain coming from the side
Hello?
of Iraq, they can just definitely do this under the turret. One ultimate coming out, they get a wipeout, and that's it. Iraq takes the.
Oh my goodness, the damage coming out from the Moskov into the fountain and then having the confidence because he's like, hey, I got an Estes with me. Man, that was a great ending for Iraq there. I mean, it took them a little bit longer and they had to deal with Soloverse. We're going to look at the highlights here for this game too, but again, they kind of had to just buckle up. I got to say, Demigod was my MVP for this game because he was just, even from this play right here and then throughout the game, he was able to go ahead and make so many plays on this Yu Zhang. Sometimes even just to be a distraction, other times to just zone out Akashi. And the Petrify really, really helped them. So, again, big props to Demigod. I think he played this Yu Zhang to perfection here in this game. And given the fact that it was just such a high-kill, high-impact game, you know, Iraq had no choice but to do this. And sometimes just, you know, buckle up for the ride because of the different power spikes that come with a lineup that Kuwait had.
Yeah, props to Soloverse too. Like, he carried a lot of the early game, which is exactly what the Hellcurt is really supposed to do. I actually thought they would have ended the game much earlier. We didn't really get to see Akashi scaled out. I mean, we did see the damage. We did see him getting the items, but I mean, compared to what Iraq has, like you have Villain, you have Laverio as well. So there's a lot to deal with. Plus, they got the Estes with the sustain. It's just too much, right? Like, we didn't see much of him. I think this game it was really more on Soloverse here. Demigod though did a really good job in the early game. Like, this is the reason why they were able to carry it strong until like the 15-minute mark and able to finish out strong for Iraq.
Yeah, again, this ending is great here too. You saw Demigod just zone out, goes in, gets a couple of the shots off, and then here
and he's
Villain
still
is able to
alive.
go ahead and move. Yeah, he's still alive. Even into the fountain, nowhere is safe. So a hard-fought victory and a hard-fought sweep for Iraq. So, you know, Kuwait, I gotta say, they had the right tools, just like they did in game one. There was a lot of instances where it looked like, you know, things would go in their favor, but it's crazy because even with a lead like that for Soloverse, at one point it was 5-0. You know, you're as a Hellcurt, you're forced to be in certain positions, and it's like the unfortunate thing about it is you are up against this lineup from Iraq that is built around the utility jungler and the sustainability of having an Estes, and also just the zone out potential from this. So like even as a Hellcurt jungle, it's like once that Dark Knight Falls is gone, or you know that little dash is gone, what left do you have? You know, so that's why Soloverse had to be very careful in his approaches to the fights or the objectives, where then they had to rely a lot on Al Ali or be careful on the Lapu Lapu. And so if you didn't have that available to you, you know, you were just in this position where it's like, well, I can maybe go one hit delete someone, but then the rest is up to you guys from there. And that's always I guess that's the risk of picking Hellcurt, for example. It's like, yeah, you can do a ton of bursts, but once you burst them down, you know, what can you do? You kind of have to wait in the bush or wait around to make it work. So that's it. That is a bunch of sweeps today that we've had here for you guys here for the Iesf Asian Oceania qualifiers. It's been another long day. We still have, of course, more matches for you guys tomorrow. On behalf of Gani earlier on, me, Naisu, and of course Kim, thank you guys for joining us today for the games here for ISF. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow for more action. And don't forget to follow along at iesf.gg. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye.